Pirates fishing Saitama Constitution Chapter 121-140. Chapter 121 Fierce Fight. Sunny. In the tattered restaurant, Chen Mu sat alone on a relatively flat gravel with a depressed expression. Sanji and the others all sat around Chen Mu. Judge and the others who walked in looked at the ruined restaurant, and Vivi's eyes were startled. Immediately afterwards, Judge quickly suppressed the shock in his eyes and said solemnly, "Although I don't have much expectations for this broken ship, but this time we are here to discuss cooperation. Can't we change to a slightly more decent occasion?" At the same time, Judge was shocked in his heart and said, "This is a sailboat built with the treasure tree atom. It was destroyed so thoroughly. What a powerful means." On the other side of the crowd, naturally they don't know what Judge is thinking, the only thing they know is, "This guy looks down on the Sunny." At this moment, everyone who had special feelings for Sunny looked at Judge angrily. However, due to Judge's identity as Sanji's father, everyone is really not easy to attack. "Father, if you want to discuss cooperation, leave it to me." Reiju chuckled lightly and stepped forward with his slender thighs to block Judge. Judging from the proportions of their bodies, Reiju could barely block Judge's small body. But no matter what, Reiju, whose heart was so delicate, finally turned Chen Mu's gaze. "Let me talk, can you see if you can?" Reiju turned to Chen Mu Tiantian Isho. Chen Mu pouted and said, "As long as you can do it, I can consider that matter." After speaking, Chen Mu picked up a piece of hand at his feet, threw it up, and said to himself, "A piece of advice for some people, I can pretend that I didn't see the harmless slapstick, but if it's bad for me, then don't blame me for hitting too hard." As soon as the words fell, Chen Mu squeezed hard and crushed the gravel into powder. Chen Mu, composed of countless thin lines, drilled out directly from his back. Shadow Rider. Chen Mu, who only got out from behind Chen Mu, was looking at the air in front of him with a wicked smile. Nami and the others were puzzled by the half-figure that suddenly grew out of Chen Mu's back. "Uncle, what happened?" Nami asked suspiciously. Everyone also looked at Chen Mu curiously. Chen Mu's deity, Isho, said, "It's nothing, it's just a little bug." Chen Mu, who had drilled out half of his body, and was slowly raising his right hand at this moment. "Uncle, what is this for?" Usopp asked suspiciously. "I don't know." Chopper and Brook shook their heads at the same time. "I'm just talking to myself. Will you make me look dumb if you answer so seriously?" Usopp's eyes twitched. Vivi. Just as everyone watched silently, Puppet Chen Mu sneered and said, "Since you like hiding in the air so much, don't come down." Parasitic line activates. In an instant, 3 almost transparent white silk threads quickly shot out from Chen Mu's fingertips, and at an extremely fast speed, they quickly wrapped around the broken beam above for half a circle, and then fell vertically. Everything that happened seemed to be very slow, but in fact it only took 2 seconds. When the 3 thin lines fell down, they stopped abruptly in midair. Like something is in the way. Fortunately, the restaurant is still in the open air state, and the sun can be unbridled. It was because of the refraction of the light that everyone discovered 3 filaments hanging in the air. "I still don't understand," Usopp said suspiciously. At this moment, Chen Mu's deity spoke up. "It's okay, just look down and you'll understand." Chen Mu gently Isho. After he finished speaking, there was only a half-figured figure poking out from behind him, and Vivi's corner of his mouth was also hooked, and he continued to maintain a posture of pointing upwards. "Okay, I'll give you a trick to change people." As soon as Chen Mu's voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared 2 meters above his head. Moreover, the blurred blue figure's fists were sending out several currents. ZZ. "Go to hell, proud guy." Niji, who was forced to show up, gritted his teeth and snorted, and then smashed his fists at Chen Mu below. Vivi ticked at the corner of Chen Mu's mouth. "Uncle, little heart." As soon as Nami spoke, Niji S electric fists had already reached the top of the heads of the two, Chen-Mu's. At this moment, Chen-Mu finally moved. No, to be precise, it should be the doll Chen-Mu that moved. I saw that his middle finger didn't move, and then he bent down his index and ring fingers forcefully. In an instant, the electro-optical fists that had almost touched the scalp were pulled up by two silk threads. What the hell is going on? Niji muttered to himself in shock. Niji in blue, who was forced to hang in the air with his hands raised, Nami and the others were full of surprise. As for Judge, Vivi frowned and reached out to stop Iji and Niji who were about to attack Chen-Mu. Just leave me alone, Judge snarled. Iji paused, and slowly retracted the soled right foot. Yuji, on the other hand, looked at Judge resentfully and said, Father, that guy took Niji. Shut up. Judge turned his head and glared at Yuji. Judge with angry eyes, Youngji subconsciously took a half step back. Father, you. Judge squinted Vivi's eyes, then quickly regained his composure. You don't need to worry about Niji, I will handle it myself, Judge said coldly. In this regard, Chen-Mu curled his lips in disdain, and then manipulated the Shadow Rider line again. I saw puppet Chen-Mu pull his right hand forcefully, and the Niji hanging in the air was instantly thrown out. Chen-Mu smiled disdainfully and said coldly, HMPH, this time. Just a warning. After he finished speaking, the half of the doll behind him instantly scattered into countless white threads, and then quickly drilled back into his body. After doing all this, Chen-Mu slowly stretched out his left hand towards Reiju and said with a chuckle. Now we can have a good talk. When Chen-Mu calmly resolved Niji's sneak attack, everyone slowly came to their senses. As that's stealth. That's awesome. Chopper's eyes lit up. Brook still kept his head up, looked and then pinched his chin with his bone fingers, murmured. This ability, so familiar. Sanji on the side also gritted his teeth and whispered, damn, how could such a convenient ability be given to this kind of guy? Ah, it's really nasty. Sanji said while rubbing his hair vigorously with both hands. Looking at Sanji who suddenly became irritable, Nami's head was full of question marks. Everyone looked at him curiously. Zoro, who was sitting beside Sanji, heard his extremely low voice. Then, Zoro moved his butt next to him with a calm expression on his face, keeping his distance from Sanji a little further. At the same time, I despised it in my heart. A lustful cook can never change eating shit. Sure enough, only Zoro, a good friend, can instantly understand Sanji's unwillingness and anger. After rubbing his hair vigorously, Sanji turned his head viciously and said to Zoro. Hey, stupid swordsman, why are you sitting so far away? Come here quickly. No, I refuse. Asshole. Just as Sanji rolled up his sleeves and was about to force Zoro back, Reiju's gentle voice rang out again. I am really sorry for causing you trouble again, Reiju said helplessly. Looking at the apologetic Reiju, Nami hurriedly waved her hand and said. It's okay, it's not uncommon for uncles to be attacked by surprise. We're all used to it. You don't have to apologize for your brother. Vivi twitched at the corner of Chen-Mu's mouth. Just as the two women were talking, a blue electric light quickly flew over from a distance. ZZ. Bang. Niji fell violently beside IG, startling countless small rubble. This huge movement naturally attracted everyone's attention. Niji, whose hands and feet were flickering with intense electric light, Sanji's eyes narrowed and Vivi wanted to stand up. Then, a pair of white, tender and slender hands suddenly pressed on his shoulders. Sanji was stunned for a moment, then turned his head in doubt. Robin, you. Robin closed his eyes gently, then shook his head at Sanji. Leave it to Nami and Uncle. Looking at the demure Robin, Sanji's full of anger was instantly extinguished. Well, if Nami and Miss Robin, I believe there must be no problem tilde. Looking at Sanji with peach eyes, Robin frowned and laughed softly. The other side. Nami and Reiju were negotiating, but were forced to stop because of the huge noise Niji made. Reiju squinted, facing Nami Vivi Isho, and said, "Please wait for me." "Ah, well," Nami replied. Reiju smiled softly again, then slowly turned around and looked at Niji with a sneer. "Niji, come here." Niji smiled, looked at Reiju with doubts, and said, "Why should I go there?" Reiju Vivi Isho raised his foot and walked towards Niji. At this moment, a huge snail boat carrying a huge obelisk was approaching from far and near to the sunny. Through the broken ceiling, everyone looked at the huge purple snail outside. Good. Big snail, yes. A monster. Chopper's jaw twitched, and he clung to the back of Zoro's head. "Chopper, I can't see you, take your hands away," Zoro said as he reached out and grabbed the chopper behind him. Immediately afterwards, Zoro grabbed Chopper's blue backpack and forced him up. His right eye regained its light, and Zoro breathed a sigh of relief. "Zoro, don't, I'm afraid," Chopper cried. Looking at the tearful Chopper, Zoro sighed helplessly, put it on top of his head again, and said, "Hold tight, don't fall, and don't cover my eyes." After speaking, Zoro stretched out his right hand and moved Chopper's short hand to his forehead. After doing all this, Zoro slowly stood up and looked up at the huge snail that almost blocked the sunlight. At this moment, Reiju turned around and said to Zoro, "Please don't be nervous, this is just our transport ship." Speaking, Reiju turned to look at Chenmu, and said in a gentle tone, "Although it's a little late, your supplies have been delivered anyway. Do you want to check them out?" Chenmu nodded indifferently, and then stepped on the ground with both feet Vivi and jumped directly into the air. On the ground that Chenmu stepped on, many cracks appeared in a click sound. When Chenmu left, Reiju chuckled and leapt gracefully into the air. With a burst of high-pressure air jetting out of the pink boots, Reiju's figure continued to rise and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. With the departure of Chenmu and Reiju, the grumpy Niji and the reckless Yuji stepped forward one after another, towards Sanji. But this time, Judge chose to sit on the sidelines and let his two sons go. Looking at the two who were gearing up, Sanji gritted his teeth and remembered some bad memories from the past. "These two guys." Sanji gritted his teeth in a low voice. Looking at Sanji with an ugly face, the two who had been ruthlessly tormented several times by Chenmu finally regained their confidence. Yuji twisted his wrist and looked at Sanji with a mocking expression. "Oh, Sanji, I haven't seen you for so long, I didn't expect you to be alive." Niji grinned and turned his gaze to Zoro beside Sanji. "This annoying swordsman belongs to me." "Hey, I understand." After speaking, Yuji rushed out first, throwing his fist directly at Sanji. And Niji, this time, pulled out the slender sword in advance. "Hee, this time, I hope you can block it." After speaking, Niji clenched the rapier tightly, letting the manic blue electric light spread across the blade. "Super electric lightsaber." Niji shouted angrily, turned into a lightning bolt, and stabbed Zoro directly with his sword. Looking at the Aurora Niji who came first, Sanji frowned and said solemnly, "Hey, Chlorella, stand back before your body recovers. Here, just leave it to me alone." "Chopper, you go down first," Zoro said lightly as he drew his knife. "Oh," Chopper replied calmly. Then he jumped straight down, took those short legs, and left with a puff puff. Chopper, who has blind confidence in Zoro, will never doubt Zoro's strength. After Chopper left, Niji's super electric light sword also came to Zoro. At this time, Zoro pulled out a rare scabbard. I saw that he lifted Chushui, along with its scabbard, over his head. One-shot flow. A ghost. The moment the voice fell, the heavy sword Chushui was unsheathed. This top-to-bottom slash directly slashed on Niji's electric light sword. In an instant, the electric light on the long sword exploded, and the incomparably violent blue dot followed the long sword and directly attacked Zoro's whole body. Under this violent current, even a tough guy like Zoro's muscles trembled slightly. However, Zoro just gritted his teeth tightly and had no intention of giving in. Through the blue electric light, Niji Cold Isho said, "HMPH, this time, let me see how long you can last." After speaking, Niji's sword-holding palm once again burst out with a more dazzling green light. Power generation, lightsaber. Niji grinned, and frantically injected the violent current in his palm into the long sword. An instant, a violent current surged, and Zoro was completely swallowed by a cloud of blue current. Zoro, Nami and the others exclaimed. "Smelly swordsman, hold on for me, I'll come to save you right now." After saying that, Sanji's right foot with a white flame slammed into Yuji's chest and kicked him away. Then quickly ran towards Niji. "Bastard, I have warned you." After speaking, Sanji jumped directly into the air, white flames lingering on his right foot. Devil's foot, coarsely broken. ... This chapter is over. Chapter 122 Tears of Healing. Chapter 123 Tears of Healing. Devil's foot, coarsely broken. Sanji's roar sounded abruptly in midair, which made Niji, who was releasing the high voltage, slow down a little. That is to say, taking advantage of this moment of effort, Zoro took advantage of his strength to jump back, and asked for the restraint of high voltage. HMPH, want to run away? Niji laughed wickedly, then slowly stood up straight, and said, "I'm staring at you, do you think you can escape?" After speaking, Niji stabbed the electric light sword upwards, and at the critical moment, met Sanji's right foot that was emitting a scorching flame. "I haven't seen you for so many years, and you still haven't lost that useless sympathy. You are indeed a waste of our family. You bastard." Sanji gritted his teeth. At this moment, the flames collided with the blue electricity, and the incomparably powerful rays of light bloomed instantly, causing everyone to lose their sight for a short time. At this time, a sturdy blue thunder suddenly appeared in the sky and blasted straight towards the two of them. Feeling the rapidly descending thunder and lightning, Sanji's pupils shrank, his left foot stomped in the air, and with the force of reverse thrust, he jumped to the side. When Sanji dodged, Niji looked up at the thunderbolt that was slashing rapidly, and smiled disdainfully. Then, from all over the body, a dazzling blue electric light shone. The power of electric light. Hee, I am more familiar with the power of this thing than you. Niji laughed. Ziz. Boom. The moment Niji's voice fell, the thunderbolt with the thickness of an adult's thigh slammed directly to where he was. Niji, on the other hand, opened his arms wildly and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, is it only this level? This young master is not happy enough. The current on Niji's body was several times more manic than usual. Moreover, in the violent crack sound, the violent blue lightning was slowly being sucked into the battle suit by him. Seeing that the current on Niji's body was getting less and less, everyone gradually realized that something was wrong. This bastard can absorb electricity. Sanji gritted his teeth. Then, what should I do? That uncle is not. Nami said with a worried look. Looking at the man laughing wildly in the arena, everyone in the straw hat was in trouble. The main fighting force among them, Captain Luffy, was still awake, and Zoro was seriously injured and added new injuries. More importantly, the opponent was still Sanji's family, which made them even more unsure whether to persuade or fight. At this moment, Brook raised the white bone palm gently and patted it on Sanji's shoulder. Huh. Sanji turned his head in confusion. Brook opened his white bone chin and said softly, "Next. Leave it to us." After speaking, Brook and Jinbei, one on the left and one on the right, walked out from Sanji's side. Hey, he's Sanji's brother. Usopp said hurriedly. But before he could finish speaking, he was covered by a small white hand that suddenly grew out of his chest. Robin folded his hands on his chest, and Vivi smiled. Usopp, don't say such meaningless words when fighting. Frankie put a hand on Usopp's shoulder and watched the two walk towards Niji with a calm expression. Usopp, who was covering his mouth, tried his best to express his sign language to Robin. Generally speaking, the meaning of the expression seemed to be, I know, let me go. The smart Robin, naturally, understood what Usopp wanted to express, then lowered his arms and looked at Chopper on Sanji's back. Chopper, Robin whispered. Huh. Chopper turned his head and looked at Robin with a puzzled expression. What's wrong, Robin? Robin said gently to Isho, are their injuries all right? Chopper was stunned for a moment, then nodded and replied, well, Zoro seems to have some immunity to electricity, he's not seriously injured. Pause. Chopper slowly frowned and said hesitantly, but the injury inside his body has become more serious. If he wants to fully recover, it will take at least 3 months. 3 months. Sanji turned around and said in surprise. Chopper gave a heavy, and then pondered. And, during these 3 months, Zoro can't do strenuous exercise, otherwise there is a risk of internal organs rupture. How could it be so serious? Usopp exclaimed in shock. Chopper frowned, shook his head, and sighed, let's give Zoro more rest, at least. It's 3 months before that. After that, Chopper leaned on Sanji's shoulder with a look of frustration. Sanji patted Chopper's hat lightly and said softly, Chopper, you don't have to blame yourself. That guy Zoro, if it's true that he doesn't have any injuries one day, that's not normal. Hey, Cook, you. Shut up. Glancing at Sanji who was angry, and then at Chopper who was sluggish, Zoro pouted and closed his mouth obediently. At this moment, Nami and Robin came over together. Nami patted Chopper's back lightly and comforted. Okay, Zoro can recover, isn't it good, don't blame yourself. Chopper sniffed and made a low, At this time, Robin got a golden marshmallow from nowhere, and then slowly handed it to Chopper. If this marshmallow is not eaten again, it will melt. Chopper pursed his lips and slowly lifted his head from Sanji's shoulder. Beauty Ishoan said, this is a golden marshmallow that is only available on the Grand Disalo. If you don't eat it this time, you won't have a chance next time. Chopper Vivi was a little moved. After hesitating for a second, Chopper slowly extended his short hand and took the golden marshmallow. Everyone Vivi Isho. Boom. A huge thunderous sound instantly exploded in the ears of everyone. At this moment, Nami and the others all covered their ears. Zoro and Sanji, on the other hand, were startled and hurriedly looked towards the center of the battlefield. I saw that the battlefield where Niji was located was swallowed by a huge thunder column. Brook and Jinbei, on the other hand, stood in the distance, watching curiously. Looking at the sudden appearance of the terrifying thunder pillar, Zoro and Sanji frowned together, and seemed to have guesses in their hearts. Zoro was disturbed by this sudden and powerful breath, his muscles tightened instantly, and he went directly into a state of preparation. It was also because the action was too violent, which caused the wound to be affected, and grinned in pain in an instant. Sanji's ears moved, and he heard a slight gasp from the side, then turned his head and saw that Zoro was pressing on the handle of the knife with one hand and covering his abdomen with the other. Even was startled, he said anxiously, Zoro, you are moving. Then, holding Chopper directly, he hurried over. The other side. The terrifying thunder pillar that swallowed Niji's figure was crazily cracking the ground at this moment, cracks all over the wooden ground, and sawdust splattered. Not far from Leizu, the bow of the Sunny, Judge and IG, who were nervous, were being held by Chen Mu's shoulders and stayed where they were. Hee, isn't he not enjoying himself? I'll let him fully absorb it. After a pause, Chen Mu leaned forward Vivi and said in a low voice, if you all pass, I can't guarantee that you will come back completely. After speaking, Chen Mu let go of his hands and slowly walked towards the thunder pillar that pierced the sky. Chen Mu left. Judge opened his mouth and took a deep breath, and a fine cold sweat slowly appeared on his forehead. It's such a strong pressure that I can't think of resisting at all, Judge muttered to himself in a panic. On the other hand, a drop of cold sweat slowly slipped down his cheek. After a few seconds, Chenmu walked in front of the Leizu and slowly put his hand in. Amid the strong electric light, Chenmu gently squeezed his right hand, grabbed Niji's face, and slowly lifted him up. Niji, who was in midair by Chenmu, was completely exposed to everyone's eyes. Niji with white eyes and black smoke rising from his body, everyone Vivi was startled. As for Chenmu, Vivi hooked the corner of his mouth and mocked, "How dare you laugh at me with this little strength?" After speaking, Chenmu swung his right hand and threw Niji directly to Judge. Judge stretched out his hands anxiously and caught Niji, who was out of breath. "Niji, what's wrong with you? Wake up." IG also frowned and walked over. At this moment, Reiju also came over with a look of shock. "Father, what happened to Niji?" Judge didn't answer, and his face slowly darkened. At this moment, IG opened his mouth and said, "Father, give Niji to me and I'll take him back for treatment." Judge nodded heavily and handed the Niji in his arms to IG. Taking over Niji, IG didn't even look at Reiju, who stood up and jumped to the huge snail boat. After IG left, Judge took a deep breath, then slowly turned his head and said to Reiju, "Is there anything he's dissatisfied with?" Reiju looked at Judge with a puzzled expression, looked at his father whose face was still ugly, and shook his head slightly. Judge rolled his eyes at the worried Reiju, and then walked towards Chenmu. "Father, don't be impulsive," Reiju said anxiously. Judge was unmoved, and his footsteps towards Chenmu were still firm. Seeing Judge walking slowly, Chenmu Vivi narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Sanji took the lead and came to Chenmu. Looking at Sanji standing in front of him, Chenmu Vivi was taken aback. "Sanji, what are you doing?" Chenmu wondered. Sanji gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Uncle, this guy. Leave it to me." Huh, Chenmu was even more puzzled. At this moment, Judge was already in front of Sanji, and the two were less than half a meter apart. Judge with an ugly face, Sanji said coldly, "I warned you just now that you should not touch my partner. Since you don't listen, don't blame me." Listening to the hatred in Sanji's tone, Chenmu knew that if he continued to watch it, they designated a fight. Although he didn't know the conditions for completing the hidden mission, Chenmu still decided to get his hands dirty first. Having figured it out, Chenmu quickly took a step forward and stood in the middle of the two. At the same time, he stretched out his hands and pushed the two away. "What's the matter? Wait until I fix the boat, okay?" Judge was silent, while Sanji and Vivi shook his head and refused. "No, I have to make him pay. I can't just watch my partner get hurt." Looking at Sanji with a serious face, Chenmu Vivi was taken aback. "Hurt? Who is injured, Zoro?" Thinking of this, Chenmu hurriedly turned his head. I saw Zoro staring at him with a pale face, and Chopper was sitting beside him, as if preparing some kind of potion. Chenmu Vivi was stunned for a moment, looked at Sanji, and said, "What's wrong with Zoro? Why is his injury so much worse all of a sudden?" Although Chenmu can perceive some affairs outside the line of sight through the subtle current in the air, he cannot perceive the situation in the human body. Listening to Chenmu's question, Sanji frowned again and did not speak. Chenmu glanced at Sanji suspiciously, then warned Judge not to move, and walked directly towards Zoro. A few seconds later, Chenmu came to Zoro, then slowly got down and said to the busy Chopper, "Chopper, what's wrong with Zoro?" Chopper sniffed, and tears started rolling in his eyes again. "Big Uncle, Zoro, he." Chenmu was startled, hurriedly grabbed Chopper's shoulder, and said, "What happened to Zoro? Tell me quickly." Chopper sniffed hard and said tearfully, "Zoro he'll take 3 months to heal." Chenmu. "Then why are you crying?" "I don't know, I thought Zoro was going to die." Chenmu rolled his eyes and said, "Damn, I thought it was serious. The injury will heal in 3 months. For Zoro, isn't this a piece of cake?" Chenmu waved his hand casually, and then slowly stood up from the ground. "Zoro, you don't have to worry, I can fix the Sunny today, you just need to rest in peace." After speaking, Chenmu turned around and was about to walk towards Sanji. The little girl who coveted his treasure knife. "I have healing fruit. That is it." Chenmu was overjoyed, turned around again, and said to Zoro, "Hey, I thought of a good thing, maybe it will make you recover earlier." After speaking, Chen Muyang put his 2 fingers on the eye sockets, and then pushed them apart. In an instant, Chen Mu's eyes stared, so round that he could even see the bloodshot at the edge of his pupils. Chopper was startled by Chen Mu's actions, and after recovering a little, he looked into Chen Mu's eyes seriously. "Uncle, the bloodshot at the corner of your eye is very serious, and you need a good rest." "Ah, I see," Chen Mu said perfunctorily and continued to maintain his actions. Looking at Chen Mu who was behaving strangely, Zoro twitched the corners of his mouth and slowly turned his head away. Being stared at by a man without blinking is unbearable for any man, let alone the #1 tough guy in the pirate world, Zoro. Chen Mu forced his eyes wide open, and after tens of seconds, he gradually felt a sour feeling. I saw him saying with some surprise, "Come here, my tears will come out immediately, Zoro, don't worry." Zoro's face changed immediately, and he shouted urgently, Hey, don't think that you are injured, you can do some strange things to me. Believe it or not, I cut you." Speaking, Zoro grabbed the long white knife on the side and blocked it in front of him. "Hurry up and stop me, or I'll draw the knife," Zoro threatened, in a hurry. Regardless of it, Chen Mu still kept his weird movements. The corners of Zoro's eyes twitched wildly, and his left hand trembled as he grabbed the handle of the knife. At this moment, Chen Mu grinned and said with a big laugh, "Ha ha ha, here we come, healing tears." After finishing speaking, Chen Mu caught the teardrop from the corner of his eye with his index finger, and then hurriedly reached out to Zoro, saying, "Zoro, don't move, it would be a pity if it was spilled." Zoro turned to the side with a look of disgust, and used the handle of the knife to directly hold the left hand that Chen Mu stretched out. Unexpectedly, Chen Mu shook his left hand and threw out the tears before the long knife hit his wrist. Zoro was taken aback, obviously hadn't noticed that Chen Mu still had this skill. At this moment Zoro was surprised, tears instantly fell on his bandaged chest, quietly soaking a small spot. On my chest, actually dripped a man's tears. The muscles on Zoro's face twitched quickly. Just when Zoro was about to get goosebumps to report, a faint green light slowly bloomed from his chest. There was a sudden warmth in his chest, and it slowly spread to his body. Zoro suddenly felt at this moment, this feeling seems to be quite good. Healing fruit ability, tears of healing. ... This chapter is over. Chapter 123 The Farce is Over, Repair the Sunny Part 1. Chapter 123 The Farce is Over, Repair the Sunny Part 1. ... In a burst of soft green light, Zoro Vivi closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes in his body. Gradually, with the weakening of the green light, it finally disappeared. Zoro's extremely pale face gradually regained its blood color. Chopper's face froze. And Chen Mu nodded with a smile. Then he blinked his dry eyes hard, and said, "Look, this thing works so well, it's much faster than taking medicine." After finishing speaking, Chen Mu looked at Chopper and said, "Chopper." Alarmed by Chen Mu's loud voice, Chopper hurriedly recovered himself and said, What's wrong?" Chen Mu looked at it strangely, and pouted, "What are you thinking, so ecstatic?" Not. Okay, don't rush to explain, you'd better take a look at Zoro first, to see how far his injury has been healed. If it doesn't work, I'll think of a way to see if I can squeeze it out. One drop. Ah, almost forgot Zoro. After that, Chopper used both hands, and hurriedly climbed onto Zoro's stomach. Immediately afterwards, Chopper put the stethoscope strap hanging around his neck, then held the other end with his right hand and pressed it towards Zoro's chest. Well, the heartbeat is normal, Chopper said seriously. With that, Chopper put the stethoscope down, and Vivi stood on tiptoe, reaching for Zoro's eyes. At this moment, Zoro Vivi tilted his head and slowly opened his eyes. Then, he saw the two-fingered black hoof, Chopper's hand parked in front of his eyes. Zoro's face twitched, then hurriedly put his hands under Chopper's armpits, holding it up in the air. Chopper, what are you doing? Chopper blinked his eyes and responded naturally, I'm helping you see a doctor. Zoro. At this moment, Chenmu stepped forward, walked to Zoro in a hurry, and then picked up Chopper, who was struggling and kicking in midair. Watching Chenmu take the Chopper, Zoro slowly sat up from the ground. And Chenmu also took advantage of the situation and put Chopper aside, looked at Zoro and said, How do you feel? Hearing this, Zoro first raised his eyebrows and glanced at Chenmu, then put his left hand on his right shoulder, twisted his right arm along the way, and then suddenly threw a punch at Chenmu. Woo tilde. A gust of punch hit Chenmu's face, but Zoro's fist stopped in front of Chenmu's two fingers. For the straight punch that Zoro suddenly attacked, Chenmu always kept an elegant and calm smile, not even opening his eyelids. When the wind was quiet, Chenmu's eyelashes Vivi twitched, then slowly opened his eyes and said with a smile. The strength is good, but you have to pay attention in the future, don't throw punches at me casually, especially the eyes. Zoro raised his eyebrows, and then said slowly. Then, what if I don't listen? At Zoro with a provocative face, Chenmu reluctantly touched his bald head and sighed. Well, that would give me a headache. Looking at Chenmu with a distressed face, Zoro said coldly to Isho. Does your pain compare to being drained of blood? Hearing this, Chenmu Vivi was startled, then Vivi lowered his head, thought for 2 seconds, and said. Well, I'm a lazy person. Ichi has never donated blood, and I don't know what it's like to draw blood, but I think it should be a little painful, right? Zoro glanced at Chenmu, then casually put his right hand on the handle of the knife, and walked slowly to Judge and the others. Zoro tilde, Chopper yelled anxiously. Then trot all the way, and came to Zoro's feet. Under Zoro's suspicious gaze, Chopper jumped up, his hands and feet tightly wrapped around his calves. Zoro's eye muscles twitched, and then he shook his feet slightly, saying, Chopper, what are you doing? Let me go. Chopper hugged Zoro's left foot tightly, shook his head vigorously, and said loudly. No, Zoro, you need to rest now, you can't fight anymore. Zoro Vivi was startled, then explained. I'm ready to fight, Chopper, let me go. No, I still need to check on you, otherwise, if you die suddenly in battle, I will blame myself. Zoro. Everyone. At this moment, Chenmu patted his bare forehead and sighed. Hey, what happened between you? Can't we resolve it in a peaceful way? No, Zoro and Sanji said in unison. Chenmu was stunned. What's going on? Why even Sanji's reaction is so strong? Didn't I just leave for a while? What the hell is going on? Chenmu's current head, one is bigger than two. He still hadn't figured out how the relationship between the two groups suddenly became so bad. Isn't it just a fight? Isn't it that you were almost killed by electrotherapy? I didn't save you, why are you still angry? Chenmu really didn't understand. When did Zoro's energy become so small? And he was almost hacked to death by Hawkeye at that time, and in the end, he was not an honest teacher. How come to the Vinsmoke family, Zoro is like a completely changed person, so murderous? Chenmu, who was really at a loss, could only let go of his thoughts for the time being. The top priority was to stabilize these two irritable guys first. The impact of the fight is small, but it affects him to complete the task, which is extraordinary. After all, that's a punishment that can make Chen Mu's face value minus 10,000. Thinking of this, Chen Mu shuddered, then hurried forward, grabbed Sanji and Zoro by the shoulders, and said, "What's the matter? Wait for me to repair the sunny first, and see for yourself what this sunny has been destroyed by you." As he spoke, Chen Mu gradually began to count down the two of them. "Look here, over there, and there, show me carefully what the sunny has been ruined by you. And you, Sanji, don't look away, you look at the place where you cook, do you see that pile of broken rocks? That's right, that's the cooktop, you can't even recognize it now, After finishing speaking, Chen Mu took a deep breath and said bitterly, "You always think I'm stopping you from fighting, isn't it for the sunny?" After speaking, Chen Mu also deliberately put on a heartache appearance. At this moment, Sanji Zoro fell silent. Chen Mu quietly raised his eyelids, looked at the two with heavy faces, and snickered in his heart. Humph, now it's time to be honest. Just when the atmosphere of the three of them was a little dull, Reiju frowned slightly and walked over with some hesitation. This big uncle. Hearing this, the smile on Chen Mu's face froze, then he raised his head stiffly and looked at Reiju. I saw the muscles on Chen Mu's face twitching uncontrollably. Again, another one called my uncle, hey, Sin, Chen Mu said with a drooping face and a wry smile. Reiju Vivi was startled, and there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. But now that his younger brother was seriously injured and dying, Reiju didn't think about it too much, and immediately said anxiously, "And please, can you help my brother, Niji?" Chen Mu's mouth twitched, and he smiled bitterly. Hee hee, why don't you even save the title now? Immediately afterwards, Chen Mu looked up weakly, looked at Reiju and said, "You don't have your own scientific and technological strength, why ask me?" Reiju pursed his lips, hesitated for a second, and said, Because we wanted to see what the limits of your healing power would look like." The rough-voiced judge directly interrupted Reiju's words, and with a serious expression, he opened his arms and continued. "Just now there is a living experimental material in front of you, don't you wonder where the limit of your power is?" Chen Mu opened his mouth and was about to say something, but was stopped by Judge raising his hand. I saw him continue, "You don't need to answer, I know you are curious, otherwise you wouldn't ask about this ship doctor." After listening to Judge's words, Chen Mu's mouth twitched, too lazy to argue with him. Seeing that Chen Mu did not refute his words, Judge Vivi raised the corners of his mouth and said eloquently, "Come on, join hands with me, use your powerful healing ability, and cooperate with our Vinsmoke's genetic technology, this will be an unimaginably huge force. The soldiers who came out long ago with this strength will clear all obstacles for you, even if the opponent is the four emperors, they will still be unable to resist your footsteps." After listening to Judge's impassioned speech, Chen Mu applauded expressionlessly and said, "I really didn't expect that your eloquence is so good. If you live in my era, you will definitely have a place in the Hall of Successful Study Lecturers." "What did you say?" Judge asked in confusion. Chen Mu turned his head and pouted, "It's nothing." At this moment, Sanji and Zoro with dignified expressions stepped forward and surrounded Judge in the middle. Judge Vivi frowned. On Judge's left, slowly took out a white cigarette case from his trouser pocket, twitched one of them, and held it at the corner of his mouth. Immediately afterwards, he took out a silver lighter from another trouser pocket and dialed the flint lightly. CC, Huo tilde. With a screeching sound, a cluster of small flames suddenly rose. Sanji blocked the wind with his upper left and slowly lit his cigarette. It all seems slow, but in fact it is only 5 seconds. When Sanji took a puff of cigarette, and then Yang Tian spit out a smoke ring, everyone present, including Chen Mu, looked at him with complicated expressions. Actually grabbing the cup in front of me. Chen Mu's eyes became more and more strange. Just then, Judge spoke up. Why, surrounded me on purpose just to show me how you smoked. After that, Judge turned his head and looked at Zoro again. But at this time, Zoro lowered his head slightly, making it difficult to see the expression on his face. If you're not going to do anything, stay away from me, I don't like dusty civilians getting too close. After speaking, Judge narrowed his eyes at Vivi. At this moment, Chen Mu suddenly clapped his hands. Hey, everyone, take a look at me first. Hearing this, Sanji Vivi turned his head and turned to Chen Mu. On the other side, Zoro was still standing beside Judge, motionless. Focusing everyone's attention except Zoro, Chen Mu straightened his voice and said, Frankie, come here. Frankie first scratched his cheek with a puzzled look, then pointed to himself and said, Me. Chen Mu turned his back to Frankie and gave a faint, Come on, Uncle called you. Usopp nudged Frankie with his elbow, signaling him to hurry over. Frankie glanced at Usopp, who was blinking hard at him, and then slowly walked towards Chen Mu with a head of questions. When Frankie came to his side, Chen Mu continued. Do you know why I called you over here? Frank thought for a moment, then tentatively said. Is it because Uncle Ben is handsome? Quote. Chen Mu rolled his eyes and ignored this guy who was more narcissistic than himself. Did you see the big snail next to you? The treasure tree Adam is on it, and in order to help you speed up the ship repair progress, I also specially asked them to ask for a group of boatmen to help you. After a slight pause, Chen Mu said slowly, Now, you can continue to repair the Sunny. When he heard Baoshu Adam, Frankie was slightly surprised, and then thought of the broken keel of the Sunny, and the light in his eyes dimmed again. I saw Frankie shaking his head and saying, They can't help. Chen Mu turned his head, a little puzzled. Frankie continued, When the Sunny was built, almost all of the Iceberg Guy's elite boatmen were used, and with that guy's brain, the Sunny was completely completed. Chen Mu nodded and said, Well, I know that. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mu's heart sank, knowing that he had slipped the tongue. Sure enough, after hearing Chen Mu's answer, Frankie's expression froze, and he looked at Chen Mu with a confused look, and said, How did you know that? This. Chen Mu is in a bit of trouble now. At this moment, Reiju spoke in time to help Chen Mu and said, Your Straw Hat Pirates are a big hit right now. It's really not difficult to buy your information from the black market. After speaking, Reiju winked at Chen Mu playfully. Chen Mu Vivi was startled, and couldn't help thinking, Isn't Reiju a charming big sister? Frankie naturally didn't know that Chen Mu's mind had drifted to Reiju. Seeing that Chen Mu didn't say anything, he thought that he was caught by Reiju, so he continued to talk about the topic just now. The Sunny was done by everyone. If it's just a general repair, I can do it alone, because I'm Yup. Talking, Frankie put on his signature look again. Looking at Frankie who was in good condition, Vivi twitched at the corner of Chen Mu's mouth. Reiju looked at the man in underpants who suddenly played with a look of surprise, and said, He looks like this. Does he need a doctor? We have high-tech medical equipment on board. Chen Mu awkwardly twitched the corners of his mouth and said, It's okay, he is terminally ill and needs no treatment. Terminally ill. Reiju looked at Chen Mu suspiciously. Chen Mu turned his head without a trace, preventing Reiju from seeing his somewhat shy face. Even with Chen Mu's face, he couldn't stand Frankie's sudden attack. Moreover, the sexy big girl next to her is actually serious. In this regard, Chen Mu sighed helplessly, thinking, Hey, I wish I could stick to my high IQ all the time. I don't want to be that kind of guy, it's just shameful. This chapter is over. Chapter 124 The farce is over. The Sunny is Restored Middle. Chapter 124 The farce is over, the Sunny is restored middle. Chen Mu's mood at this time was a little melancholy. A hint of slyness flashed in Reiju's eyes, and the pink and plump lips slowly curled up in a seductive arc, and the Isho frowned, showing the atmosphere of a royal sister. Seeing this sudden temptation, Chen Mu Vivi was startled, and there were even more disappointing tears at the corner of his mouth. Slippery. Chen Mu hurriedly sucked in his saliva, then coughed hard, and hurriedly looked at the normal-looking Frankie. Ah, that one, Frankie. Chen Mu was a little panicked. Lust turned into lust, but he was a serious, younger, from beginning to end. He had never been stared at by such a sexy big sister in his previous life. Under Reiju's aggressive gaze, Chen Mu not only reacted with a racing heart, but even speaking. It was a bit unwieldy. Looking at Chen Mu, who was in a panic, the smile in Reiju's eyes deepened. Just when Reiju was about to continue teasing Chen Mu, our real steel straight man, Frankie, spoke in a very inappropriate manner. "Why are you calling this uncle?" Frankie said loosely while clasping his nostrils. Chen Mu's mouth twitched and he forcibly resisted the urge to kick this guy. Huh. Chen Mu exhaled forcibly calmed down his emotions, and continued. "So, you're saying that we can only choose a new ship in order to continue sailing, right?" Frankie looked at Chen Mu quietly, without speaking. Seeing Frankie's acquiescence, Chen Mu Vivi frowned and said rather unwillingly, "I've got the raw materials, so why don't you try to repair it?" Frankie glanced at Chen Mu, then turned his head silently, and said, "It can be fixed. I have already fixed it." After a slight pause, Frankie exhaled slowly and continued, "The only reason I want a complete treasure tree atom is because I want to try it out and maybe strengthen the keel of the Sunny." "Then try. No one will let you try," Chen Mu said anxiously. Frankie didn't answer, took 2 steps forward, then raised his head in disappointment, looked at the broken ceiling, and said, "Everyone can see the current appearance of the Sunny. If it is truly restored, the replaced materials can completely create a new Sunny." Everyone quietly looked at Frankie's back, and they all chose to remain silent. On the other hand, Chen Mu clenched his teeth tightly, extremely unwilling. "Is there no other way?" Frankie stood quietly in place and chose silence again. Chen Mu clenched his fists reluctantly, gritted his teeth and said, "Bastard. Then I grabbed the treasure tree atom, what's the point?" At this moment, an extremely weak voice sounded from behind Nami. No, don't give up. The Sunny." Nami Vivi was startled. Immediately afterwards, he turned his head in surprise, looked at Luffy who stood up staggeringly, and said excitedly, "Luffy, you're finally waking up, it's so good." Luffy gave a soft, "Ah," then raised his head with great effort, glanced at Nami in front of him, then turned his neck weakly, and slowly began to scan. "I'm so hungry. I want meat." "Meat," Luffy said weakly. Nami was startled, then turned her head hastily and said to Sanji. "Sanji." Sanji raised his right hand slightly and looked back at Nami. "Well, I see, I'll go get the food right now." After finishing speaking, Sanji flicked the cigarette in his hand, then turned around and walked towards the pile of rubble without looking at Judge beside him. "Zoro, Usopp, come and help," Sanji said as he rummaged through Ishizui. Zoro made a light, glanced at Judge in front of him, and then Vivi stepped sideways and walked directly in front of him. Judge squinted Vivi's eyes, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes, but soon it disappeared again. And all this he did, except for Chen Mu who felt it. No one else noticed. Vivi twitched at the corner of Chen Mu's mouth and casually glanced at the dark-faced Judge, then he didn't pay any more attention. Soon, a hearth made of gravel piled up, just like this appeared in front of everyone. Usopp wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Sanji, can this be done?" Sanji gave a calm, and began to set up the special kitchen utensils. Judge, who witnessed all this, shook his beard with anger, and stopped even if he wanted to scold him. But Chen Mu turned his head lightly and stared at Judge coldly. At this moment, Judge's whole body trembled, and his whole body was like falling into an ice cellar. Terrible oppression. Seeing that Judge was so easily shocked by him, Chen Mu himself was a little surprised. This conqueror is already so easy to use. Chen Mu smiled contemptuously, and then slowly restrained his breath. As Chen Mu took his breath away, Judge felt his whole body light up, and the 10,000-pound weight on his back instantly dissipated. Judge wiped the sweat from his face, and there was still a trace of horror in his eyes. This guy really protects them. Thinking of this, Judge's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at Sanji, who was playing with the stone tool. Don't do it. What kind of food can you make in such a bad environment? Sanji moved for a while, but soon resumed his serious cooking look. Usopp, help me get a piece of frozen meat. Take out the frozen meat from the white box on your left, and put it in the stone basin on the side. Usopp did as he was told. When he opened the white box, a cold air burst out instantly. Wow, so cold. Usopp gritted his teeth and dragged a huge piece of hind leg meat from the white ice box. The huge piece of meat was not frozen, but was covered with a layer of frost. Then hurriedly put it into the stone basin. Sanji, when did you buy this refrigerator? Usopp said shiveringly. Bowed his head busy, and replied without looking up. This is not mine, it is Disolo's and the others. Usopp was stunned, and then exclaimed. Disolo. Because the distance was too close, Zoro's ears were a little numb when he was shocked by the loud cry, and when even he tilted his head with disgust, he pulled out his ears and said. Ah, it's really noisy. Hearing the words, Usopp turned around and said to Zoro. Zoro, that's Disolo, Disolo. Zoro frowned in disgust, and said impatiently, I heard it, so what is it? Usopp was stunned for a moment, then stared hard at his eyes, and lost his voice. Aren't you curious? Zoro rolled his eyes at Usopp and replied indifferently. Not curious. Usopp. At this moment, Sanji picked up the towel and wiped his hands, took over the topic of Usopp, and said. This thing was moved by Disolo's younger brothers. After finishing speaking, Sanji put the yellow towel aside and walked towards the large piece of meat that was thawing. At the same time, he continued, go to the side of the boat and see if there is a gravel mountain on the edge of the square. Crumble Mountain. Usopp was startled, then hurried to the side of the boat and stared into the distance. Sure enough, among the pile of collapsed ruins, there was a particularly conspicuous one, and at a glance it could be seen that it was a man-made gravel mountain. Usopp frowned in confusion and asked. Ah, I saw that, but does this have anything to do with Disolo? Turned his head and responded, under that rocky mountain is the going that Disaro returned to us, as well as some household items. I took this refrigerator from there. Ah, so that's what it is, scaring me to death. Usopp breathed a sigh of relief. Sigh and a short hiss, as long as it's not a trap left by that guy Disolo. Speaking of which, except for Usopp, everyone turned to look at Chen Mu. Chen Mu Vivi was stunned for a moment, then blinked his eyes in confusion, and said. What do you see me doing? Nami looked at Chen Mu with a complicated expression, and said, Disolo shouldn't come here again. After all, the news of Uncle's return. He's old. Nami spread her hands helplessly, and continued, besides, the lightning fluctuations just now were so obvious, this guy Disolo should be hiding somewhere in fear at this time. Hee hee. Chen Mu twitched the corners of his mouth and laughed awkwardly. Then, I muttered in my heart. I'm not angry, and I didn't mean to kill him. Seeing Chen Mu's appearance, everyone smiled helplessly. At this moment, Judge suddenly said. Sanji, the Germa Kingdom is your home, you can go and use the kitchen. Sanji Vivi was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head sadly, and said. I'm just Sanji, I have nothing to do with the Vinsmoke family now, and the affairs of the Germa kingdom have nothing to do with me. Judge was startled, then slowly gritted his teeth. Don't forget, your blood is the blood of our Vinsmoke family. As long as you are alive, you will be a warrior of our Germa kingdom. Hearing this, Sanji is cold and Isho. Hee, warrior. After speaking, Sanji continued to lower his head and get busy. At this moment, Chen Mu, who was worried about his mission, just came out to smooth things out. Don't worry, Tilda, we still have some time to get along, just talk slowly. Looking at Chen Mu, who was full of smiles, Judge was slightly stunned. At the same time, he slandered in his heart, this guy. Is he such a capricious person? Then I have to pay attention. Seeing that the relationship between the two fathers and sons was getting worse and worse, Chen Mu suddenly felt a headache. This damn task, you are embarrassing me, old Chen. Chen Mu scratched his head with a tangled face. At this time, Sanji didn't pay attention to Judge anymore, and concentrated on handling the ingredients. I saw him pick up the thawed thigh meat from the stone basin full of ice water, and put it on a flat stone plate, ready to start cutting it, and then put it into the pot. Baby 5, wearing a maid outfit, jumped directly onto the Sunny with an incomparably thick giant tree. Boom, click, click. Facing the Baby 5 who jumped down violently, Sunny let out his own unique wailing. For a time, the hull shook, and the wooden planks began to crack slightly. On the outside of the Sunny's hull, most of the iron nails at the seams were also shaken out. Ah, be careful. Nami screamed and supported Robin, who almost fell into the crack. Chopper stood unsteady and fell directly into the cracked gap. Fortunately, Zoro was quick-witted, grabbed its short legs and rescued him. Zoro, thank you, Chopper said tearfully. Zoro raised his eyebrows and sighed, you have to be careful, Chopper. After speaking, Zoro lifted Chopper directly and placed it on top of his head. And Chopper also hugged Zoro's head tightly. The already broken Sunny is now on the verge of falling apart. The party involved in this incident, Miss Baby 5, was completely unaware of it. I saw her throwing her hands to the side, throwing the incomparably huge tree aside. With a loud bang, the Sunny shook again. The happy Baby 5, however, ran towards Chen Mu regardless, and then threw himself into his arms. Ah, honey, we haven't seen each other for a day, Baby 5 said with an intoxicated face. After he finished speaking, he rubbed Chen Mu's chest with his cheek. The muscles on Chen Mu's face twitched, and he said with a stiff expression. Can you let me go first? As if he had never heard of it, Baby 5 was still addicted to Chen Mu's masculinity. Chen Mu raised his eyebrows, then sighed heavily, saying, Baby 5, I need you now. Need you to get up from my chest. Touching that keyword switch, Baby 5 opened her beautiful eyes instantly. Then, with those big flashing eyes, he stared at Chen Mu Dao closely. Did you just crave me? Chen Mu. Chen Mu twitched the corners of his mouth in embarrassment, then nodded stiffly, and said, Ah, well. This, Baby 5 smiled instantly, and then suddenly let go of the hands that embraced Chen Mu. Looking at Baby 5 whose eyes were glowing, Chen Mu sighed and said, Why did you bring Adam here? Baby 5 looked at Chen Mu with a look of spring breeze, and said madly, I know it is very important to you, so I will come to you with it. After speaking, he blinked his eyes, looking forward to Chen Mu's praise. Chen Mushi smiled and shook his head, then raised his hand and rubbed Baby 5 feet's hair, saying, Okay, then, hard work for you. After speaking, Chen Mu gently issued towards her. At this moment, Baby 5 feet's cheeks quickly flushed red, and bursts of powerful heartbeats entered Chen Mu's ears. Chen Mu Vivi was cold, and then complained in the bottom of his heart. Good guy, this powerful heartbeat is about to catch up with Ki. Gee that guy's Emperor engine. And just when Chen Mu secretly complained, the very familiar system prompt sound resounded in his mind again. Ding! Found the treasure tree atom, found the broken Sunny. Close black lens bracket. Ding! The forging conditions have been met, whether to forge, strengthen, immediately. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket yes, no. Close black lens bracket. ... This chapter is over. Chapter 125 The farce is over, repair the Sunny Part 2. Chapter 125 The farce is over, repair the Sunny Part 2. ... Ding! Found the treasure tree atom, found the broken Sunny. Close black lens bracket. Ding! The forging conditions have been met, whether to strengthen the forging. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket yes, no. Close black lens bracket. Chenmu Vivi was startled, and then quickly reacted. Yes, Chenmu shouted anxiously. The baby five who was immersed in love fantasy, back to reality. It also attracted everyone's attention. Under the suspicious eyes of everyone, Chenmu was a little embarrassed. Cough, cough, my throat is suddenly a little uncomfortable, open my throat, you don't need to worry about me. Chenmu coughed hard, and then explained, seriously. Nami rolled her eyes and complained, Uncle, your explanation is really far-fetched. In this regard, Chenmu can only report the embarrassment of Isho. At this moment, the sound of the system rang again. Ding! The super-large strengthening forging has started, and there are still 23 hours and 59 minutes until the end time. After listening to the prompt in his mind, Chenmu was slightly surprised. Why, I can't be used for super-large enhancements. Do you really take a tool that I can use if I want, and don't use it if I don't want to? Chenmu complained in his heart. Then, he quickly thought about how to explain it to them. It can't be said that the Sunny got better on its own. Just as Chenmu was brainstorming, thinking about how to explain it to them afterwards, the ship sprites wearing golden raincoats and holding small golden hammers were lining up at the moment, walking through the cracks in the bottom of the ship in an orderly manner. Came out. Chenmu opened his eyes and stared blankly at this scene. Ship, elves, Chenmu said in disbelief. Then after a rough count, I found that there were nearly 10, and I was shocked again. And there are so many more. This time, everyone was not frightened by him, but just looked at him strangely. However, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates narrowed their eyes, and their eyes moved with the group of villains exuding golden shimmer. Yes, it's my eyesight, I seem to see the ship spirit. Usopp muttered. I seem to see it too. Me too. At this moment, the atmosphere between the Straw Hat Pirates suddenly became strange. A flash of shock flashed in Nami's eyes, and she murmured. But, the number of ship spirits, why are there 10? At this moment, everyone was silent, and no one could answer Nami's question. The strange expressions of Chenmu and the Straw Hats made Judge and the outsiders feel very confused. Father, what is a ship spirit? Reiju turned his head suspiciously and looked at Judge beside him. Judge frowned for a while, then shook his head and said. I don't know either. Even Judge couldn't answer her, so Reiju pouted unhappily. Then, driven by curiosity, he immediately asked Chenmu directly. Uncle, what are the spirits you're talking about, why haven't I seen anything? Baby Five also nodded and agreed. I didn't see it either. The voices of the two women also pulled Chenmu's thoughts back. I saw him look at the two women in surprise, and then asked back, can't you see it? Reiju looked at Chenmu with a peaceful face, and Vivi shook his head. Baby Five in front of Chenmu was gently grabbing the clothes on his chest, looking like he was about to cry. My dear, am I blind? After speaking, Baby Five pursed his lips pitifully. Seeing the tears flashing in Baby 5 Feet's eyes, Chenmu's eyes twitched. No, you're not blind, I made a mistake. Chenmu comforted Baby 5, and then explained to the two of them, ship elves, the crew needs to cherish the ship very much, and they must also achieve a certain degree of intimacy with the ship. Only when these two situations occur at the same time, it may be possible to give birth to a ship spirit. Quote, "When the ship spirits are born, they will treat themselves as crew members, and they will quietly perform routine maintenance on the ship in the dead of night." When Chen Mu finished speaking, Baby 5 nodded in understanding, while Reiju frowned and thought. On the other side, Usopp Vivi lowered his head and said in a choked tone. "I once saw this scene on the Mary, and I did see it repairing the ship that night, and when I saw it, it would deliberately stop its movements and smile at me tenderly." Smile. When the voice fell, Usopp bowed his head and fell silent. At this time, everyone in the Straw Hats also remembered the scene of sending off the Mei Li number, and for a while, tears flashed in everyone's eyes. Just when the atmosphere gradually turned to sadness, a crisp and long ding sounded into everyone's ears. Chen Mu and the others turned their heads, raised their heads in unison, looking in the direction of Baoshu Adam. I saw that this group of elves wearing golden raincoats and exuding soft light all over their bodies were raising the little golden hammer in their hands again at this time and knocking down on the treasure tree Adam. Ding tilde tilde tilde. Everyone was stunned and wondered in the bottom of their hearts. What's the matter with this brittle metal sound? Can wood make such a sound? Or is it unique to Adam's treasure tree? Thinking of this, Nami and the others all turned their attention to Frankie. And Frankie looked at the ship elf with an incredible look and exclaimed. "It's impossible. Without special tools, there is no way to cut the Adam's treasure tree normally, and how can it be possible to repair the Sunny with just a simple tap?" Everyone Vivi was stunned, and then instantly figured out the key point. Yes. The only tool for these little guys is this golden hammer. How could it be possible to repair the Sunny just based on this? Thinking of this, Nami and the others gradually felt a little sad in their hearts. Could it be, the ship spirit is here to take the Sunny's last ride? At this time, whether it was Sanji who was processing the ingredients, or Luffy who opened his mouth to shout hungry, or even Zoro, a cold and tough guy, Vivi frowned. At the same time, everyone's faces were full of sadness and misery. However, Chen Yu, who had been staring at the ship spirit, realized that something was wrong. "Look at all of you, the size of the Adam treasure tree. Is it getting smaller?" Chen Yu asked suspiciously. Everyone was stunned. Then he quickly put away his sadness and focused his eyes on the group of elves again. Just stared at it for half a minute. Usopp's pupils shrank, and he said in shock, "It's true, the size of the treasure tree Adam is really small. Ah, why didn't I see it?" Chopper lay on top of Zoro's head, and responded anxiously while rolling his eyes. At this time, Nami was also shocked and said in shock, "I saw it." Robin also echoed. "Well, I also saw it, but the size of the treasure tree Adam is small." "Ah, I seem to see it too, even though I don't have eyes, yo hoo hoo hoo." At this moment, everyone saw the change of the treasure tree Adam. But new questions arose. Why did the treasure tree Adam get smaller? Can they really fix the Sunny? As for Chen Yu, Vivi cocked the corners of his mouth, knowing that it was time, so he stood up and said loudly. "The existence of ship spirits has always been extremely mysterious, so don't worry about it." Everyone turned their heads in confusion and waited quietly for Chen Mu's next sentence. Sure enough, Chen Mu lightly coughed and straightened his throat, then smiled. "Frankie said just now that the incomparably hard Adam treasure tree can only be cut with special tools, but you have also seen that the treasure tree Adam is slowly shrinking under the beating of the ship elves. I believe everyone I have guessed something in my heart. Quote. Then, I'm not going to sell it, everyone, please see. Please, gesture to Nami and the others." The crowd came over suspiciously. "What are you looking at, uncle? I was confused by what you said." Nami's voice became smaller and smaller. "Ah, Sunny, it. Look at the weak light that is constantly shining in the cracks in the hull, and the bottom of the ship that is gradually being repaired." Nami couldn't help but exclaimed, the Sunny is really being repaired. Frankie's eyes were wide open, and with a look of disbelief, he said in shock. How is this possible? Usopp, on the other hand, shook his fist vigorously and said excitedly. I knew the ship spirit would do it. After he finished speaking, he put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. Seeing that the atmosphere gradually became more relaxed, Chenmu also wiped the sweat on his forehead and whispered. Finally, it's over. After speaking, Chenmu clapped his hands lightly and motioned everyone to turn around. Everyone turned around suspiciously and looked at Chenmu, who had a confident smile on his face. Chenmu was also unambiguous, and said directly. It will take a long time for the Sunny to be completely repaired. During this time, we can't waste our time. Let's just wait here. Everyone tilted their heads in confusion. Chenmu smiled meaningfully, and said slowly, it's better. I'll give you an emergency special training to temporarily improve your strength. It's better than when I'm away, you can deal with it more naturally. Strong enemy. After speaking, Chenmu looked at everyone with a gentle expression. Nami, Usopp, Chopper swallowed nervously. As for the fighter Zoro and the helmsman Jinbei, their expressions were like a calm lake, without any waves. However, judging from the actions of the two men rolling up their sleeves and putting on their headscarves, everyone knew that these two belligerent guys were ready. In this regard, Chenmu also smiled, gently. When Zoro Jinbei took a stance and Zoro drew 3 knives, Nami and the others hesitated for a while, and said, then. We also. Nami, what are you doing? Stop now. Usopp tugged at Nami's arm and exclaimed in a low voice. Nami turned her head and looked at Usopp, who was nervous, and then looked at his shoulders. Chopper, whose face was full of longing for life, the blue veins on his forehead jumped up unconsciously. You 2 guys. Dua. G. Dua. G. After 2 bangs, Nami gently blew away the rising heat from her fist, and said firmly. We are all right, Uncle, you can arrange it. Luffy stared at the 2 sunken eye sockets, leaned against Jinbei's shoulders with difficulty, and then stretched out his hand to Chenmu tremblingly. I want to participate too, I'm so hungry. After saying that, Luffy's stomach groaned. In response, Sanji Vivi glanced sideways at Luffy, then turned around and left in the direction of the stove. Sanji's departure made Chenmu anxious. You must know that his special training this time was specially organized for him, Sanji. After all, there is enough place to show off his fists, and only the school grounds of Germa Kingdom are left. Therefore, Chenmu hurriedly said. Sanji, wait a minute. When Sanji heard the words, Vivi froze and said without looking back. Is something wrong? Pause, he added, as the cook on the ship, my captain is hungry, so my first task is naturally to make a delicious meal. Hearing this, Chenmu choked and slowly put his hand down. Seeing that Sanji rejected Chenmu so directly, Judge stared at him and shouted angrily. Men should choose to fight instead of facing these irresistible ingredients every day. Hearing this, Sanji clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth and shouted. You are not qualified to order me now. I am your father. The moment you put me in the cell, I cut ties with you. Sanji replied angrily. You bastard. Judge gritted his teeth. At this time, Reiju suddenly took a step and stood in front of Judge. Reiju, do you still want to protect him now? Judge shouted lowly. Facing Judge with an angry face, Reiju calmly shook his head and said. Let me go and talk to Sanji. After speaking, regardless of Judge's reaction, he turned around and walked towards Sanji. Watching this scene, Chenmu pouted and said nothing, and the others watched Reiju walk towards Sanji quietly. It didn't take long for Reiju to walk up to Sanji. Looking at this incomplete kitchen counter, Reiju Vivi frowned, and then softly comforted. Sanji, come back with us, Germa has a better kitchen. Didn't respond to Reiju, he still held the newly bought delicate kitchen knife, and then slowly decomposed the meat into pieces of complete steak, and smeared the prepared dipping sauce. Reiju was not discouraged, but gently touched Sanji's head and said, "Yeah, Sanji has grown up and already has his own ideas." Frowned, then gently blocked Reiju's hand, saying, "I'm doing well here, I'm not going back, you go." Reiju didn't care either. He lightly held the right hand that was blocked by Sanji, and said to himself, "Can you really cook delicious food in such an environment, or do you think that as long as the captain can eat enough, it doesn't matter if the food is rough, then it's fine for me to say no?" Hearing this, Sanji, who was slicing meat, paused. Reiju was not in a hurry, and looked at the younger brother with a gentle expression. Sanji, on the other hand, frowned tightly and fell into a tangle. After a while, Sanji let out a weak breath and said, "I'll go back with you." Then, he hurriedly added, "I'm just borrowing your kitchen, and we'll pay enough berry after the cooking is done." After speaking, Sanji turned to look at Nami. Nami quietly turned her head and pretended not to see it. Today's sunshine is really comfortable, presumably the oranges will also be growing. Very good. Speaking of this, Nami lowered her head in frustration. These orange trees were specially transplanted by Nami from the orange orchard in Kokoyashi village in memory of her adoptive mother, Belmere, and have special commemorative significance. However, under the furious attack of Marine Admiral Akainu, it turned into a pile of ashes. Nami pursed her lips, trying her best not to let the tears fall from her eyes. Although Nami controlled her emotions, the sadness spread quietly. "Nami." Usopp opened his mouth, but didn't know how to comfort him. At this moment, Chenmu pinched his chin and said tentatively, "How about, I'll put a bounty on the black market for someone to transplant a batch of orange trees from Kokoyashi village and send them over to us." Everyone, black market reward. Nami was stunned for a moment, and said with a puzzled face, "Uncle, can you post a reward on the black market?" "I can't," Chenmu replied calmly. Everyone. Looking at the twitching corners of everyone's mouth, Chenmu hurriedly explained, "But someone can post a reward." Robin frowned, as if he had thought of something, and tentatively said, "This person you are talking about is not." Chenmu looked at Robin, nodded with a smile, and said, "That's right, it's him, Don Quixote Doflamingo." Doflamingo. Usopp and the others were shocked. Chenmu narrowed his eyes, pointed to the back with a smile, and said, "Well, he's being held by me in the Germa Kingdom's prison now, do you want to see it?" No, we won't go to see him." Usopp waved his hand hastily, for fear that if he speaks slowly, Chenmu will take him to prison. "That kind of dangerous guy, it's better to stay away from him, who knows if he has a backhand." Looking at Usopp's face full of fear, Chenmu shrugged and said, "Okay, then I'll find him myself." After speaking, Chenmu turned to look at Sanji and said, "Then can we go now?" Sanji glanced at Nami, Vivi sighed, and said, "Come on, go to the kingdom of Germa." ... This chapter is over. Chapter 126 Zoro Jinbei teamed up versus Chenmu. Chapter 126 Zoro Jinbei teamed up versus Chenmu. Disalo, Golden Harbor. At this point, Judge and Reiju were back on the Germa snail boat. The Sunny, which was more than 3 times smaller than the snail boat, was entering the stage of self-repair in an orderly manner. Of course, this self-repair was all based on the golden boat spirit provided by the system. Judge stood on the edge of the large snail boat, looking down calmly. And Reiju, with a grin on his lips at this moment, stood beside Judge with a calm expression on his face. Judge Vivi rolled his eyes at Reiju beside him, and said in a flat tone, "You seem happy." Reiju smiled and nodded in response. "Well, there is a point. After all, this is the first time Sanji has returned." Hearing Reiju's words, Judge Vivi frowned. Then, he said calmly, "Your feelings seem to be richer than your younger brother's." Listening to Judge's implied words, Reiju softened Isho without answering. And Judge just frowned and didn't say any more. At this moment, the two tacitly kept silent, quietly waiting for everyone to board the boat. After a while, the Sunny's impromptu meeting ended. Chenmu turned around first, raised his head calmly, and looked at Judge and Reiju standing on the edge of the snail boat. Vivi's lips curled up. Immediately afterwards, Chenmu's body flashed and disappeared directly from the spot. And a judge, who was paying attention to Chenmu's movements, saw a flash of shock in his eyes after seeing Chenmu suddenly disappear. What a great speed! While Judge was still in shock, a sudden explosion of thunder sounded beside his ears. Crack! Judge's pupils shrank and he quickly turned around. Seeing Chenmu who was full of lightning, Judge frowned and took a half step back. Judge with eyes full of fear, Chenmu saran Isho and said, "Don't be nervous, I'm just coming up in advance to prepare." Chenmu turned his head and said to Reiju, "Where is your school ground?" The corners of Reiju's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at Chenmu in a relaxed manner. "You really just want to know this?" Chenmu was stunned for a moment, then looked at the seemingly non-existent smile in Reiju's eyes, and immediately understood. I saw Chenmu rolled his eyes and pouted, "Otherwise you think." But before Chenmu finished speaking, his face suddenly turned pale. Oops! Chenmu was startled, knowing that the small problem had come to the fore again, so he hurriedly took out the mirror from the system space. When Jinghuashuiyu appeared in the palm of his hand, Chenmu then breathed a sigh of relief. Then, I complained in the bottom of my heart. The fear of heights can be alleviated, but there is no cure for the ghost problem of seasickness. It's really annoying. Chenmu fell into thinking, but it surprised Judge and Reiju. Judge's eyes twitched as he looked at the guy who said, "Don't hurt you," but turned his head and took out the knife. This guy, is he talking so casually? He just turned his head, so he doesn't take it seriously. But fortunately, after Chenmu clenched the long knife, he just stood there frowning. And the aura on his body is still very peaceful, and no murderous intent emerges, otherwise. Judge would have to choose to run away now, instead of standing still and complaining. But at the same time, Judge frowned. Why is it that when I faced this guy, I didn't even have any desire to fight, instead I just wanted to escape? What the hell is going on? Judge also fell into contemplation. That is, while the three of them were having their own thoughts, Zoro casually put his right hand on the hilt of the knife and stepped up with a leisurely face. Although Zoro looked very sloppy at this time, there was a sharpness hidden in the bottom of his eyes. And, as anyone who knows him a little bit knows, as long as Zoro wears a black hood, it means he's ready to fight. After Zoro got on the boat, he glanced at Chenmu in a trance not far away, stepped on the gray stone deck, and slowly walked towards Chenmu. And closely behind Zoro is Jinbei with a calm face. Then, there are Sanji with frowning brows, Nami with a curious face, and Robin with an intellectual smile. When several people stood around Chenmu, Usopp, who was reluctant, walked slowly to the boat. Chopper, who had transformed into a reindeer, because he was carrying Luffy, who was about to faint from hunger. I'm so hungry, I want food, I want meat. At this moment, Luffy was lying weakly on Chopper's back. Chopper turned his head nervously and said, "Luffy, hold on, you'll have something to eat soon." Meat, meat. As he spoke, Luffy twitched his nose abruptly and sniffed hard. Then, he slowly opened his mouth. Chopper was taken aback. Then he hurriedly turned his head, with tears in the corners of his eyes, he said to Usopp in front of him. "Usopp, help me, Luffy, he's hungry, he wants to eat me." Chopper's heart-wrenching cry. Usopp froze and turned his head hastily. It was at this moment that he saw the scene where Luffy opened his mouth wide and was about to bite down at Chopper's neck. Usopp was in a hurry, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and then he ran back to Chopper in a hurry, holding Luffy's chin, but he didn't let him fall. Luffy, this is a chopper, not food. Usopp gritted his teeth. And this scene happened to be seen by Zoro and others. Zoro's eyes twitched at the moment, and he was unable to complain. Sanji first glanced at Luffy in surprise, then frowned, turned to Reiju not far away and said, "Where's the kitchen?" Reiju turned his head and replied, "I'll take you there." After speaking, he took the first step and walked to the steeple castle in the distance. At this time, Chenmu also retreated from his thoughts. What are Usopp and Luffy doing? Chenmu looked at Zoro suspiciously. Zoro's mouth twitched, and he turned his head. Apparently, Luffy's idiocy was incomprehensible. Seeing that Zoro didn't answer, Chenmu scratched his head in confusion. Is it the wrong way for me to ask? Chenmu shrugged, then turned to look at Robin. Robin, Chenmu called out tentatively. Robin was stunned for a while, then covered his mouth and chuckled, explaining to Chenmu. Luffy is just hungry. Chenmu let out an "oh," with a vague understanding, then turned to look at Sanji and Reiju who were leaving. Should I follow up and see? Chenmu was a little confused. No wonder Chenmuduo thought, after all, Sanji has already boarded the ship, but the Go system has not sent any hints for hidden tasks. Don't give any hints, this hidden task is really able to hide. Chenmu pouted and slowly took his eyes back. At this time, Usopp also successfully subdued Captain Luffy. At least Chopper looks safe. After a while, Sanji and Reiju appeared one after another. Behind the two, followed by 5 cooks in white chef uniforms, and each of them pushed a dining cart and slowly walked out of the gate of the steeple castle. At this moment, Chenmu was sitting cross-legged on the ground, feeling sleepy, when suddenly a very strong smell of meat slowly drifted over. Chenmu shrugged his nose and muttered, "It smells so good." Soon as he finished speaking, Chenmu's stomach groaned. Chenmu blushed. Nami shook her head and laughed, and said, "Uncle, if you're hungry, go eat with Luffy." Chenmu touched his nose and said a little embarrassedly, "Is this appropriate? What's wrong with this? It's you, Uncle. You should worry about whether you can grab food from Luffy. After all, Luffy's current state. But it's very edible." Unexpectedly, before Nami's voice fell, Chenmu turned into a gust of wind and ran towards the dining car team. Whoosh tilde. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, and Chenmu, who had saliva at the corner of his mouth, appeared beside the dining car. Looking at Chenmu who was about to lift the lid of the silver dinner plate, Sanji hurriedly stopped. Hey, this is for Luffy, not much preparation." Hearing this, Chenmu's movements froze, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. Then, Chenmu lowered his head and retracted his hand in frustration. "Oh, well," Chenmu said weakly. Seeing Chenmu's appearance, Reiju, who had been following Sanji's side, had a hint of surprise in his eyes. "I didn't expect that Sanji's words would actually work so well. Maybe he can really help his father. Maybe he can take this opportunity to ease the relationship between him and us." Reiju is now in deep thought. Just when Reiju was thinking about it, Sanji sighed helplessly and said, "Hey, I really can't do anything about you. Forget it, you and I go back to the kitchen." After speaking, Sanji said to the 5 cautious cooks behind him, "Just put the dining car here, thank you so much." "No, Sanji-sama, you are too polite." The cooks hurriedly nodded their heads in return. Sanji sighed helplessly and said, Well, then you go back to the kitchen with me first. I may still need to make a lot of food, because someone." After finishing speaking, Sanji glanced at Chenmu who was smirking, and then left with a group of cooks. Of course, Chenmu also followed with a smile on his face. After all, if he was asked to stay and watch Luffy eat, he might not be able to control himself. No, as soon as Chenmu left, Luffy crawled over on the ground like a caterpillar. Usopp fell to the ground, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and sighed. If Sanji were to slow down any longer, I really can't hold Luffy anymore. Chopper echoed with a serious look on his face. If you look closely, you can see a aftermath in Chopper's dilated pupils. And our classmate One Piece King Luffy, when he swallowed the first big meat, his complexion quickly improved. At the same time, the speed of eating is getting faster and faster. When Luffy was eating and drinking wildly, Nami raised the corner of Vivi's mouth, and at the same time, whispered softly, "Just wake up." Zoro and Jinbei, on the other hand, have been staring at the direction Shenmue left. The two have been quietly watching the direction Shenmue left. 1 minute has passed. 5 minutes have passed. 10 minutes have passed. After waiting for a long time, the two gradually lost patience. Zoro's eyes became dry due to staring at one place for a long time. Zoro raised his right hand, pressed his temple a few times, and said impatiently, "This guy, how long is it going to eat?" Jinbei, who had been standing beside him and didn't speak, slowly opened his mouth and said in a low tone, "The old man, go and have a look." Speaking, Jinbei directly raised his legs and walked towards the open castle gate. Zoro's face was still calm, and he just stood there quietly, letting Jinbei leave. When Jinbei walked into the gate of the castle, Zoro took out the white long knife and the word Daoyi without haste, put it to his mouth and bit it, then turned his hands up and down, and took out the remaining Chushui and the 3 generations of ghosts. "Come out." After setting up the 3-knife style, Zoro narrowed his eyes and stared at the castle gate. If I remember correctly, this guy seems to hate people disturbing his meal. As soon as Zoro's thoughts fell, Jinbei's stout figure flew out directly from the gate. It is as expected. When he saw Jinbei's figure flying upside down, Zoro's eyes suddenly froze, and the muscles all over his body tightened at this moment. Bang tilde tilde. With the sound of a heavy object landing, Jinbei, who flew upside down nearly 30 meters in the air, finally stopped. I saw Zobaba's footprint on the clothes on Jinbei's chest. Just judging from the degree of depression, you can see how powerful this person is. Jinbei covered his chest with his left hand and got up from the ground while coughing. At the same time, he stared at the door with a dignified expression, and said in a calm voice, "Be careful, he's coming out soon." In response, Zoro just gave a calm, Then he silently placed the 2 knives behind his left shoulder, in a posture of a pair of knives on his back. 3 Swords, Extreme, Tiger Hunt, is charging. With the power of the move, Zoro's breath slowly became longer, and a faint white blade light gradually appeared on the blade. Just as the two were calmly responding, Chen Emu's indistinct voice slowly came out from the castle gate. "It's rude to disturb other people's meals, don't you know, Jinbei?" After speaking, Chen Mu slowly walked out from the gate. In this regard, Jinbei just frowned, not intending to answer. Obviously, he is also gaining momentum. At this moment, Chen Mu flicked the toothpick that was picking his teeth into the air, then calmly glanced at Zoro who was ready to go, and said, "Since you guys can't wait to fight, then I won't hide it." After speaking, Chen Mu slowly raised the mirrored long knife in his hand and calmly said, "Since that breakthrough, I've always been curious about where the limit of my physical strength will be. But I know that there is no one who can hold my full punch. There should be no one. You bastard, don't look down on me." Zoro's face sank, and he swung his sword directly at Chen Mu. 3 Swords, Extreme, Tiger Hunting. In an instant, 3 white sword chi, in a horizontal and 2 vertical posture, quickly slashed towards Chen Mu. At this time, Jinbei was also unequivocal. He stepped on the ground with the soles of his feet and jumped directly in the direction of Chen Mu. "Sharkwa, Jungchen," Jinbei shouted in a deep voice. At the same time, facing Zoro's fierce saber aura and Jinbei rushing down from midair, Chenmu said calmly with a calm expression. Let's fight my clone. After finishing speaking, Chenmu swung down the long knife forcefully. In an instant, a wisp of white mist spread out from the knife, and then a figure condensed directly in front of Chenmu. And at this time, Zoro Jinbei's attack came at this moment. This chapter is over. Chapter 127 Chenmu's Training, Endless Battle. Chapter 127 Chenmu's Training, Endless Battle. 3 Swords, Extreme Tiger Hunting. Sharkwa, Zheng Quan. The attacks of the two, one up and one down, came towards Chenmu. Chenmu rolled his eyes at Zoro, who came first, and raised his eyebrows rather boringly as he looked at the blue tiger that he had transformed into with his saber chi. Then, he walked into the castle without looking back. And the avatar he condensed with Jinghuashuiyu stretched out his hands calmly, aiming at Zoro's blue tiger and Jinbei's frontal punch. I saw that. Chenmu opened his lips lightly and slowly spit out a few words. Going. Hard walls. As soon as the voice fell, a dense blue electric current flashed from Chenmu's palms, and scattered directly towards the surrounding. In an instant, a stream of going solution gathered from all directions, and quickly turned into a golden sphere, wrapping Chenmu in it. 1 floor, 2 floors, 5 floors, 10 floors. The blink of an eye, the going spheres have already been added to 10 layers. At this time, Zoro, who was attacking wildly, also came to the golden ball. Clang! With a sound, Zoro, who was shrouded in the sword-like tiger, slashed hard at the periphery of the going ball. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere. Although Zoro tried his best at this time, he only cut through the outer 3-layer going wall. Looking at this sturdy wall, Zoro pressed down with his 2 knives, and at the same time, his body leapt backwards by the shocking force of the golden ball. After landing, Zoro narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Ordinary moves really can't help this guy, so I have to be serious." Words fell, and Zoro's pupils suddenly condensed. Immediately afterwards, 3 black air currents appeared and quickly wrapped around the long knife. Armament, black knife. Just as Zoro was gaining momentum, on the other side of the battlefield, Jinbei's powerful punch, which came heavily, slammed directly on the hard-going barrier. Boom! With the sound of an extremely heavy metal crash, Jinbei's right fist slammed directly into the going barrier. Under this tremendous force, Jinbei almost smashed his entire forearm into it. Going wall that Chenmu condensed was too strong, so Jinbei not only failed to break through the wall, but also sunk his arm into it. A stream of going solution converged towards the depression, and also fitted Jinbei's arm into it. Jinbei gritted his teeth, trying to pull his arm out of the going solution that had not yet solidified. But no matter how much strength he used, he just couldn't pull his arm out of it, as if there was a huge suction force. Seeing that it was hopeless to draw out, Jinbei immediately bit and said, "Armed, plum skin." With a trembling, Jinbei's right arm quickly turned into a shiny black iron arm. And the going solution that was slowly flowing to Jinbei's arm was also shaken away at this moment and fell towards the ground. Looking at the golden solution scattered on the ground, but it didn't take long to gather again, Jinbei took a deep breath and grabbed his right arm with his left hand. One-handed, over the shoulder to fall. Jinbei shouted loudly, then used his waist to quickly lift the huge golden ball above his head, then turned around and smashed towards the ground. Boom! The moment the huge golden ball collided with the ground, there was a huge roar. At the same time, countless small rocks splashed around, and a large cloud of dust and mist rose rapidly. Looking at the dusty smoke Jinbei created, Judge said in shock, "This fish man, what a powerful force." While others watched this scene, Vivi was shocked in their hearts. Jinbei attack and defense are so strong. On the other hand, Nami was different from everyone else. She just stared at the going ball where Chenmu was, and the smile on the corner of her mouth became more and more intense. Can control going as you like on other ships. Uncle's ability is a natural gold digger. Nami stared at the going ball, and the light in her eyes became more and more attractive. Usopp Vivi was startled and turned to look at Nami. When he saw the undisguised greed in Nami's eyes, Usopp lowered his head and sighed, saying, "I knew it would be like this." After speaking, Usopp raised his head with a look of disappointment, and said in an extremely vicissitudes of life. "Our own boat has not been repaired, and now we have broken down the boat of Sanji's family. It's a bunch of people who don't make people worry." Usopp sighed and sneaked behind Judge quietly. And Judge, who was attentively watching the two men who were attacking frantically in the field, had no idea that Usopp had touched his back. "Hey Tilda, Father Sanji, Uncle Tilda," Usopp said in a low voice. Judge Vivi was startled, then turned his head suddenly and looked at Usopp, who was sneaking. "Huh, what are you doing? Shish, be quiet so they don't hear it." Usopp pressed his hand urgently, and then made a silence gesture to Judge. Judge Vivi frowned, confusion flashing across his eyes. Seeing Judge no longer speak, Usopp quietly relieved. Judge's tall body, Usopp secretly looked at the fiery Zoro and Jinbei who were fighting, and said cautiously, "Uncle, do you have an escape boat here? Borrow me first, and I will return it later." Hearing this, Judge already knew it. I saw a twitch at the corner of his mouth, and his tone was somewhat sarcastic. "Oh, did you think you were going to run away before the fight started?" Usopp was stunned for a moment, then curled his lips and said in a disgusting tone, "Tisk, since you are so disdainful, Uncle, then my urgent training quota. I will give it to you, Uncle." After speaking, Usopp folded his arms and waited for Judge's reply in a leisurely manner. Judge twitched the corners of his eyes, then silently raised his right arm, pointing in the direction of the stern. "Spare lifeboat, over there." Usopp, Isho, then gave Judge a thumbs up and said, "Thank you Uncle, we have the opportunity to drink together." After speaking, Usopp slowly hunched his waist, and then slipped towards the stern lightly. At this moment, a nearly transparent silk thread quickly shot out from the small hole at the top of the golden sphere, and after wrapping twice in the clouds in the sky, it quickly shot towards Usopp, who was sneaking away. Whoosh! Usopp's oracle moved, and he seemed to hear an extremely subtle sound of breaking through the air. Immediately afterwards, Usopp stared, and an alarm bell rang frantically in his heart. Oops! There was a sneak attack. As soon as Usopp thought about it, the transparent thread fell on him instantly. Quote question mark question mark question mark. 3 question marks quickly appeared on Usopp's head. Immediately afterwards, Usopp turned around, his legs were a little stiff, and he walked towards the center of the battlefield. Feeling that someone suddenly joined the battlefield, Zoro slashed the golden ball with both knives, and then jumped back. Knife back, Zoro turned his head and looked in the direction of Usopp. I saw Usopp shaking his legs and walking towards him, with difficulty. So, Zoro, you have to protect me, Usopp said tremblingly. Zoro, who was a little out of breath, coughed violently when he was choked by Usopp's words. Cough cough. You, don't come here if you don't want to fight, go over there quickly. After that, Zoro put on his stance again, ready to attack Chenmu again. At this time, Usopp walked towards Zoro with firm steps. At the same time, tearfully said, I think so too, but my body is out of my control. Zoro was startled, then turned to look at Usopp again. Immediately afterwards, Zoro squinted Vivi's right eye and saw the thin transparent line on the top of Usopp's head. A means of manipulating the enemy, Zoro murmured. Then, Zoro Vivi lowered his waist and raised his left arm upwards. Yidaolu 36 Anxiety Phoenix. With a light drink, Zoro swung the knife outrageously. In an instant, a blue chopper swirled and flew towards the top of Usopp's head. Usopp's face turned pale, and he trembled. So, Zoro, what are you doing? After saying that, he closed his eyes forcefully. A gust of strong wind came, blowing Usopp's clothes. At the same time, the sharp blade she also passed directly above Usopp's head. Boom. After a soft sound, the transparent thread snapped. And Usopp, after getting rid of the parasitic wire control, suddenly fell to the ground and took a deep breath. Well, so dangerous. Looking at Usopp with a frightened face, Zoro glanced at him calmly, and then focused his attention on the golden ball that was constantly repairing slash marks and fist marks. When facing this guy, no matter what strange abilities you encounter, don't panic, because this is just one of his methods, Zoro said in a low tone. When you are confused, just wave your knife and move forward. The blade in your hand will help you cut through all the falsehoods. A drop of cold sweat fell on Usopp's cheeks, and he looked at Zoro in surprise. I saw Zoro slowly and even arms, and then slowly butt the two knife handles together, posing a pose similar to a windmill. At the same time, he whispered in his mouth. 9 mountains and 8 seas are one world, and thousands of worlds are gathered together to form a small world. This world is multiplied by 3, and those who do not have no self are continuous, the profound meaning of the 3 swords. One big 3,000 great thousand world. Speaking, Zoro spun his 2 knives rapidly, and he also quickly stepped forward, madly attacking Shenmue. At this moment, Shenmue, who was in the going sphere, suddenly flashed a warning sign in his heart. At this moment, a lavender light lit up in Shenmue's eyes, which directly penetrated the metal ball and looked outside. I saw that Zoro turned his hands sharply, danced his 2 knives like a high-speed rotating propeller, and rushed towards him. Seeing Zoro's actions, Shenmue was shocked. This is Zoro's secret / great thousand world. But why do I feel weird? A trace of doubt flashed in Shenmue's eyes. Jinbei, who kept smashing the golden ball with his left fist, wanted to draw out his right hand, suddenly had a warning sign in his heart. What a powerful breath. Jinbei was startled, then hurriedly stopped the attack, and looked at Zoro, who was rushing wildly. Zoro also saw Jinbei at this time, and he gritted his teeth and snorted. Lift him up. Jinbei nodded and made a heavy, Then take a breath. At this moment, Shenmue, who was in the going sphere, sensed Jinbei's movements through the subtle electric current in the air. Dude, do you really beat me up? As soon as the thought fell, Shenmue lost control of the going sphere, and a purple halo slowly emerged from his body, and then covered his whole body like armor. Smoke in the battlefield, outside the going sphere. Jinbei snorted, the muscles on his right arm swelled, and he lifted the heavy, oversized going ball directly above his head. Come on, Zoro. Seeing Jinbei lift the huge golden ball, Zoro's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Immediately afterwards, the speed suddenly increased, and it crossed the distance of dozens of meters in an instant, and appeared directly behind Jinbei. At this moment Jinbei's pupils were slack, and a drop of cold sweat fell from his forehead. Although Zoro attacked the golden ball above his head, Jinbei felt the threat of death at that moment. Is this the strength of the future One Piece, King of Pirates Vice Captain? Just when Jinbei was shocked, there was a crisp sound of click, and the huge gold ball, which was nearly 10 meters tall, was instantly chopped into 2 halves. Bang. With a huge shock, the top half of the golden sphere that had been chopped off smashed down. The other half remained in Jinbei's hands. Nami and the others, who had been watching the battle on the edge, were also shocked. Zoro, awesome. Chopper's eyes gleamed with excitement. And Nami was also exclaimed by Chopper's voice, pulled back from the shock, and murmured in her mouth. Zoro is this. Breaking Uncle's defense. Robin squinted his crescent-like smile and said with a chuckle. It's really rare to be able to break the defense of the uncle. Chopper echoed excitedly. Zoro, who slowly straightened up, frowned. Did you dodge? Zoro whispered. Then slowly turned around and began to look for Chen Emu's figure. Jinbei, who was standing in the center of the battlefield, smashed the semicircle on his right arm into the ground, and then slammed it hard. Crack! Suddenly, there was a crisp sound, and the golden ball, which could not be shaken at first, was now under Jinbei's tremendous force, and fine cracks slowly appeared. Jinbei's eyes flashed, then his waist sank, and he took a deep breath. Hey! Jinbei shouted angrily, and directly pulled his right arm out of Going's hemisphere. Just when Jinbei was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the ground under his feet was like water waves, with ripples. Jinbei frowned at the moment, and was about to look aside. But before Jinbei could make a move, a strong and powerful forearm suddenly stretched out from the ground and clasped his ankle. Jinbei was startled, and immediately raised his right fist, about to hit the arm at the ankle. However, a purple halo suddenly spread out from the arm. With a burst of purple light rippling, Jinbei's feet were immediately covered with a faint purple glow. Ha ha, get one. Chen Emu's light laughter came from the ground. Immediately afterwards, Chen Emu's arm that stretched out from the ground suddenly dragged Jinbei's ankle down. Instant, Jinbei fell directly into the ground below his knees. Jinbei! Zoro shouted anxiously and rushed over with the knife in hand. On Jinbei's side, after experiencing the initial panic, he quickly stabilized his mind. I saw him. Vivi bent over, and slapped his palms hard to the ground. In an instant, the gray slate cracked quickly. And Jinbei also took advantage of the moment when the floor shook, and directly pulled out his right foot from the ground. Now only the left foot is left. Jinbei took a deep breath and raised his right foot. Vivi, who was on the ground, ready to take advantage of the situation to rush out of the ground. However, Chen Emu's offensive just trapped Jinbei's feet. Obviously, Chen Emu's offensive is not over. I saw that the ground 5 meters away from Jinbei quickly rippled a circle of ripples, and Chen Mu, who was emitting a faint purple light all over his body, also slowly rose from the ground. When Chen Mu returned to the ground completely, he slowly stretched out his right hand, and then slowly spread his fingers, aiming at Jinbei who was breaking free. Vivi tickled the corner of Chen Emu's mouth and said softly, "Pet, halo." In an instant, a rapidly shaking green halo formed in Chen Emu's palm. Jinbei, look here, Chen Mu said softly. After finishing speaking, the green aperture in Chen Emu's palm that told the shaking, instantly flew away. At this time, Jinbei raised his head subconsciously when he heard Chen Emu's voice. Whoosh! An instant, Jinbei just raised his head, and before he could see what it was, the green light circled directly around his neck. Jinbei Vivi was startled, reached out and grabbed the green light circle around his neck. What is this? Jinbei frowned, holding the collar with both hands and pulling it out. Seeing this, Chen Mu, Vivi Isho, said, "This. It's a pet fruit's ability collar." Jinbei was stunned for a moment and asked in doubt, "The collar?" At this time, Zoro also came to Jinbei's side, and he directly put Goosh into the scabbard, and then tightly held the collar on Jinbei's neck with his left hand. At this moment, Jinbei didn't even bother to come out of the ground first, and now he and Zoro exerted force, one after the other, pulling hard towards the green aperture of his neck. But no matter how hard the two of them tried, they couldn't shake the collar at all. At this moment, Chen Mu said with a smile. "Don't bother, the only way to crack the pet collar is to make me faint or take the initiative to remove it." Speaking of this, Chen Mu raised his eyebrows and said in a playful tone. "You should know the meaning of the word, pet." Weird smile, on Chen Mu's face, Zoro frowned and didn't speak. And Jinbei seemed to have thought of something, frowning. Chen Mu grinned Isho and said, "It looks like you all guessed it." Pause, he continued. Since you all guessed it. Then I'll show you the disgusting part of this ability. Zoro's face sank, and he once again assumed a three-knife stance. Jinbei, attack Zoro, go all out. Chenmu said with a smile. Jinbei was stunned for a moment, then his eyes quickly turned red. So, Zoro, stay away from me, hurry. Jinbei shouted through gritted teeth. Zoro Vivi was startled, then frowned and looked at Jinbei, who was trembling all over. Jinbei, calm down, Zoro snorted softly. Go, go. Jinbei was trembling even when he spoke, and he was obviously on the verge of being uncontrollable. Zoro's expression froze, and he raised his right hand, intending to stun Jinbei directly at the handle of the knife. However, as soon as Zoro started to move, Jinbei jumped out from the ground with red eyes, and then turned around and raised his palms. Under such a close-range attack, Zoro's pupils shrank, and he didn't have time to dodge. He was directly hit in the chest by Jinbei and flew back. Fortunately, Jinbei is also using normal heavy attack at this time, not those powerful moves, otherwise Zoro will not feel so good. Ah, who? Zoro away, Jinbei stood there with red eyes, breathing extremely heavy. Seeing this scene, Chenmu raised his eyebrows in surprise, then hesitated for a while, and said, Jinbei, go and capture Usopp. Jinbei panted heavily, turned his head slowly, and stared at Usopp. Usopp was startled and hurriedly took 2 steps back. Big uncle, don't mess around, my body. Cough, the injury is not healed yet. Usopp pretended to be a patient and pretended to cough. In this regard, Chenmu just lightly said, it doesn't matter, no matter how badly you are injured, I can heal you. Usopp swallowed hard, then slowly turned his eyes to Jinbei, who was staring naked. Jinbei, he. However, before Usopp could finish speaking, Jinbei rushed over with a roar. For a while, the entire ground shook slightly. Usopp's face turned pale, and he hurriedly turned around and ran away. Jinbei, calm down, we are partners. Usopp shouted anxiously as he ran. However, Jinbei turned a deaf ear and only wanted to capture Usopp and dedicate it to Chenmu. Seeing Usopp running wild, Chenmu laughed heartlessly. Ha ha, no, this scene is too funny, ha 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 ha. And at this moment, Zoro suddenly swept down from the air and came straight to Chenmu, who was rolling on the ground. Chenmu wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and raised his head slowly. Hey, really, it's not enough to make people laugh a little longer. Chenmu shook his head and sighed, then slowly sat up from the ground. 3 swords, Purgatory Ghost Slash. An instant, the light flashed, and Zoro slashed directly at Chenmu. Zoro, who was dodging behind Chenmu, slowly removed the long knife from his mouth, then turned around and looked at Chenmu, who was divided into 2 sections. I saw Chenmu, whose upper body was floating in the air, touched his bare head abruptly, and said in a depressing tone. Hey, I seem to have to withdraw. After finishing speaking, Chenmu's upper and lower body shook at the same time, and then slowly dissipated into a cloud of mist, floating in the air. And as Chenmu's avatar was shaken away, the green collar on Jinbei's neck also lost its luster in an instant. The pet's halo ability disappeared, the redness in Jinbei's eyes quickly faded, and then slowly regained clarity. After the Kingming was restored, Jinbei slowly stopped his rushing steps and stood there, gasping for breath. And Usopp, after being forcibly chased by Jinbei for some training, lay down directly on the ground, breathing heavily. This is exhausting. It's no wonder that Usopp's physical strength is poor. Another ability of the pet halo is to increase the strength of the controlled person by 100%. Of course, after using this trick, the controlled person will consume a lot of physical strength, and may even fall into a coma due to the loss of strength. In this temporary battlefield, except for the exhausted Jinbei and Usopp. But there is another important battle force. That's Zoro. At this time, Zoro looked at the direction in which Chen Mu's clone drifted away, his eyebrows gloomy. Did you release the water? Zoro narrowed his eyes slightly, and his tone was a little unkind. At this time, on the balcony of the Minaret Castle, Chen Mu was picking his teeth while looking at Zoro, who was in deep thought. The strength of my avatar is probably not as simple as 1 billion. Chen Mu frowned and thought about it, and then flicked the toothpick away. Hey, do you have any insights after the fight? Chen Mu Lang said. Hearing Chen Mu's voice, Zoro slowly turned his head and looked at Chen Mu on the balcony. Why didn't you fight? Zoro said in a low tone. Chen Mu shrugged and said casually, it doesn't seem to work, so I'll let you cut it. You bastard. Zoro gritted his teeth. Chen Mu didn't look at Zoro, who was gnashing his teeth, he just raised his head and stretched comfortably. Then, he turned his head, rubbed his shoulders, generally supported the guardrail of the white balcony, and jumped directly from it. Bang! With a bang, Chen Mu, who fell down, smashed the ground directly under his feet. Then, regardless of the cracked ground, he walked slowly towards Zoro. Zoro gritted his teeth, then slowly reached out and touched the handle of the knife around his waist. Seeing Zoro's ready to slash, Chen Mu raised his eyebrows and pouted. Don't worry, take a good rest, when you were busy. After speaking, Chen Mu paused and stopped 10 meters away from Zoro. After standing up, Chen Mu turned his head, looked at the people who were looking at Chi-Chi, and said. It was just a pre-fight warm-up, and the next fight. You're all going to be on the field. After speaking, Chen Mu turned his head again, looked at Zoro not far away, and said. In the next battle, you have to be more careful. After speaking, Chen Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he slowly raised the Jinghuashuiyu in his hand. Everyone's faces were condensed, and they were all in a posture of waiting. Just as the atmosphere gradually became solemn, a white seagull wearing a postman's hat flew over, picked up a roll of newspaper in the bag, and threw it towards Chen Mu. Looking at the roll of newspapers slowly falling from the sky, Chen Mu Vivi was stunned. Soon, the newspaper, which was slowly unfolding in the air, landed in front of Chen Mu so lightly. Chen Mu raised his eyebrows and leaned over to pick up the newspaper. Of course, after unfolding the newspaper, the bald faces occupying most of the page immediately came into his sight. Seeing his rough, wanted notice again, the corners of Chen Mu's mouth still twitched uncontrollably. No, I have to ask them to replace it for me. This doesn't paint my handsomeness at all, it really makes people look more and more angry. Chen Mu watched the blue veins jump on the forehead. Everyone looked curious, and they didn't know why Chen Mu could see his face as green and white when he read a newspaper. At this moment, Nami and Robin looked at each other, then waved towards Chen Mu. Uncle! These bastards! Before Nami could finish her words, she was interrupted by Chen Mu's angry rebuke. This time, the curiosity in everyone's eyes grew even stronger. Several people looked at each other, and then walked towards Chen Mu at the same time. Have to say, conqueror reverence naturally exuded from his whole body, made one's heart skip a beat. Not long after, everyone walked to Chen Mu's side and looked at the newspaper in his hand together. Looking at the wanted order that almost occupied the entire page, Nami was surprised. The person on the wanted list. How is it so familiar? Usopp pinched his chin and responded with a serious look, well. It does look familiar. Hearing this, the corners of Chen Mu's eyes twitched again. At this moment, Robin suddenly said. This portrait, it looks like Sanji in the past. Everyone Vivi was stunned for a moment, and then looked at it more carefully. Hey, it's really, especially this face, so round, ha 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 ha. Usopp was happy at that time. Listening to Usopp's heartless laugh, Chen Mudong's face turned black. Sanji also hurried over and said, where? Let me see, let me see. Before Sanji squeezed into the crowd, Chen Mu rubbed the newspaper, crumpled it into a ball of paper, and threw it on the ground. It's all boring news, nothing fancy. After speaking, Chen Yu puffed up his face and walked to the side angrily. Seeing Chen Yu walking past her angrily, Nami Vivi was startled, and then slowly overlapped Chen Mu's face with the portrait on the newspaper. Nami was startled and exclaimed, "The person on the wanted list is an uncle." Hearing this, Usopp laughed, and the smile on his face quickly solidified. Nami, you were joking just now, you must be lying," Usopp said tremblingly. But before he said anything, Chen Mu's somewhat icy tone slowly floated over from a distance. "Usopp, you wait to practice with my clone alone. As long as you hold on to his hand for 1 minute, I will satisfy your one condition." Hearing this, Usopp froze all over, and the whole person was dumbfounded. Everyone looked at Usopp with sympathy on their faces, and at the same time, he mourned silently in his heart. "Uncles, this minute, I'm afraid. If you want to fight, let me join too," Zoro said coldly. Usopp burst into tears instantly, and rushed towards Zoro with a moved face. "Zoro, you are so kind." Zoro stretched out his hand expressionlessly and pressed it on Usopp's face, preventing him from throwing him into his arms. "I just make one request," Zoro said with a serious face. Chen Yu raised his eyebrows and motioned for Zoro to continue. Zoro was also unambiguous, and said directly, "Remove the time limit and fight until I fall." Hearing this, Usopp stopped crying, and hurriedly stretched out his hands, grabbing towards Zoro. At the same time, he shouted anxiously, "Zoro, are you crazy? If you want to fight like this, don't get involved with me." After that, Usopp grabbed Zoro's wrist with both hands and pushed his hand away. Then he turned his head and looked at Chen Yu pitifully. Chen Yu mercilessly ignored Usopp, nodded directly at Zoro, and said with a smile, "Okay, I respect your choice." Zoro gave a soft, then sat down directly and began to regain his strength. Usopp, on the other hand, looked like he was unlovable, and fell back and sat down. "It's over. This time, it's completely over." Seeing Usopp's appearance, Chen Yu shook his head and laughed. At this moment, Luffy, whose stomach was bulging, got up from the ground, wobbly. "Uncle, I want to participate too." Luffy waved at Chen Yu. Seeing this, Chen Yu nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll add you one more." Then he turned his head, looked at Nami and the others in doubt, and said, "Where are Frankie and Brook?" Nami responded, "Frankie said he wanted to stay and see how the ship elves repaired the ship." When Chen Yu heard the words, he nodded and said, "Yeah, he's a boatman after all, maybe he can really learn something from the boat spirit." Then continued, "What about Brook?" Nami shook her head and said she didn't know. When Chen Yu saw this, Vivi frowned. "If that's the case, then forget it." Chen Yu smiled and said quite playfully, "Although I am absent for 2, it has little impact." Everyone looked at Chen Yu suspiciously, waiting for his next words. Chen Yu, Vivi Isho, said, "Don't worry, you'll find out later." After speaking, Chen Yu turned his head, looked at Judge, and said, "Change the route, today I will take you to fight a big boss." Chen Yu said mysteriously. Judge frowned and said suspiciously, "What is a big boss?" Chen Yu raised the corners of his mouth and said mysteriously, "You don't need to worry about it, you can just send us there. The first time I played against you, don't let me down." After speaking, Chen Yu walked to the bow alone and sat down with a look of anticipation. At the same time, a wisp of white smoke slowly floated out from the mirrored long knife. Chen Yu's clone appears again. At this moment, Chen Yu turned his head and said to everyone, "You can enjoy the fight to the fullest until we reach our destination." Hearing this, the corners of Zoro's mouth twitched slightly, and his eyes were burning with fighting intent. And Chen Yu turned around and said in a leisurely tone, "Forgot to tell you, the closer the clone is to me, the stronger his ability and fighting consciousness will be. So, are you ready?" ... This chapter is over. Chapter 128. Jinbei is seriously injured, Chen Emu's bizarre avatar. Chapter 128. Jinbei is seriously injured, Chen Emu's bizarre avatar. At the bow. Chen Mu sat with his back to the crowd, but behind him stood someone exactly like him. Mirror clone. After summoning the mirror image clone, Chen Mu stopped paying attention to everyone. Because he found that as long as the more fruit he can reproduce, the stronger the fighting consciousness of this clone will be. Even, within a certain range, this clone can have autonomous consciousness. Therefore, Chen Mu intends to let go this time to see how far this clone has evolved. At this moment, the palms of the people who looked at Chen Emu's avatar quietly sweated. The atmosphere also became solemn. On the other hand, Chen Emu's avatar smiled lightly, and then slowly stretched his left arm to the side. Looking at the inexplicable action of the clone, Zoro Vivi frowned, and a bad premonition flashed in his heart. On the other hand, Nami and the others looked at him with a puzzled expression. What does he want? As if to answer the doubts in everyone's heart, countless fine threads suddenly appeared on the left arm raised by the clone, and then intertwined towards the open space next to them. Shadow Rider activates. However, with the effort of 2 breaths, Chen Mu, who was made of silk threads all over his body, slowly condensed and formed. Everyone was shocked. What's the matter? It takes a lot of effort to fight one, and now we have to fight 2, uncle. Nami protested to Chen Mu coquettishly. That's right, Zoro and Jinbei will be exhausted half to death in one fight, and 2. How can we fight? Usopp said with a look of despair. Hey, if you complain, just complain, don't get involved with me. Zoro said in a rage. Although Jinbei didn't speak, it could be seen from the blue veins on his forehead that his mood at this moment was definitely not as calm as he seemed on the surface. At this time, Luffy finally digested and absorbed the food in his stomach. Who uncle, I'm ready, come and fight with us. Luffy said confidently. Usopp was startled suddenly, ran over and covered Luffy's mouth. Enthorpe, what are you? Luffy mumbled. And Usopp hurriedly made a silence to Luffy. Luffy, be quiet, didn't you get excited when you didn't see Uncle's avatar? Usopp said in fear. Hey, I didn't expect you Usopp to observe very carefully. Chen Mu smiled teasingly. Usopp smiled awkwardly. At this moment, Chen Mu, who was sitting with his back to the crowd, suddenly clapped his hands and said. Now that you're all set, let's get started. After speaking, Chen Mu snapped his fingers gently. Instant, the 2, Chen Mu, flashed at the same time and disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone's expressions condensed and they entered a state of high alert. Everyone be careful, Nami exclaimed urgently. Zoro raised his right eye slightly and turned his head to look to the right. I saw the corners of Shadow Riding Line Chen Mu's mouth slightly curled up, and a wicked gleam flashed in his eyes. Zoro's expression froze, and he rushed up while holding the autumn water around his waist. At the same time, his hands were quickly covered with a layer of black armament, and it began to spread towards the knife. Instant, the long knife in Zoro's hand, even the sheath, was radiating a cold black light. One-shot flow, Zoro whispered in a deep voice. Looking at the black light on Zoro's body, Shadow Rider Chen Mu still had an evil and charming smile on his face, without any fear. It's really impatient to use the black knife so soon. Chen Mu's mouth twitched, and there was a cold light in his eyes. Hi Yuan, Baibo, Chen Mu clapped his hands down suddenly. In an instant, where Chen Mu's palms touched the ground, countless snow-white threads spread out instantly, and quickly intertwined with the ground. Looking at the ground that was quickly assimilated into a sea of silk threads, Zoro sank in his heart and jumped directly into the sky. Black Knife Death, Lion Song Song. Zoro rushed towards Chen Mu from the air, and the long black light sword on his right hand was already seen by Vivi. Chen Mu, raised his head and looked at Zoro, who was rushing towards him. Vivi narrowed his eyes and didn't plan to respond. Zoro saw this. A cold light flashed in his right eye, and he said to himself, "Are you still so arrogant?" After he finished speaking, he walked past Shenmue directly and cut it into 2 sections. However, Zoro felt a little weird. However, before Zoro could straighten up, the wave of white silk threads covering the entire ground suddenly shook. Zoro, who was in the center of the waves, at the moment of falling, pushed down with his right hand, and did a somersault to avoid the entangled white line. As soon as the somersault landed, Zoro frowned and ran quickly. At the same time, he was also Vivi looking at the 2 bodies of Shenmue. I saw Shenmue slowly turn his head, facing Zoro's evil charm Isho. Fishing. Over. After finishing speaking, the upper and lower body of Shadow Riding Line Shenmue shot out a large number of silk threads at the same time, jetting towards the sky. Although he didn't understand the meaning of Shenmue's action, Zoro knew that as long as the enemy hadn't fallen, the attack couldn't stop. Soon as the thought fell, Zoro stepped hard again and jumped into the sky. At this time, Shenmue's true clone also instantly appeared beside the doll. At the same time, he quickly raised his right arm and held Zoro in the air, saying, "Barren waves, white lines." The voice of the clone fell, and the wave of white lines on the ground surged instantly, directly interweaving 2 giant cloths as thick as 10 meters, strangling towards Zoro above. Zoro's heart sank, his thumb pressed against the handle again, and he pushed the long knife Vivi out of the scabbard. One-shot flow. I cut. As soon as the voice fell, a cold light flashed, and from top to bottom, the white giant thread twisted into a twist shape was directly cut open. Zoro, who rushed down, not only cut off the huge wave that came from the strangulation, but also divided the white wave on the ground into 2 halves. Just before Zoro's shinli was born, a slight crack sounded suddenly behind him. Oops! Zoro's pupils shrank. Before Zoro could make a move, Shenmue, who was full of electric light, raised his right foot wrapped in electric light and kicked Zoro's head without stopping. Just at this critical moment, a right foot that was burning with white flames passed directly over Zoro's head, directly resisting Shenmue's lightning strike. At this moment, the electric light was intertwined with the white flame, and an extremely dazzling white light burst out. Nami and the others raised their hands one after another, resisting the strong white light. However, there are 2 exceptions. "Good job, Sanji," Luffy exclaimed happily. Then, with a grin on the corner of his mouth, he stared at the 2 figures in the center of the white light and said, "Hey, then I'll go first, Jinbei." After speaking, Luffy flicked his right arm, and a faint red light appeared on his body, which was a sign of rapid blood flow. At the same time, a burst of white steam quickly rose from his body. 2nd grade. Immediately afterwards, Luffy flashed and disappeared. As for Jinbei, his eyes were slightly condensed, looking at the white steam slowly dissipating in the air, and said to himself, "The old man can't be too far behind." After speaking, Jinbei spread his feet apart and his waist slowly sank. At the same time, he also slowly pulled his tightly clenched right fist towards his waist. Fishman Karate Mystery. After speaking, Jinbei stepped on the ground with both feet and jumped straight towards Shenmue. At the same time, the right fist that was clinging to the waist was also constantly drawing water from the air, slowly forming a rapidly trembling water polo. Wu, Lai, Guang. Jinbei's angry shouts came straight from the air and reached the ears of Luffy and the others. At this moment, Luffy and Zoro, who were besieging Shenmue, drew back together, making room for Jinbei to attack. And Shenmue's avatar naturally noticed Jinbei, who was rushing in from the sky. I saw that the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, and he said with a light smile, "Haha, is this the profound art of boxing that knocks Auntie away with one punch? I'm really looking forward to it." After finishing speaking, in the eyes of the clone Shenmue, an incomparably hot flame instantly burned. full of fighting spirit. Jinbei, who was rushing towards Chen Mu, was also roaring in a deep voice. You dare to treat the old man like a pet, then don't blame the old man for being merciless. Speaking, Jinbei suddenly waved his right arm, and smashed the heavy fist, which was accumulating violent force, towards Chen Mu below. Chen Mu's eyes flashed brightly and he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I fought against you, come on, let me see how confident you are. After speaking, Chen Mu also threw a punch towards the top. Jinbei, who swooped down quickly, smashed the heavy punch with a high-pressure water polo on Chen Mu's fist. Bang tilde tilde. Where the two fists intersected, there was a shocking sound. Moreover, a terrifying wave was centered on the two of them, rushing towards the surroundings. Be careful! Zoro shouted, then quickly raised his arms and placed them in front of him. After a brief shock, everyone quickly recovered. For a time, everyone present stood up to defend and chose to bear the violent fluctuations. However, the terrorist attack jointly created by Jinbei and Chen Mu, a clone who made all-out efforts, was so easy to resist. Under the ravages of this domineering wind, everyone could not stop backing away. Especially Usopp and Chopper, who were on the edge of the boat, were almost blown off the boat. Fortunately, Chopper used the power of the giant in time to temporarily activate the monsterization. Only then did Usopp catch him and prevent him from being blown away by the gust of wind. At the same time, under the ravages of this violent fluctuation, chunks of heavy stone slabs were lifted off and smashed towards the surroundings. Among them, there were several stone slabs, which were directly smashed at Nami and the others. Fortunately, Sanji was close enough to rescue Nami when the slate hit. Few tilde 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 bang bang bang. Sanji kicked 3 kicks one after another, smashing the thick slate that hit Nami. At the same time, it also blocked the endless wind for Nami. Nami opened her beautiful eyes, looked at Sanji's tall and straight back, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Sanji." Gave a heavy, which counted as a response. Looking at the fluctuation of the strong wind that did not weaken in the slightest, Sanji said solemnly, "No matter how strong the enemy is, I will protect you." After speaking, Sanji faced the strong wind and turned his head to give Nami a stiff smile. Nami replied with gentle isho. Just then, boom! A sudden thunderous sound instantly exploded in everyone's ears. Everyone who was startled by the mad thunder only felt that their ears were buzzing constantly, and there was a brief blank in their brains. Even Zoro and Luffy couldn't dodge this sudden roar. The two of them clenched their teeth at the same time and covered their ears. The movements of the two were just out of subconscious protection, and could not reduce the buzzing in their ears at all. Fortunately, after this thunderous sound, the gust of wind that was about to send everyone flying gradually stopped. At this moment, everyone slowly opened their eyes and looked towards the battlefield between Jinbei and Chen Mu. I saw Chen Mu flashing dazzling blue electric light all over his body, and his right arm held high in the air burst out with a dazzling light. Looking at the light that almost competed with luminous sun, everyone was shocked and knew that it was a highly compressed electric light by Chen Mu. And the other side. Jinbei, who was covered in black smoke, was flying high into the sky at this moment. Everyone didn't expect that the two people, who were still evenly matched, actually ended in a fiasco with Jinbei losing consciousness after a burst of thunder. And in the center of the battlefield, only Chen Mu was left all over the body, and those shocking huge cracks on the ground. And where Chen Mu was standing, within a radius of 10 meters, all of them sank by half a meter. A huge gravel pit, so appeared in the center of the battlefield. Looking at the indifferent Chen Mu clone, everyone's heart froze, and they began to worry about Jinbei's injury. At this moment, the clone slowly retracted his right arm and turned his head to look at the place where Jinbei fell. At this time, Chen Mu, the shadow riding line, had successfully completed the birdcage, trapping everyone in it. Jinbei that was thrown away might have to be cut into several pieces. And at this time, Luffy was the first to wake up from the shock. "Jinbei!" Luffy yelled anxiously. Jinbei still just lay quietly on the ground, without the slightest movement. At this moment, everyone's heart sank, and a bad premonition emerged in their hearts. Jinbei, who was completely unconscious, Luffy's heart tensed, and he hurriedly turned to Chopper and said, "Chopper, come and save people with me." After he finished speaking, he directly picked up Chopper and ran towards Jinbei's position. And Chopper, after experiencing a brief shock, was instantly sober. "Luffy, hurry up," Chopper snapped. Luffy nodded solemnly and said, "Ah, I see." Ran towards Jinbei. After a few seconds, Luffy hugged Chopper and came to Jinbei's side. Luffy was in a hurry and hurriedly put Chopper down. And Chopper quickly took out the stethoscope from the blue backpack and carefully pressed it on Jinbei's chest. "Chopper, what happened to Jinbei? Will he die?" Luffy said anxiously. Chopper pursed his lips and didn't answer, but that little furry face slowly wrinkled into a ball. At this time, Nami and others also rushed to Jinbei's side. "How could this be?" Nami exclaimed. Jinbei carefully said slowly, "Luffy, have you ever eaten fish, man?" "Huh?" Luffy looked at Robin with a puzzled expression, then frowned and thought for 2 seconds before hesitating. "I don't seem to have eaten it." Robin nodded solemnly, pointed at Jinbei and said, "He's familiar." At this moment, the corners of Nami's mouth twitched, and she looked at Robin with complicated eyes. And Usopp raised his forehead and sighed, saying, "Robin, you don't joke around like this, it's going to be very unlucky." Looking at the expressions on everyone's faces, Robin softened Isho. And Luffy, pinching his chin, looked at Jinbei seriously. Chopper, who was seriously examining Jinbei's injury, suddenly felt a chill on his back and turned away stiffly. Seeing the green light in Luffy's eyes, Chopper was startled. "Luffy, no, he's our partner." Chopper opened his hands stubbornly and blocked Jinbei in front of him. And Chopper's shouting drew everyone's attention. Luffy, whose mouth was drooling, Nami's forehead twitched. "This idiot." As soon as the words fell, Nami directly raised her arm and knocked on the back of Luffy's head. "Dua. G tilde 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 tilde." Being hit in the back of the head by Nami, Luffy fell to the side in a dizzy moment. Big Bag quickly swelled up. After doing all this, Nami calmly clapped her hands and said, "Well, it's finally clean." After he finished speaking, he turned his head slowly and said to Chopper, "Okay, Chopper, continue to treat Jinbei." Okay, Chopper said with a look of fear. The other side. Chen Mu, who had already sat up from the ground, looked at the group of straw hats that surrounded Jinbei, and frowned. "Does it hurt so badly?" After speaking, Chen Mu Vivi was startled, and looked sideways at the clone not far away. "I saw that the electric light on his body became more and more manic, and even had a tendency to become 200 million Thors." Chen Mu's brows furrowed even tighter. This avatar's sense of independence is getting stronger and stronger, and he also likes to play heavy hands. Thinking of this, Chen Mu was a little worried. This guy won't betray the division in the future, just stab me in return. Chen Mu frowned and thought for 2 seconds, then shrugged and said with relief, "Forget it, let's take a look at that step." After speaking, Chen Mu walked towards the straw hats with a leisurely expression. At the same time, he raised his right hand unhurriedly, rubbed his thumb and middle finger lightly, and gave a crisp snap of his fingers. In an instant, the avatar, whose body was flashing with violent thunder and lightning, instantly dissipated into a cloud of mist. Then it was blown by the breeze and dissipated directly into the air. After snapping his fingers, Chen Mu raised his left hand unhurriedly, and was about to smash the birdcage with a long knife. However, after a little thought, Chen Mu gave up the idea. Keep it for now, maybe it will be used later." As soon as the thought fell, Chenmu walked towards Jinbei leisurely. At the same time, I said proudly in my heart, "Hee, I am now the fruit of healing in my left hand and the fruit of surgery in my right." If the atmosphere at this time was not too heavy, Chenmu would even want to hum a ditty. Just as Chenmu walked towards the straw hat crowd with a leisurely face, Judge, who had already retreated to the castle, witnessed all this from the high balcony. At this moment, there is only one thought in his mind, and that is, "This guy's genes, we Vinsmoke are going to decide. If I can get his powerful genes, I will definitely be able to breed better warriors. At that time, North Blue will still be included in our Vinsmoke territory. No, not just North Blue, I want 3 other seas, all trembling at the hands of our Vinsmoke family." Thinking of this, Judge narrowed his eyes at Vivi and slowly turned his head to look at Reiju in a trance of Vivi. After a while, Chenmu spent a lot of effort again, forcibly squeezed out a drop of healing tears. And Jinbei, after receiving the tears of healing, slowly woke up. Only in terms of movement, the body is somewhat inconvenient. And Chenmu, after seeing Jinbei awake, nodded with satisfaction. Well, yes, the body's resilience is barely passable. Listening to Chenmu's ridicule, Jinbei sat up slowly. Then, without even looking at Chenmu, he replied in a deep voice, "This old man will not fall down easily." Chenmu pouted and turned his head. Just then, Chenmu saw Judge and the others walking slowly. He frowned and wondered in his heart. "This family of 5, what are you doing here at this time? Is it because you want to?" Thinking of this, Chenmu turned his head and looked at Sanji with a serious expression. "The relationship of this family has not improved at all, it's really troublesome." Chenmu rubbed his brows anxiously. When Judge and the others came over, before Chenmu had time to ask, Sanji said coldly, "What are you doing here? You are not welcome here." Hearing this, Judge and Vivi were stunned for a moment, and stopped in place. At this time, staring at IG with fiery red hair, he said indifferently, "This is Vinsmoke's ship." Sanji was speechless for a moment, and could only glare at IG. But IG was always expressionless, like a robot without emotion. But Niji and Yuji on the side laughed mockingly. At this moment, Judge's face sank, and he said directly, "Sanji, don't forget, your blood is the blood of our Vinsmoke family, and you are always my son. I said it long ago, I have nothing to do with your family." Sanji roared angrily. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Chenmu, who was worried about the punishment of his mission, took a step and stood in the middle of the two. "What's the matter? Let's calm down and talk about it, okay?" Chenmu smiled awkwardly, hoping that Sanji would calm down. Seeing Chenmu with a stiff smile, Sanji frowned and turned away. Seeing this, Chenmu breathed a sigh of relief. But Judge looked at Chenmu's back and thought seriously. Just when a few people were silent, Reiju gracefully opened his long snow-white legs and walked behind Chenmu. Then in his ear, he exhaled like a blue and said, "You seem concerned about my brother." Chenmu was blown by Reiju's ears, his whole body tightened, and the roots of his ears quickly began to turn red. It didn't take long for Chenmu's ears to turn red, and even tended to spread to his cheeks. Even though Chen Mudong stepped forward, he hid behind Sanji in a panic. Sanji looked at Chenmu behind him, and said with a look of contempt, Hey, uncle, you don't like her, right? I'm telling you that their family is not a good person." Hearing Sanji's casual warning, Chenmu hadn't reacted yet, but Nami was the first to lose her temper. "Uncle, do you like this type? ... This chapter is over. Chapter 129 Newspaper Reader Joker 10,000 characters. Chapter 129 Newspaper Reader, Joke. The 10,000 character chapter. "Uncle, do you like this type?" Nami grabbed Chenmu's arms angrily and shook him vigorously. "Uncle, talk to me, do you like this type?" Chen-Mu's eyes fainted by Nami's shaking. Nami, you stop, stop, I am going to throw up. However, before Nami stopped, Baby 5, who had been quietly guarding in the distance, threw away the teapot in her hand, rolled up her sleeves, and rushed over. At first, when she saw that Reiju was deliberately approaching Chen-Mu, she wanted to rush over. But seeing Chen-Mu dodge, to avoid this woman's intimacy, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, just after this breath was finished, I saw another woman who was very exposedly dressed, actually started directly, grabbing her sweetheart's arm and acting like a spoiled child. This time, Baby 5 couldn't bear it anymore, and even rushed over in anger. Note: Nami is wearing an orange printed swimsuit and a pair of white denim shorts. This side. Just as Nami was about to let go of Chen-Mu, when she wanted to hear his explanation, Baby 5 ran over angrily. To the two of them, Baby 5 aimed at Nami with his pistol arm, while holding a cigarette. You crazy woman, let go of my darling quickly, or I'll be welcome. Baby 5 who was ready to shoot, Nami was stunned. Then, his face sank, and he slowly approached Chen-Mu, saying, "Ha ha hey hey, so it's your dear." Nami laughed in anger. Chen-Mu waved his hand and hurriedly said, "Nami, it's not what you think, really, listen to my explanation." Speaking of this, Chen-Mu suddenly paused, and a series of question marks quickly appeared on his head. "I'm single, why should I explain?" Seeing Chen-Mu's abrupt pause, Nami frowned and said coldly, "Keep talking, why do you stop?" At the end of the day, Nami also seemed to feel that something was wrong, and her voice gradually became smaller. However, Baby 5 didn't notice Nami's abnormality, and took a step forward, standing in the middle of Chen-Mu and Nami. Then he looked at Chen-Mu with a distressed expression, and said, "Dear, has this savage woman hurt you? Come, take off your clothes, I'll help you see." Saying that, Baby 5 slowly stretched towards Chen-Mu's collar while blushing. Chen-Mu was frightened and hurriedly took a step back. "I'm fine, really, I have nothing at all," Chen-Mu said anxiously. Watching Chen-Mu retreat in panic, the expression on Baby 5's face quickly became lost. At the same time, the white and tender arm that was frozen in midair slowly drooped down. Looking at the suddenly lost Baby 5, Chen-Mu only felt a pain in his brain. "My goddamn luck, why did we bump into each other?" Chen-Mu hammered his chest with annoyed expression. And Baby 5 bit her lip tightly, and tears started rolling in her eyes. At this time, Sanji, who had been itching all the time, saw the opportunity, stepped forward, and directly separated Baby 5 and Chen-Mu. Looking at the weak girl with pear blossoms and rain in front of him, Sanji said softly, "Beautiful lady, can you stop being sad if I prepare a sweet and delicious pastry for you?" Looking at the sincere man in front of him, Baby 5 was stunned. Obviously, her brain didn't allow her to switch scenes so quickly, or rather, switch emotions. In short, Baby 5's brain is down. Baby 5 who looked straight at him but didn't speak, Sanji was stunned. But soon, Sanji noticed the cigarette that was about to burn out on the corner of Baby 5's mouth. A lady who likes cigarettes must have a special style. Sanji looked at Baby 5 with a sexy expression, unaware that his nose was already bleeding. And Baby 5, Vivi was stunned when he saw the blood flowing from Sanji's nose. You're bleeding." Sanji smiled foolishly and said, "Hee hee. Hey, this is all a small problem. A small problem." After speaking, Sanji shrugged his nose, turned his head slowly, and said, "Chopper, remember to save me." After saying that, Sanji's nose bleed suddenly, and he himself fell straight down. Looking at Sanji with nosebleeds, Baby 5 froze in place. "Sanji, hold on, I'm here to save you," Chopper said as he ran towards Sanji. At this time, the expressions on the faces of everyone who witnessed this scene were different. Nami and Usopp raised their foreheads and sighed, while Zoro raised his eyelids and glanced at Sanji, who was grinning in disgust. On the other side, Chenmu stood beside Judge and shook his head helplessly. And Judge frowned and asked in a deep voice, "My son, has he always had this kind of sudden bleeding?" Hearing this, Chenmu Vivi was startled, then slowly turned his head and looked at Judge with a complicated expression. Looking at Chenmu with strange eyes, Judge was also confused. "You see what I do?" Chenmu twitched the corners of his mouth and said, "No. Nothing." Although Chenmu said, "nothing," on his lips, but in his heart, he didn't think so. "Your sons are all sex embryos. 9 times out of 10, this problem is genetic. You old guy still wants to play stupid in front of me." Bah, LSP. Chenmu severely despised Judge in his heart, and then turned his head to look at the panic-stricken Baby 5. "Baby 5, you go to change first." Chenmu said anything, he was interrupted by impatient Baby 5. "None of my business. I really don't know why he bleeds all of a sudden. I really didn't hurt your buddy." Woo woo woo. The end. Baby 5 started to cry again. Chenmu suddenly felt his head was huge. "Hey, I didn't mean to blame you." Chenmu sighed. Hearing this, Baby 5 stopped crying and whispered, "Really? Really?" Chenmu nodded helplessly and said, "It's true, this nosebleed. It's Sanji's fault, it has nothing to do with you." This time, Baby 5 was completely relieved. "Huh, that's good, I thought. You're going to drive me away." Baby 5 patted his chest with a look of fear. As a result, Sanji, who was lying on the ground, surreptitiously caught a glimpse of this scene. His nose bleed instantly, and Chopper's face was full of zealousness. Then he tilted his head and completely passed out. Chopper was suddenly startled, patted Sanji on the cheek in a hurry, and said in a hurry, Sanji, wake up, you must not fall asleep." After speaking, Chopper hurriedly raised his head, looked at Judge and said, "Sanji is currently losing a lot of blood and needs immediate blood transfusion treatment, but his blood type is special. Only a very small number of people can match." Judge and the others were silent, watching Chopper quietly. Chopper felt nervous, and said urgently, "It's definitely too late to rush back to the Sunny to get blood, so. Looking at this tangled deer, Reiju Vivi Isho slowly squatted down. "Well, then fuck me." After that, Reiju stretched his slender arms directly in front of Chopper. At the same time, Niji and Yuji quietly pulled down their rolled-up sleeves and pretended to be nothing. But this extremely hidden scene was noticed by Chenmu through the current fluctuations in the air. HMPH, do you still have feelings? The corners of Chenmu's mouth slightly curled up. Thinking of this, Chenmu lowered his head again and looked at Reiju, who was squatting down. Looking at it, I almost saw Chenmu's nosebleed. Miss Reiju's figure is really perfect. Chenmu couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart. Then he hurriedly shook his head and kept telling himself, see no evil, see no evil. And Reiju, who was cooperating with Chopper's blood transfusion, seemed to notice the strange eyes behind him, and then slowly turned his head to look at Chenmu behind him. When peeping, the hostess caught the scene, and Chenmu was completely stunned. Over. My image is completely broken. Although Chenmu already knew that he no longer had the mysterious image of the past, he still wanted to save it. Thinking of this, Chenmu lowered his head and coughed violently, then turned his head and walked to the side. At the same time, he whispered, I must have caught a cold when I slept last night. Yes, that's right, I caught a cold. After speaking, Chenmu pretended to cough twice again. Chenmu, who was fleeing, in a panic, Reiju's mouth curled slightly, revealing an extremely charming smile. Sanji is finally out of danger. Chopper sat on the ground, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and let out a long sigh of relief. And Reiju also looked at the furry little guy in front of him with a gentle face, and said softly, My little brother should always cause you trouble. Thank you so much for helping us take care of him. Hearing the compliment, Chopper's cheeks flushed and he twitched. Idiot, even if you compliment me, I won't be happy. Looking at Chopper with a different heart, Reiju Vivi was taken aback for a moment, and then he couldn't help laughing. What a sweet little fellow. Idiot. ... After a while, Sanji's face completely recovered blood, and his breathing became gentle and long. Chopper took a closer look, and after confirming that Sanji no longer needed a blood transfusion, he slowly removed the blood transfusion device. At the same time, he also told Reiju to eat more nutritious food, drink more milk, etc. Reiju also nodded with a smile. Seeing that Sanji's condition was completely stable, Judge turned around and walked towards Chenmu in the distance. At this time, Chenmu happened to be talking to Baby 5. I just wanted you to change your clothes. Look at you. Your clothes are covered in blood. Chenmu said helplessly. This, Baby 5 bowed his head a little embarrassedly and responded in a low voice. Are you trying to take off my clothes? Chenmu's mouth twitched, and he stayed where he was. Fortunately, Judge arrived in time to ease the embarrassment. Is there anything I can help you with? Judge said calmly. 2.7-meter tall man, Chenmu hurriedly nodded and said. Yes, you quickly call the 2 maids over, and let them take Baby 5 to change clothes. Hearing this, Judge turned his head and looked at Baby 5 whose clothes and chest were covered in blood, and replied in a deep voice. Okay, I'll call someone here. After speaking, Judge turned around and said loudly to the soldiers standing guard at the gate of the castle. You two, go to the castle now and bring 2 maids over, 5 minutes. Yes, the 2 soldiers responded loudly. Then, he turned around and ran into the castle. After completing Chenmu's request, Judge hesitantly glanced at Baby 5 and said. I have something I want to talk to you about alone. Chenmu Vivi was stunned for a moment, and then said directly, if you have something to say, Baby 5 is not an outsider. Hearing this, Baby 5's heart fluttered, and his face quickly turned red. And Judge also frowned and hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded vigorously, saying. I want to talk to you about Reiju. Reiju? Chenmu asked suspiciously. Judge nodded and said, that's right, the eldest daughter of our Vinsmoke family, Reiju. This time, Chenmu was even more puzzled. Judge continued. Reiju is the eldest daughter of our Vinsmoke and the queen of the kingdom of Germa, and she is 24 years old this year. Hearing this, Chenmu was startled and hurriedly waved his hand to stop. Stop, wait a second. Quote question mark. Muscles on Chenmu's face twitched and he said, I already guessed what you were going to say. Judge was startled, then grinned and said, then do you agree? Chenmu didn't speak, but the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Good guy, Sanji didn't get married successfully in this life, you old man, actually hit Reiju with your idea. And, the object of this marriage is actually me, it really belongs to you Judge. Chenmu madly despised Judge in his heart. At this time, Judge naturally didn't know that he was despised by others, and still looked at Chenmu with a smile on his face. I have confidence in my daughter's charm and I am sure you will not refuse, ha ha ha. At this time, Baby 5 finally realized that something was wrong between them. Immediately, she frowned and said to Chenmu angrily. Why are you discussing other women in front of me and you're laughing so much? Listening to Baby 5's jealous words, Chenmu's forehead was covered with black lines in an instant. Please, is the one who talks about women as Judge, and the one who has been laughing is also him. I have laughed at all. If you think the corners of my mouth twitch, that's a laugh, when I didn't say. Of course, these words can only be said in the heart. If you really want to say it, the fun will be great. But just as Chen Mugong was about to explain, Reiju, who had transfused Sanji's blood, walked over swayingly. Were you discussing me just now? Reiju looked at Chen Mu with a smile. Then, the upper body Vivi leaned forward, exhaling in Chen Mu's ear, or, you are discussing my body ... Listening to Reiju, extremely blatant provocation, Chen Moore instantly turned red. Ah, the damn temptation. No, no, I want to control myself, and I must not sink into the seductive temptation. Chen Mu shook his head vigorously. Then, I kept instilling in myself the idea of, I'm not lewd, I'm a gentleman. Looking at Chen Mu, who was in a chaotic manner, Judge's mouth twitched, and a glimmer of pride flashed in his eyes. My sons and daughters are the proudest works. Thinking of this, Judge smiled and turned to look at Sanji. Looking at Sanji's peaceful sleeping face, Judge's eyes flashed with kindness, but he quickly disappeared. Now that you've grown up, it's time to hand it over to you. As soon as the thought fell, Judge turned to look at Niji. Niji also seemed to sense Judge's gaze. Vivi turned his head and looked back at Judge with a puzzled expression. What does my father see me doing? Niji, come here, Judge said loudly. Hearing this, Ig and Yuji turned their heads at the same time and looked at Judge. Father, is this? Yuji looked confused. On the other hand, Ig's eyebrows sank, and then he seemed to think of it. Vivi turned his eyes and looked at Sanji. Niji, on the other hand, was full of doubts and walked towards Judge. It didn't take long for Niji to come to Judge. Father. Judge nodded, then calmly said. You go to the Scientific War Preparation Depot and take out that thing. After saying that, Judge glanced at Sanji, and his intention was obvious. Niji was still a little puzzled at first, but following Judge's gaze and looking at the sleeping Sanji, he instantly understood. Well, I'll do it right now. After speaking, Niji turned around and walked towards the castle. At this time, Nami also walked to Chen Mu angrily. She saw her silver teeth clenched tightly and said word by word, You, better, give, me, explain, clear, chew. Big, uncle. The last two, uncles, were so serious that Chen Mu was so panicked that he missed a beat of his heart. Looking at the upcoming, Three Women's War, Judge also slowly put aside his thoughts of watching the play, and said to Chen Mu. Doflamingo and those treasures, are you going to deal with them now? Hearing this, Chen Muname, baby 5, was stunned. Little Lord. Treasure. You are so timely, Judge. Chen Mu almost shed tears of emotion. Looking at the three people with different expressions, Judge raised the corner of his mouth in satisfaction and continued. If you want to count it again, I'll have people bring the things over now, of course. People can also. Chen Mu hurriedly nodded and said, then let's transport the treasure and people. It happens that Nami is here. Let her count her belongings. I'm very relieved. At the same time, he turned his head to look at the frowning baby 5, and said softly. As for Doflamingo, it depends on his own attitude. If what I entrusted to him can be done, then I will consider letting him go. Hearing this, baby 5 Vivi was startled, then looked up at Chen Mu. Dear. Hearing the num name again, the muscles on Chen Mu's face couldn't help twitching. It just so happened that two solemn-looking soldiers, with a few maids, trotted all the way and came to them. The soldier wearing black sunglasses and brown short-sleeved trousers said respectfully. Report. Mission accomplished. Judge gave a faint, and then said. Now you bring a group of people to transport the prisoner in the prison and the new batch of treasures, immediately. Yes, the soldier echoed loudly. Then the two turned around neatly and ran back to the castle again. After doing all this, Judge turned his head and looked at Chen Mu. This is the maid you asked for, and I have it brought. Chen Mu gave a, then looked at the shivering young maids, and said. Don't be nervous, I called you here, I just want you to take baby 5 to change clothes, and by the way. Let her wash the blood on her body. Ah, well, we'll do it now. After speaking, several maids carefully passed Judge's side, then each supported one of baby 5 feet's arms and led her to the castle. At this time, baby 5 did not forget to look back at Chen Mu and shouted. Honey, I'll take care of it. Chen Mu's mouth twitched, and he turned around silently. This baby 5 is also very touching. Didn't you see a tiger standing beside me? Even if Chen Mudong felt a chill down his spine, he didn't have to think about it to know that Nami must be looking like she was choosing someone and devouring her. Judge with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth, and knew that he could only rely on himself at the moment. After some rapid brain operation, Chen Mu's eyes lit up, thinking of how to change the subject. I saw Chen Mu suddenly turn around, staring at Nami with bright eyes, and said, "Nami, you know what, your bounties have gone up." Nami still had a dark face, staring at Chen Mu without blinking. And then, Chen Mu awkwardly twitched the corners of his mouth and said tentatively, "This time Marine will increase the bounty for all of you, and Luffy's bounty is directly approaching 2 billion, this. You didn't think of something?" Nami frowned, not understanding what Chen Mu meant. Chen Mu blinked and said, "This high bounty will definitely increase your reputation." Nami frowned and pondered, still unable to understand what Chen Mu wanted to express. This time, Chen Mu was anxious. Immediately, he said eagerly, "The improved reputation means that your news can be delivered back to your hometown faster. You think about your sister Nojiko, and the guy who always made you laugh with a pinwheel in his hat, when they saw your wanted notice in the newspaper, and the bounty was that high, what an expression." Hearing this, Nami finally understood, and immediately squinted and smiled, saying, "Nojiko should only laugh and scold me, but Uncle Ajien's words." Speaking of this, Nami paused for a while, then showed a gentle smile and said, "If Uncle Ajien, you should be worried about me." After successfully diverting Nami's attention, Chen Mu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, 5 soldiers holding huge treasure chests came over from the well-ordered gate of the castle. And Nami, after seeing the 5 precious chests carved in gold and jade, she couldn't look away. Chen Mu also turned his head at this moment and looked at the soldiers who were coming steadily. When the 5 soldiers came behind Judge, they held up the precious treasure chest in an orderly line, waiting for Judge's order. "You can put the box down." Chen Mu frowned. However, these cold-faced soldiers still held their treasure chests and stood motionless. Obviously, Chen Mu's order had no effect on them at all. Judge looked at Chen Mu, who frowned, laughed loudly, and said, "Ha ha ha, my soldiers have absolute loyalty, they don't listen to any orders except Vinsmoke's orders." Judge, who was laughing happily, Chen Mu pouted. At this time, Reiju looked at Chen Mu with a depressed face, squinted and smiled. "This is the secret of our Germa army, I can't tell you." Chen Mu cut, and turned his head. As for Judge, he slowly restrained his smile, and said in a leisurely manner, "Put the box down and you can go." "Yes," the soldiers shouted in unison. Then, with a muffled sound of bang, several extremely heavy boxes fell to the ground at the same time. After putting down the box, the soldiers saluted Judge and Reiju respectfully, then turned around and ran back to their posts. After the group of soldiers left, Chen Mu saw Doflamingo in prison uniform with his hands and feet bound by sea-stone shackles. They're all locked by sea-stone, so 8 people need to be dragged to move. Chen Mu frowned. That's right, Doflamingo at this time was indeed surrounded by 8 sturdy soldiers, locked with a long iron chain, dragged forward. And looking at the way the soldiers were gnashing their teeth, it seemed quite difficult to move Doflamingo. And Judge also saw the useless appearance of several soldiers, and immediately shouted, "What are you dawdling about? Hurry up and bring people over to me." Yes, the soldiers replied through gritted teeth. Chen Mu shook his head helplessly and said, "Forget it, I'll go over by myself." After speaking, Chen Mu raised his foot and was about to walk towards Brother Ming. This time, Judge reached out and stopped him. "This kind of trivial matter has to be handled by the guests. Doesn't that mean that our Vinsmoke family is incompetent?" After speaking, Judge turned his head again and said to Yuji beside him, "Yuji, Yuji grinned Isho and said, "Hee, leave it to me, father." After speaking, Yuji turned around and walked towards the two soldiers at the forefront. HMPH, useless stuff. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuji kicked the two sweaty soldiers away with one kick. Then, he slowly picked up the two thick chains from the ground and shouted to the other soldiers, "Get out of here." At this moment, the sweaty soldiers' Vivi froze for a moment, then hurriedly put down the chains in their hands and saluted. "Yes, yes, His Highness Yuji." After speaking, the group of soldiers ran to the side in unison, and then expressionlessly put their hands behind their backs, like a wooden stake. At this time, Doflamingo also slowly put down the newspaper in his hand and said with a contemptuous smile, "Ha, the legendary War Legion, is this the only thing that can be done, and the prince still needs to do it himself?" Hearing this, Youngji gritted his teeth fiercely and said angrily, "You are just a prisoner, and you dare to mock me, you are courting death." As soon as the words fell, Youngji's arms quickly swelled up, directly holding the two long chains, and slammed them into the air. Doflamingo, whose upper body was tightly bound by chains, was thrown into the sky. Moreover, it hurriedly smashed towards Chenmu. When Chenmu saw this, Vivi frowned. Immediately afterwards, he lifted his Vivi with 2 fingers, and turned all the going treasures that were enjoying Nami's stroking into a semi-fluid going solution, and then quickly condensed them into a semicircular shield, blocking himself in the sky. And when Nami saw all the goings who were fleeing, she screamed, "My treasure!" Just as Nami's voice fell, a dull crash sounded from the dome above Chenmu's head. Obviously, that voice was Doflamingo, who was smashed by Yuji as a weapon. When Yuji saw that his sneak attack failed, he snorted coldly, and walked back to Judge with a depressed look. And Judge, when he saw Yuji walking back to him, he frowned and snorted coldly. "Yuji, don't treat guests like this." Yuji was stunned for a while, then turned his head bitterly and replied, "HMPH, I see." At this time, Chenmu also slowly lifted the going shields and slowly restored them to their original state. For a time, the crowns, bottles, dishes, and all kinds of going products that glittered with going light fell from the sky and scattered all over the place. And Doflamingo also fell from the air. However, Brother Ming is still Brother Ming. Although the corners of his mouth are bleeding, his landing posture is still arrogant. Looking at Brother Ming, who slowly stood up from the ground, Chenmu raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Good physical fitness, old joke." Brother Ming sneered and didn't answer. Chenmu pouted, not caring about Brother Ming's attitude, and looked directly at the newspaper in his hand. "Where did you get the newspaper?" Chenmu frowned. Brother Ming smiled arrogantly. "Huh, guess what? You." Chenmu was furious. At this moment, Nami walked to Chenmu while directing Usopp and Chopper to recover going. "Uncle, is he the king of the underground world you're talking about?" Chenmu Vivi narrowed his eyes and replied in a deep voice, "He is a clown, not a king, but his status is not much different." Seeing that Nami mentioned the business, Chenmu simply took this opportunity to directly transfer the topic to consignment. "Hey joke, how about a deal?" Looking at Chenmu with a serious face, Brother Ming grinned and sneered. "Is there any other choice?" After speaking, Ming Jie deliberately shook the chain on his body. Chenmu Vivi was stunned for a moment, and after a brief thought, he still chose to let him go. "Judge, let your soldiers untie him." Judge Vivi was startled and frowned hesitantly. "If you let go of this dangerous guy, I'm not sure he will attack your mates immediately, you know. Your mates don't have the strength you have." This, Doflamingo smiled disdainfully. And Chenmu nodded calmly and said, "Don't worry, he doesn't dare to mess around." With Chenmu's affirmation, Judge didn't worry too much, and directly ordered a few soldiers to step forward and untie the chains on Brother Ming. Seastone shackles on the wrists and ankles. After all, Chenmu got them on, and they didn't have the keys. Seeing the soldiers pulling away with chains, Judge nodded to Chen Mu. And Chen Mu was also a kind Isho, and went directly to Doflamingo. Now, is it possible to trade? Seastone handcuffs on his wrist and said. Aren't you worried about me messing around, so why don't you untie this? Brother Ming smiled grimly. Hearing this, Chen Mu shook his head and laughed, and said, of course I'm not worried about you messing around, but the origin of the Seastone handcuffs is rather strange, and I don't have a key myself. Hearing this, the contemptuous smile on Brother Ming's face became even stronger. Looking at the disdainful Doflamingo, Chen Mu Vivi Isho continued. But, who said you have to have the Seastone key to unlock the handcuffs? After speaking, Chen Mu directly grabbed the stone cuffs on Brother Ming's wrist, and squeezed it hard. Kacha tilde tilde. The gray Seastone handcuffs cracked instantly, and cracks quickly spread on the surface. Watching Chen Mu crush Seastone with his bare hands, Doflamingo's pupils shrank suddenly. This guy is also a monster. Thinking of this, Doflamingo curled the corners of his mouth, as if he had thought of a funny thing. Haha, your strength really never disappoints you. Chen Mu raised his eyebrows, the corners of his mouth twitched, and said. Hee, I'm also flattered to be praised by a bad guy like you. Brother Ming didn't care about the sarcasm in Chen Mu's words at all, and directly changed the subject. Come, tell me, and see what a monster like you needs. Chen Mu didn't care about Brother Ming's irony, and said directly. I want a tree. Brother Ming was startled and said in surprise, you still want it? Chen Mu hurriedly coughed twice and explained, this time is different, what I want is just an ordinary orange tree, not a treasure tree. Hearing this, Brother Ming understood. Then he frowned and said inexplicably, a worthless thing like an orange tree should be easy to get. Why are you looking for me? Chen Mu looked sad and sighed. Well, of course I know orange trees are easy to get, but the ones I want are in East Blue. This time, Brother Ming slowly loosened his frown and looked at Chen Mu with a complicated expression. You mean, want me to get you a batch of orange trees from East Blue? Chen Mu nodded, then added, I want to live, I don't want a dead tree. Brother Ming twitched the corners of his mouth, then turned his head to look at the sky, and said. I'm not interested, you can find someone else. This time, Nami looked anxious, and even said anxiously. We can pay, you think about it. Doflamingo sneered, then slowly picked up the newspaper in his hand and read it carefully. At this moment, Nami had no choice but to cast a help look at Chen Mu. Chen Mu looked at Nami, who was full of desire, nodded with a light smile, and said softly. Don't worry, I will handle this matter. After speaking, Chen Mu turned his head again and looked at Brother Ming, whose face was covered by the newspaper. At the same time, he also saw the bald face on the newspaper page, and even the corner of his mouth twitched. Hee, Doflamingo, I advise you. Well, tell me, I'm listening. Brother Ming replied calmly. Chen Mu's eyes twitched and he breathed a little too fast. I advise you, you'd better take this damn newspaper down, or I'm afraid you won't be able to take my fist. Huh. Doflamingo frowned, but he still listened to Chen Mu's advice and took down the newspaper. Afterwards, he seemed to have thought of something, raised his finger directly to the bald wanted notice on the back of the newspaper, and sneered. What, did you feel bad when you saw that you were wanted? This time, the blue veins on Chen Mu's forehead also jumped violently. Reiju, who had been paying attention to Chen Mu's demeanor, warned softly. I think you'd better take the paper down or he's really going to get out of hand. Doflamingo Vivi was taken aback. Then he turned his head and looked at Chen Mu, who was full of manic aura. After a brief hesitation, he slowly put down the newspaper in his hand. Doubtful in my heart. This guy seems to hate being wanted, is it? Another guy who wants to be a hero. Thinking of this, Doflamingo's gaze towards Chen Mu changed slightly. Those eyes, as if looking at a childish urchin, were full of mockery. And Chen Mu, after seeing Brother Ming put down the newspaper, his breathing slowly calmed down. At the same time, I muttered in my heart, I must go to the Marine headquarters another day and let them take a closer look at my handsome face. Thinking of this, Chen Mu suddenly raised his head and looked at Judge. Then, the corner of his mouth slowly evoked an arc of excitement, and he said in surprise in the bottom of his heart. How could I forget this guy? They are the Vinsmoke family, but they can let Marine directly modify the existence of the wanted list. Thinking of this, Chen Mu hurriedly said. Hey Judge, let's talk privately when I'm done with this, I have something very important to tell you. Judge Vivi was taken aback, but nodded anyway. Well, then go to the banquet hall and talk while eating. Chen Mu immediately made an, okay, gesture and said, okay, just do it like this. After speaking, Chen Mu turned his head again and smiled at Brother Ming. As for the East Blue Orange tree, I personally recommend that you think about it, because this may be your only chance. Hearing Chen Mu's words full of threat, Brother Ming frowned and said. If I refuse? Chen Mu shrugged and said, then I will have to hand you over to Marine's Chief Staff Officer, Suru Vice Admiral. Ming Jie suddenly panicked. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, okay. I'll take this deal. After speaking, he directly smashed the newspaper on the ground and stepped on it hard. Ah, damn. Brother Ming grabbed his hair angrily while stomping on the faces on the newspaper. Looking at the furious Doflamingo, Chen Mu pouted, not bothering to pay attention to him. And Doflamingo, after venting his anger, slowly raised his head while panting, and looked at Chen Mu who was yawning. Since it's a transaction, I also need to get what I want. Brother Ming said solemnly. Chen Mu stretched his waist hard and said, ah, you finally remembered to be paid. If you are a little later, I will fall asleep. Chen Mu complained, and then continued, okay, let's talk, what do you want? Hearing Chen Mu speak, Brother Ming grinned and said, I want freedom. Chen Mu raised his eyebrows and said casually, okay, then I'll let you go. No, I said it now. Brother Ming interrupted directly. This time, not only Chen Mu, but several people present frowned. This guy seems a little too crazy. And Chen Mu also frowned tightly, said solemnly, not now. After receiving Chen Mu's refusal, Brother Ming spread his hands and said, then what do you think? How can I go to the black market to issue a reward task just like I am now? Hearing this, Chen Mu suddenly became entangled. Brother Ming's words are not completely unreasonable, but his reputation. No, he has absolutely no credibility, this guy has fooled me once. At this moment, Doflamingo seemed to have guessed what Chen Mu was thinking, and said directly. I lied to you once before, so now that I am like this, do you think I will use my life to lie to you again? Chen Mu Vivi was startled. Then I thought about it carefully, and found that what Brother Ming said did have some truth. Immediately, he nodded in agreement and said, that's fine, I can let you go first. Brother Ming grinned and said with a chuckle, very well, this is what a smart person should do. Hearing this, Chen Mu twitched the corners of his mouth again. This guy shouldn't be saying the opposite. Although Chen Mu still expressed a distrustful attitude towards Brother Ming, he slowly raised his foot, ready to smash the chain with one foot. Immediately afterwards, the sound of click sounded again. Chen Mu smashed the chains between Brother Ming's feet with one foot. At the same time, the incomparably powerful tremor force directly shattered the sea-stone shackles on his ankle through the resonance of the chains. With a burst of broken click, Brother Ming's feet were completely freed from trouble. Doflamingo, who regained his freedom, also stretched like Chen Mu, and then looked up at the scorching sun in the sky. Sadly, he said, ah, the long-lost freedom is really wonderful. Immediately afterwards, Brother Ming slowly extended his hand to Chen Mu and said, bring it. Chen Mu was stunned for a moment and asked in doubt, "What are you taking?" Brother Ming sneered and said, "My heart." At this moment, Chen Mu suddenly remembered. In order to limit the freedom of this guy, he used the scalpel directly to take out his heart. Doflamingo mentioned this at this time, but instead reminded Chen Mu. The corners of Chen Mu's mouth twitched, and he said with a smile, "I refuse." ... This chapter is over. Chapter 130 The battle resumes. Chapter 130 The battle resumes. ... I refuse, Chen Mu said with a smile. After being rejected by Chen Mu, Brother Ming stared at Chen Mu with a dark face. So, straightforwardly, Chen Muhun waved his hand indifferently and said, "Don't look at me like that, I'll give you my heart back when the deal is done." Cold Isho, still staring at Chen Mu. Being stared at by such a big man all the time, Chen Mu felt chills all over his body, and scolded directly. "Hey, why don't you listen to me when I say you are good or bad? I said that after the transaction, I will return your heart, and I will give it to you after the transaction. Do you think I am the same as you? HMPH, not keeping good faith." At the end, Chen Mu looked at Brother Ming with contempt. Brother Ming sneered and still didn't speak. Chen Mu was stared a little hairy, and even said coldly, "If I want to arrest you, whether you have a heart or not makes a difference with me, you know." Hearing this, the smile on Doflamingo's face stopped. After thinking for a while, he said, "Then, I'll change the request." "No, why should we agree to your two requests? It's not fair," Nami responded in a hurry. Brother Ming smiled, and without looking at Nami, he said to Chen Mu again, "The request I made is not difficult for you." Chen Mu was taken aback, looked at Brother Ming suspiciously, and said, "Me." Brother Ming nodded, and then faced Chen Mu's mysterious Isho. In this way, the two men slowly walked to the side under everyone's astonished eyes, and discussed in a low voice. ... After a while, Chen Mu walked slowly back to Nami with a strange expression on his face. Looking at Chen Mu with a very wrong expression, Nami tilted her head and said suspiciously, "Uncle, what did he tell you? Why is your expression so strange?" Chen Mu twitched the corners of his mouth and shook his head awkwardly. At the same time, I muttered in my heart, "Brother Ming's request. Really, it's too funny." And when Chen Mu returned to the crowd, Doflamingo took the red sunglasses handed over by the soldier unhurriedly. Baby 5 who was changing into new clothes and jumping out of the castle gate. And Baby 5 also saw Doflamingo wearing a striped prison uniform and a flamingo feather coat. "Young master." Baby 5 Vivi was startled. However, Doflamingo grinned Isho at the stunned Baby 5, then turned around, grabbed the void with both hands, and jumped directly into the air. "Young master." Looking at Brother Ming who has become a loner, Baby 5 suddenly felt a sense of loss in his heart. And Chen Mu, watching from afar, watched Doflamingo leave. This time, he's really going to become the lonely king. Chen Mu Vivi sighed. "Uncle, what did you say?" Nami looked at him suspiciously. Chen Mu gently Isho, shook his head and said, "It's okay, I'm just sighing." Jinbei who was moving his body, and said with a low smile, "Since the recovery is so good, then let's start training again." Fell, Chen Mu turned his head to greet Baby 5, and then motioned her to come over quickly. Baby 5, showing her face, Isho, ran towards Chen Mu with her long skirt in hand. "This girl, after changing into a long dress, she looks much quieter." Chen Mu smiled. But it was also because of Chen Mu's subconscious sigh, which made Nami feel jealous again. "Humph, see for yourself, I'm leaving." After speaking, Nami let go of Chen Mu's arm angrily, then threw her long hair and left Chen Mu. "Nami, listen to my explanation," Chen Mu said anxiously. But then, he scratched his head in confusion again, and muttered, "Nami must be in love with me." Baby 5, with a face full of joy, jumped up to his side. Then he naturally took Chen Mu's arm and said affectionately, "Dear, wait for a long time." "Ah, it's fine, I just arrived soon," Chen Mu replied subconsciously. Afterwards, he was stunned and hurriedly corrected. "No, I mean, I didn't wait long." It still seemed that something was wrong, and Chen Mu thought about it carefully again. "No, what I mean is, can you change your name in the future? This name is really... Let me slow down for a while." Hearing this, Baby 5 blushed, and said awkwardly, "Okay. Okay, husband tilde." Chen Mu. Judge, who was watching curiously on the sidelines, was a little restless. Niji raised his eyebrows, looked at Chen Mu with a weird look, and then turned to look at Reiju, his eyes full of drama. Judge, on the other hand, frowned and looked at Baby 5 rather displeased. And Chen Mu, of course, didn't know what the family was thinking, so he took Baby 5 helplessly and walked towards Luffy, Jinbei and others. And Nami turned her head angrily. Seeing this, Chen Mu scratched his head in embarrassment. Just when the atmosphere became a little subtle, Luffy said excitedly, "Uncle, Jinbei has recovered, let's fight." Usopp was startled and hurriedly covered Luffy's mouth, but he was still a step behind. At this moment, Jinbei also said calmly, "This old man is ready to fight at any time." After he finished speaking, he immediately assumed a fighting stance. Zoro and Sanji also looked at Chen Mu solemnly. Seeing the raging fighting intent in the eyes of several people, Chen Mu Vivi Isho said, "Don't worry, you all look around to see if you can break this birdcage." Everyone Vivi was startled, then turned his head and began to look around. I saw that the birdcage composed of countless fine silk threads had already incorporated the entire ship into it. Moreover, the incomparably sharp silk thread penetrated the stone ground of the ship and fell into it tightly. Looking at the silk thread that reflected a touch of white light from time to time, Zoro's eyes narrowed, he pulled out his heavy sword and walked over. Everyone stared at Vivi, quietly waiting for Zoro's results. Chong. Zoro slashed with a knife, and a sound of gold and iron symphony sounded. "So hard," Zoro whispered, frowning. After a brief hesitation, Zoro took a step back and pulled out the remaining 2 knives with a dignified expression. 3 swords. Ghost slash. Zoro let out a low voice and slashed out the 2 knives crossed in front of his chest. In an instant, several white silk threads broke directly, and a small gap appeared in the birdcage. Seeing that Zoro successfully broke the birdcage, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "It's not as difficult as I imagined, at least Zoro can." Usopp wiped the sweat from his forehead and said relaxed. But before the words were finished, I saw the gap that was not obvious at first, but it slowly closed again. In an instant, everyone's expressions froze. "This thread actually heals itself." At this moment, everyone present was a little stunned. Nami turned her head even more and said with a protesting expression, "Uncle, this. How did I fight this? I finally broke it. It's only been a long time, and it actually healed automatically again." Yes, yes, Usopp nodded in agreement. In this regard, Chen Mu just lightly isho and responded, "I'm not asking you to cut this birdcage. I mean, the scope of your next battle will be carried out in this shrinking birdcage." Huh, Usopp looked puzzled. Chen Mu directly chose to ignore him and said, "Okay, since everyone has rested, then the battle continues." After finishing speaking, Chen Mu gently waved his knife and cut out a cloud of mist again. It doesn't take a moment for the clone to reappear. Looking at the figure condensed by the white fog, Nami and the others sank in their hearts and moved closer to Luffy Zoro. Seeing everyone's frightened look, Chen Mu shook his head and laughed. "Don't be scared like this. This time, I will limit his strength and make it easier for you." Hearing this, Usopp and Chopper breathed a sigh of relief. And Nami said with joy, "I knew that uncle is the best." Chen Mu shook his head isho and said, "But don't get too happy too soon. No matter how weak this guy is, he still has the strength of a Haiquan admiral." Don't take it lightly. After speaking, Chen Yu ignored everyone's reaction, turned into a thunderbolt, and quickly withdrew from the battlefield. Judge and the others also glanced at Chen Yu, who appeared on the edge, and then said to the children beside them, "Let's go, this is their exclusive battlefield, let's not disturb them here." After that, Judge took the lead in raising his legs and walking towards Chen Yu. It just so happened that he could take advantage of this moment to explore Chen Yu's tone in advance to see if his daughter Reiju had any weight in his heart. And Chen Yu, who slowly restrained the thunder and lightning from his body, felt a pain in his brain after seeing the shackles walking straight towards him. This guy wouldn't want to matchmaking to his daughter. Thinking of this, Chen Yu's thoughts couldn't help but drift away. In the plot of the previous life, it seems that this guy Zhaoji also chose to marry the Big Mom pirate group in order to dominate North Blue, but he was almost wiped out by the group. If it wasn't for the last minute, Sanji and Pudding's rookie had a leak, maybe this group of guys would have been swallowed by the Big Mom pirate group. When the footsteps got closer, Chen Yu also withdrew from his memory. Looking at the 2.7-meter high shackles, Chen Yu hurriedly waved to stop. "Stop. If you have something to say, just stand there and say it. I don't want to have a sore neck." Yanji frowned, looking at Chen Yu, who would not let him get close at all. He could only helplessly nodded, and slowly stopped 5 meters away from Chen Yu. Judge, who was very cooperative, Chen Yu nodded with satisfaction and said, "I feel much more comfortable having a conversation at this distance." Seeing Chen Yu so easily satisfied, Reiju smiled softly. When Chen Yu was about to smile back at him, Baby 5 suddenly ran away from him, blocking Reiju's sight. At the same time, he also showed his incomparably fair and beautiful back to Chen Yu's eyes. Looking at Baby 5's smooth and fair back, Chen Yu exclaimed in his heart, "This white European-style dress can quite show her charm." Thinking of this, Chen Yu suddenly froze. What happened? How do I feel that I am so horny today? But in the next second, Chen Yu immediately let go. Isn't it normal for a man to be lecherous? If a man is not lewd, don't let the beautiful girls go lewd. Thinking of this, Chen Yu's mood instantly brightened. At this time, Baby 5, who knocked over the vinegar jar, glared at Reiju with hostility and said, "You're not allowed to move, just stand there and say what you have to say." Looking at the bulging Baby 5, Reiju covered his mouth and chuckled, Why should I listen to you?" A slight pause, Reiju tilted his head slightly and looked at Chen Yu weakly. "I'm going to stand here and talk too tilde. Looking at Reiju with a pitiful face, Chen Yu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Chen Yu said with a tangled face. Just when Chen Yu didn't know how to choose, a violent blue thunder column instantly erupted in the battlefield of Luffy and others. And the loud noise that followed also attracted the attention of Judge and others. Seeing everyone turn their heads, Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Guro Guro no Mi, rumble rumble fruit, directly by taking advantage of everyone's attention to be diverted to the high balcony. After coming to the balcony, Chen Yu could see the situation on the battlefield more intuitively. I saw Chen Yu nodded with satisfaction, and said happily, "Well, if you are watching a play, you still have to be on a high platform to see clearly." Center of the battlefield. Clone, completely shrouded his body in violent thunder and lightning. And everyone seems to be very afraid of the thunder and lightning of the clone, and they are all hiding in the distance and carrying out long-distance attacks. Slaying Green Star Skull Explosion Grass. Fishman Karate Gun Wave. Three Swords Flow 1080 Troubled Phoenix. In an instant, the green explosion seeds, the blue water column spear, and Zoro's incomparably sharp blade chi all slashed at the figure in the thunder column. After a while, the green seeds exploded, and a poisonous mist in the shape of a green skull exploded. And the several water columns that came from the lacing directly penetrated the thunder column and shot at the figure inside. Hit, Nami said in surprise. However, when Zoro's sword chi split the thunder column, everyone saw the unharmed Chen Mu. I saw Chen Mu, looking at the crowd with contempt, and mockingly said, "I've let you guys accumulate strength for so long, but in the end, that's all there is to it." Damn this guy. Zoro and the others gritted their teeth and frowned. Just when the clone wanted to say something else, Luffy's angry shout rang directly above his head. Fourth gear, Rubber Ape King Gun. At this moment, the smile on the clone's face subsided, and he directly looked up at Luffy, who was attacking rapidly. Damn, actually careless. The clone gritted his teeth. The avatar's eyes narrowed, and he directly restrained his mind. And, before Luffy's fist came, he quickly stretched out his right hand and aimed directly at him with the palm of his hand. The spider's nest. In an instant, countless tenacious silk threads shot out from the palm of the clone, and quickly intertwined into a white spider web in the air. At the moment when the spider web was formed, Luffy's giant fist, which was filled with red and black light, also descended at this moment. In an instant, the iron fist and the spider web collided, making an extremely dull crashing sound. Looking at the huge iron fist in the net, the clone sneered and said, "Is this level of even a sneak attack?" I don't know if Luffy heard the mockery of the clone, or because the power that had been accumulated in the fist for a long time finally exploded at this moment. In an instant, the ground under the clone's feet shattered directly, and countless huge cracks spread rapidly towards the surroundings. And the expression on the clone at the moment has also become hideous. How can it be so heavy? It seems to be to confirm what he said. The moment his words fell, the whole person was smashed into the ground by Luffy's huge black fist. Seeing this scene, everyone was ecstatic. "Yeah, I finally defeated Uncle," Nami said excitedly. And Usopp also put down the black pocket slingshot at this moment, and said with a sigh, "With me, the great Usopp, the effect is different." After speaking, he secretly looked at Chen Mu on the balcony. Seeing that Chen Mu's gaze was still locked on Luffy, Usopp let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, blue lightning suddenly fell beside Usopp, creating a charred pit on the ground beside his feet, with black smoke curling inside. Usopp's expression changed, and then he raised his left foot in a panic. Could it be Uncle Herd? Thinking of this, Usopp turned his head stiffly and looked at Chen Mu on the balcony in the distance. And Chen Mu also looked back at him with a smile. Looking at Chen Mu with a relaxed smile, a drop of cold sweat suddenly fell on Usopp's forehead. Uncle, sure enough, he has the ability of Heart Net. ... Center of the battlefield. Clone, completely shrouded his body in violent thunder and lightning. And everyone seems to be very afraid of the thunder and lightning of the clone, and they are all hiding in the distance and carrying out long-distance attacks. Slaying Green Star Skull Explosion Grass. Fishman Karate Gun Wave. Three Swords Flow 1080 Troubled Phoenix. In an instant, the green explosion seeds, the blue water column spear, and Zoro's incomparably sharp blade chi all slashed at the figure in the thunder column. After a while, the green seeds exploded, and a poisonous mist in the shape of a green skull exploded. And the several water columns that came from the lacing directly penetrated the thunder column and shot at the figure inside. Hit, Nami said in surprise. However, when Zoro's sword chi split the thunder column, everyone saw the unharmed Chen Mu. I saw Chen Mu, looking at the crowd with contempt, and mockingly said, "I've let you guys accumulate strength for so long, but in the end, that's all there is to it." Damn this guy. Zoro and the others gritted their teeth and frowned. Just when the clone wanted to say something else, Luffy's angry shout rang directly above his head. Fourth gear, Rubber Ape King Gun. At this moment, the smile on the clone's face subsided, and he directly looked up at Luffy, who was attacking rapidly. Damn, actually careless. The clone gritted his teeth. The avatar's eyes narrowed, and he directly restrained his mind. And, before Luffy's fist came, he quickly stretched out his right hand and aimed directly at him with the palm of his hand. The spider's nest. In an instant, countless tenacious silk threads shot out from the palm of the clone, and quickly intertwined into a white spider web in the air. At the moment when the spider web was formed, Luffy's giant fist, which was filled with red and black light, also descended at this moment. In an instant, the iron fist and the spider web collided, making an extremely dull crashing sound. Looking at the huge iron fist in the net, the clone sneered and said, "Is this level of even a sneak attack?" I don't know if Luffy heard the mockery of the clone, or because the power that had been accumulated in the fist for a long time finally exploded at this moment. In an instant, the ground under the clone's feet shattered directly, and countless huge cracks spread rapidly towards the surroundings. And the expression on the clone at the moment has also become hideous. How can it be so heavy? It seems to be to confirm what he said. The moment his words fell, the whole person was smashed into the ground by Luffy's huge black fist. Seeing this scene, everyone was ecstatic. "Yeah, I finally defeated Uncle," Nami said excitedly. And Usopp also put down the black pocket slingshot at this moment, and said with a sigh, "With me, the great Usopp, the effect is different." After speaking, he secretly looked at Shenmue on the balcony. Seeing that Shenmue's gaze was still locked on Luffy, Usopp let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, blue lightning suddenly fell beside Usopp, creating a charred pit on the ground beside his feet, with black smoke curling inside. Usopp's expression changed, and then he raised his left foot in a panic. Could it be Uncle Herd? Thinking of this, Usopp turned his head stiffly and looked at Shenmue on the balcony in the distance. And Shenmue also looked back at him with a smile. Looking at Shenmue with a relaxed smile, a drop of cold sweat suddenly fell on Usopp's forehead. "Uncle, sure enough, he has the ability of Heart Net." Chapter 131 Talking Sword. Chapter 131 Talking Sword. Zoro people located in the east, west, and south directions all attacked Shenmue's clone. 3 swords. Extreme Tiger Hunt. Devil's Foot. Coarsely Broken. 5,000 tile positive fists. At this moment, the Blue Savage Tiger, the Scorching White Flame Kick, and that ordinary straight punch, all slammed on the clone. Boom! In a deafening roar, the place where Shenmue's clone was standing collapsed into a huge pit. And the huge deep pit was wrapped in a large cloud of dust, making it difficult to see what was inside. However, judging from the huge slash marks and scorch marks on the surrounding ground, the battle situation should be extremely fierce. At this time, the edge of the battlefield. Usopp was lying on the ground twitching, and from time to time a thin blue electricity flashed from his black and tattered clothes. Nami, on the other hand, lay down beside Usopp with her eyes rolled. But compared to the charred Usopp, her condition is obviously much better. And the initiator of all this was the smiling Chen Su on the balcony. "Haha, I said it was a training camp, do you still think you can run?" Shenmue said with a smile on his face. However, he frowned slightly and looked at Nami with some worry. "Hey, I don't know how long Nami will fall asleep this time. I always feel that using Conqueror on her is a little too much." That's right, when Shenmue saw Usopp and Nami on the edge of obedience, he directly chose to do it himself. For Usopp, Shenmue used Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, 20 million volts discharge. X10. Of the 10 lightning bolts shot from Shenmue's fingertips, Usopp basically ate all the remaining 9 except for dodging the first one. Usopp didn't fall directly after receiving the tens of millions of thunder and lightning from Shenmue Judao, he just looked shaky. Shenmue was a little surprised at Usopp's ability to resist electricity. Although Shenmue is no better than Enel, he doesn't have his lightning specialization attribute. However, after the breakthrough of the strength limit, Shenmue's overall strength soared to a terrifying level. You must know that fruit ability is also a part of his overall strength. The thunder and lightning released by Shenmue was not only thunder and lightning, but also contained an extremely mysterious power. And this mysterious power is completely unthinkable for people at this level of the pirate world. Taking this 20 million voltage as an example, Chen Mu dared to guarantee that even if he hit Enel, he could make him scream in pain, not to mention Usopp, who had no lightning resistance. But fortunately, Usopp only stood for about 10 seconds, otherwise Chen Mujin doubted that he had become weaker. As for Nami, who seemed to want to take part in the attack, but couldn't come up with suitable means, Chen Mu was more kind. Not serious conqueror hockey, half-level skill. For Nami, Chen Mu can pat his chest and say, "I almost drained the whole new world." But Nami still didn't hold back, and also fell straight down. Chen Mu could only sigh helplessly for Nami, who was faint when touched. Hey, fighting is really not suitable for Nami. Next time, let her accompany me to watch the battle. Oh, I almost forgot about Chopper. Chen Mu was stunned for a moment, and then began to glance. But when he looked around, he didn't notice Chopper. Hey, what about the Chopper people? Chen Mu was full of question marks. At this moment, the huge dust mist in the center of the battlefield suddenly made a violent collision of swords. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, Chen Mu, who was watching the play on the balcony, was also attracted by the sound. And Chen Mu, who was trying to find no results, was clinging to the castle wall with a cautious face and hiding directly under him. The center battlefield, in the dust fog. In addition to the sound of the sword slamming first, there were also occasional, thumping, sounds of fisting to the flesh. It didn't take long for Sanji, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, to escape the dust mist first. And Jinbei and Zoro also jumped out of the dust fog panting. "This guy won't be tired," Zoro frowned and whispered. After speaking, Zoro glanced at Jinbei and Sanji, who were also panting heavily. "No, if you continue like this, there is really no chance of winning." Thinking of this, Zoro's face condensed, and a faint black mist slowly floated out from under his left eye. That's right, it was the left eye that he had been unable to open. At this moment, Zoro, stimulated by his competitive spirit, finally chose to use that power. Although the source of this power is related to Chen Mu, but he can't control that much. Just as the slowly spreading black mist was about to cover Zoro's face, a palm glowing with purple on suddenly emerged from his feet. And one clasped his ankle. At this moment, Zoro's pupils shrank, and he suddenly looked down at his feet. However, Chen Mu's avatar of fighting intent doesn't seem to intend to leave too much preparation time for Zoro. Zoro's ankle with his other hand, he pulled both hands down at the same time, pulling Zoro's whole body into the ground. And on the balcony, slowly loosened his frown after seeing Zoro being dragged into the ground. At the same time, the corner of his mouth smiled and said, "I didn't expect that this clone is still a bit sensible, knowing that Zoro can't use that kind of life-threatening move." After speaking, Chen Mu intertwined his right index finger and thumb, making an "okay" gesture, then raised his hand and placed it in front of his eye socket. At this moment, a lavender halo suddenly appeared between Chen Mu's fingers, forming an O-shaped purple light film. And Chen Mu, at this moment, Vivi closed his left eye, and then used his right eye to look at the ground where Zoro disappeared through the layer of purple light film. "Hee, let me see where you all went." Chen Mu chuckled lightly. However, after Chen Mu took a closer look, he couldn't find Zoro underground. Moreover, the clone also disappeared. At this moment, Chen Mu's brows furrowed again. "This avatar, isn't it a real betrayal?" Chen Mu murmured, and continued to increase his efforts to find it. Zoro was still not found. At this moment, Chen Mu finally couldn't sit still. Wen even gritted his teeth. "A mere avatar dares to play tricks under my nose, really looking for..." However, before Chen Mu's words were finished, the Chen Mu No. 2 clone, also wearing a yellow jumpsuit with a large white cape hanging from his back, instantly burst out of the ground and appeared on the battlefield. At the same time, On his right hand, it was Zoro, who had passed out in a coma. Seemingly guessing what the main body was thinking, the avatar casually turned his head and looked at Chen Mudao. My mission completed. After speaking, the clone exploded directly on the spot, turning into a dense fog. Seeing this scene, Chen Mu raised his brows to Vivi, and said with a smile in his heart. This avatar has quite a personality. Suddenly, Chen Mu's eyes suddenly opened, and he lost his voice, personality. At this moment, Chen Mu was completely restless. You alone have a personality. That's great. Thinking of this, Chen Mu raised his right hand angrily, looked at the long mirrored sword of the glow, and gritted his teeth. Summon the clone. However, this time, the long mirror blade did not respond at all, and even a little mist floated out. Play a strike for me. Chen Mu laughed angrily. Then he swung the long knife vigorously, and said angrily again, hurry up and come out, you bastard avatar. At this moment, the long mirror blade shook violently. Immediately afterwards, a slightly charming female voice suddenly came out from the mirror-surfaced sword. HMPH, I won't. At this moment, Chen Mu laughed in anger. Hey you little guy, you will talk back, right? I see you. While talking, Chen Mu suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait a minute, I seem to have missed an important link. Chen Mu frowned, and his brain turned rapidly. After a while, Chen Mu's eyes suddenly bulged, and he said in shock, damn, so you can talk. Chen Mu stared at the long knife closely, and he could even see the handsome face reflected from the smooth, mirror-like knife. However, the long sword suddenly fell silent. Hey, I'm asking you, why don't you speak? Believe it or not, I'll sue you for being cold and violent. Chen Mu said with a displeased face. But the long knife still didn't make a sound, just like a dead thing. Looking at the long knife who really didn't intend to speak, Chen Mu's eyelids slowly drooped down. Since you don't want to talk, then I'll send you back to the space for retirement. After speaking, Chen Mu slowly closed his eyes and pretended to enter the system space. No, I don't want to go back to that dark place. Listening to the slightly crying female voice, the corner of Chen Mu's mouth twitched, and he said proudly. HMPH, this little guy who doesn't know how high the sky is, actually dares to pose in front of me. This time, let me get the handle. Thinking of this, the smile on the corner of Chen Mu's mouth became brighter. And the crisp female voice on the blade, after saying that sentence, fell silent again. But this time, Chen Mu didn't panic at all. Seeing him, he said slowly, next, I ask, you answer, do you understand? The long knife Vivi trembled. Chen Mu nodded with satisfaction and continued, I ask you, what exactly are you now? HMPH, I'm not a thing. The charming female voice sounded again. Chen Mu twitched the corners of his mouth, too lazy to complain about the IQ of this knife, because would a guy with such an IQ be happy? Obviously, no. Then when will you be able to speak? Chen Mu continued to ask. At this time, the mirror-surfaced sword fell silent again. Chen Mu was stunned for a moment, and then while flicking the blade, he curled his lips and said, Hey, why did you stop talking all of a sudden? As soon as Chen Mu finished speaking, the long knife vibrated violently. And that somewhat coquettish female voice rang again. Ah, stop playing, it hurts, you know what? Chen Mu was stunned for a moment, and said in surprise, You are afraid of pain with a knife. Of course, you are so strong, even if I were a knife, I would be hurt by you. Ah, that's fine. Chen Mu rubbed his nose embarrassedly, then continued, You haven't answered my question just now, tell me, what are you talking about? At this time, the charming female voice suddenly became resentful. I'm not thinking about it, Tilda, don't be so anxious, if you are in a hurry, I will forget all about it. Chen Mu twitched the corners of his mouth and replied, Hee hee. Hee hee hee, then think about it slowly. After that, Chen Mu put down the long knife and looked at Zoro's position. At this time, Zoro fell into a coma. And the Straw Hats were all nervously surrounding him. "Chopper, how is Zoro? Can you wake up?" Luffy asked. At this time, Chopper, who was wearing a stethoscope, carefully checked Zoro's body and did not reply to Nami. Chenmu looked at the crowd in a circle from a distance, frowned Vivi, and asked in a deep voice. "What did you do to Zoro?" At this time, Chenmu had a long knife in his hand, but he replied impatiently, "I just absorbed that black mist and he passed out by himself, it has nothing to do with me." "Oh, I told you not to disturb me, so I forgot it again." Chenmu nodded clearly, and automatically ignored the following complaint, and replied casually. "Well, then think about it slowly, I'll go take a look first." After speaking, Chenmu propped up the white stone guardrail with one hand and jumped directly from the balcony. When Chenmu landed, he didn't think much about it, and walked straight to the crowd. Along the way, Chenmu easily avoided all kinds of ravines and potholes, and walked slowly behind Sanji. "Let me take a look," Chenmu said softly. As for Sanji, the moment he heard Chenmu's voice, a back kick came in direct muscle reflex. But Chenmu just raised his hand and patted Sanji's attack in an instant. "Sanji, it's me," Chenmu said calmly. Hearing this, Sanji Vivi was startled, then turned his head in confusion. "Are you, Uncle?" Chenmu nodded. Looking at Chenmu with an indifferent face, Sanji breathed a sigh of relief after he was convinced that it was Chenmu's deity. Then Vivi turned sideways and made way for Chenmu. The other people also looked at Chenmu with a look of surprise. Chenmu also faced everyone Vivi Isho, then squatted down, frowned and looked at Zoro. "Chopper, how is Zoro?" Chenmu asked. Chopper took off the stethoscope, turned his head solemnly, and said, "Zoro has no obvious injuries, but he just can't wake up." "Can't you see it?" Chenmu wondered. Chopper shook his head solemnly and said, "I couldn't check it out." Pause. Chopper also said with a confused expression, "But judging from Zoro's situation, he shouldn't be in a coma for so long." Hearing this, Chenmu probably understood. The reason for Zoro's coma, I'm afraid it is really related to the black mist. After all, the black mist floated out of his eyes. Zoro's brain, rather than the eyes, that slowly released the black mist through the exit of the eyes. Thinking of this, Chenmu's brows could not help but wrinkle. Could it be that Zoro's soul has already made some kind of contract with that black fog? Could it be that it really has something to do with the Asura god? Thinking of this, Chenmu's head suddenly became huge. At this time, a wisp of black mist slowly floated out of the long knife in Chenmu's hand. And, directly following Zoro's nostrils, he drilled in. When everyone saw the black fog, they took half a step with a look of fear, but when they saw the black fog penetrated directly into Zoro's nostrils, they suddenly panicked. "Uncle, it's the black mist," Chopper said with a look of fear. Chenmu turned his head in surprise and said, "I saw it, it's black fog, what's wrong?" Chopper's jaw twitched, and he said tremblingly, This black fog will suck people's blood." Hearing this, Chenmu's mouth twitched and said, "Don't worry, the black mist this time will not swallow Zoro's blood." Really? "Well, really, I can assure you," Chenmu responded with a serious look. Looking at Chenmu with a serious face, Chopper let out a long sigh of relief and said, That's good. Zoro, who had completely inhaled the black mist into his body, also slowly opened his eyes. ... This chapter is over. Chapter 132, Baby 5 Feet's Mind. Chapter 132, Baby 5 Feet's Mind. At this time, a large purple snail boat was slowly approaching Dressrosa, and it was expected to arrive in half a day. ... On this large purple snail boat, a group of people in straw hats were forming a tight circle, looking at Zoro with worried faces. Zoro with sad eyes. When the last wisp of black mist floating in the air was slowly sucked into Zoro's body, Vivi's tightly closed left eye loosened a little. Zoro, are you awake? Chopper asked suspiciously. Hearing this, Chen-Emu's mouth twitched and he complained in the bottom of his heart. If you want someone else to answer, at least you want people to open their eyes and talk about it. White eyes. Not long after Chen Munien's thoughts fell, Zoro covered his head with one hand and sat up from the ground with a face full of pain. Ah, this feeling is really uncomfortable, Zoro said with a pale face. In a hurry, Chopper hurried past Chen Mu and put his hand on Zoro's shoulder. Zoro, lie down first, and I'll check it out for you, Chopper said with a serious face. After that, Chopper put on the stethoscope again and probed towards Zoro's chest. Just when Zoro was about to say his refusal, an extremely weak voice slowly came in from the outside of the crowd. Uncle, I need treatment ... When everyone heard the sound, they turned their heads away. I saw Usopp, who was covered in white bandages with his eyes outside, and crawled over tremblingly. The target is Chen Mu. Chen Mu looked at Usopp who was crawling towards him little by little, the corners of his eyes twitched wildly. Chopper has already treated you, now you just need to lie down and recuperate, Chen Mu said. But Usopp pretended not to understand, and continued to climb towards Chen Mu tremblingly. At this moment, everyone looked at Usopp speechlessly, at this stubborn man. Chen-Emu's blue veins jumped on the corner of his forehead, and he said with a dark face, I will not give you tears of healing, you give up. Hearing this, Usopp froze and slowly raised his head. Uncle, you can't treat me like this, Usopp said with a crying face. Chen Mu curled his lips and said, what is left on you now is just a little pain, you can endure it yourself. Usopp sucked his snot hard, and continued to say tearfully, Uncle. But the taste of being electrocuted, it really hurts. Chen Mu rolled his eyes and turned his head directly. Zoro who frowned, he said, how are you feeling now, is there any other discomfort? Chen Mu asked with concern. And Zoro, still just frowned tightly and didn't speak. But at this moment, a charming female voice suddenly came from the long knife in Chen-Emu's hand. HMPH, isn't it just forcibly stripping the black mist from his soul? It can be a big deal. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads in surprise and looked at the long knife in Chen-Emu's hand. Uncle, your knife just spoke, Robin said with a look of surprise. Chen Mu nodded without changing his face and replied, well, I know. Ah. Robin was stunned for a while, but he didn't expect Chen Mu to be so calm. At this moment, Chen Mu frowned and suddenly felt that something was wrong. At the moment, he turned his head and looked directly at Robin and said, Robin, where have you been? Baby 5 in a white princess dress, and said, I went to pick clothes for your friend just now, how is it, does it look good? Chen Mu nodded without hesitation and said, it looks good. Haha, as long as you like it. Robin smiled softly again. Looking at Robin who was smiling and squinting, Chen Mu Vivi was taken aback and questioned. No, Baby 5 came out before the start of the training camp. At that time, where did you go? At this moment, something is finally wrong with Chen Mu. Robin, she is hiding. Looking at Chen Mu who was full of doubts, Robin covered his mouth with a chuckle and said, Uncle, are you thinking that I deliberately followed her to pick clothes to avoid training? Well, Chen Mu nodded solemnly. Robin chuckled again and said, oh, yes, you guessed it right, Uncle. Looking at Robin who directly admitted the truth, Chen Mu didn't know what to say. Robin continued, Uncle, I have a different opinion, do you want to listen? Huh, Chen Mu tilted his head in confusion. Zhang Chen Mu did not refuse, and Robin continued with a smile, Uncle, regarding the combat training you set this time, I don't think it is necessary for us. Oh, why? Chen Mu frowned, puzzled. The first point is that your abilities, Uncle, should not be less than 7. Chen Mu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, well, almost. At this moment, although everyone had already guessed part of it, when Chen Mu admitted it so directly, he was still shocked. The initiator of Chen Mu's secret, Sister Robin, smiled with satisfaction at this moment. Well, it looks like I guessed right. Pause. Robin continued. Since the first point has been confirmed, let me talk about the second point next. Chen Mu nodded and motioned for Robin to continue. This time, Robin turned his eyes away from Chen Mu and slowly scanned the crowd. Among them, Usopp, who ended the grievance show, and Nami, who was lying on the ground sleeping peacefully. After seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Robin hesitated a little, and said with a serious expression, "Uncle, about this second point, I want you to answer me seriously." Chen Mu frowned in confusion, and then muttered in his heart, "I said it's okay to give an opinion, how do I feel? Are you trying to hide a secret from me? Robin, you scheming GIL." Although Chen Mu complained about Robin in his heart, he was actually very curious about the second point that Robin said. "Well, you ask, if it doesn't involve my personal privacy, I will consider answering it." After receiving Chen Mu's reply, Robin pursed his lips and said hesitantly, "About the second point, what I want to ask is, Uncle, whether your haki has reached the peak level. Like Admiral, or the Four Emperors." At this moment, everyone focused their attention on Chen Mu. Although they knew that Chen Mu could easily repel Admiral, but apart from the Conqueror's power that he showed that time, it seems he has never seen him use any other haki. Even the power of Conqueror is so terrifying, to say that he does not have armament and observation haki, everyone will definitely not believe it. However, when Chen Mu heard Robin's question, he was suddenly stunned. "That's it. You've spent so much time preparing the ground and rendering the atmosphere, and in the end, just want to ask this." Chen Mu's expression at this time is quite complicated. Although Chen Mu wanted to complain, but looking at everyone's expectant eyes, Chen Mu chose to answer directly. "Well, your feeling is not wrong. My haki level has indeed reached the level of Admiral or the Four Emperors." Robin's pupils shrank, and then he said anxiously, "Why doesn't the uncle use armament haki?" Chen Mu blinked and said calmly, "I've been using it all the time." At this moment, the doubts in everyone's eyes became even stronger. "Does it really work?" Chen Mu gave a soft, nodded and said, "I did use it." Sanji asked urgently, "Then why?" "Ah, I see." Could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Luffy. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the excited Luffy. "Uncle told me before that there are several ways to express armament." "How many?" Zoro asked suspiciously, wrinkled. Luffy turned his head, nodded heavily at Zoro, and said, "Well, there are several kinds." Sanji's eyes narrowed, and he asked anxiously, Hey, Luffy, don't talk in half, there are several kinds, you can continue talking." Luffy turned his head, giggled at Sanji Isho, and said very naturally, "I forgot." Everyone's faces were startled. "Luffy, you bastard." Sanji gritted his teeth looking at Luffy's smiling face. Zoro, on the other hand, turned his head directly and looked at Chen Mu beside him. "As far as I know, there are 3. Chen Mu rolled his eyes at Luffy, then turned to look at Zoro. "Hardening, wrapping and out, that's what I know as armament haki," Zoro said earnestly. Hearing this, Chen Mu nodded, and then added for him, "There is another type, called internal destruction." Internal destruction. Everyone was stunned. But Luffy, with a bright light in his eyes, said in surprise, Yes, Uncle told me before that armament's higher level is the one called internal destruction." Chen Mu rolled his eyes at Luffy again, and then explained to everyone, "The use of this kind of internal destruction refers to the ability to penetrate the surface of the object and directly break it into the object, thereby destroying it from the inside out." Destroy. This way of using armament was born to destroy high defenses. After speaking, Chen Mu sat down quietly, waiting for everyone to digest and absorb this new armament concept. Long for Zoro to wake up from his contemplation first. Then how to master this internal sabotage. Chenmu smiled and said unhurriedly, I suggest that you should practice the first 3 well first, and then consider mastering the use of internal destruction. Why? Zoro asked with a frown. Because internal destruction can be combined with hardening, winding, and external release. At this moment, everyone fell into contemplation again. Chenmu didn't bother, just got up and walked towards the bow. When Chenmu walked to the bow alone, he looked at the boundless sea and whispered to himself. Okay, the chores are over, now. It's your turn. After a pause, Chenmu slowly raised the long knife, and said in a leisurely manner, Tell me, what are you? What is it? The long knife trembled slightly, and then a slightly charming female voice was reluctantly uploaded from the long knife. Oh, I said I can't remember, you have to ask. You are so annoying. Chenmu didn't care about her complaints, he just enjoyed the gentle sea breeze. After a while, Chenmu took a deep breath and said softly. Do you know your name? Name. Chenmu gave a soft, and continued. Your name, Jinghua Shuiyu, is an armament from another world. Oh, and then what? Chenmu smiled and said with some nostalgia. I remember that in that world, there are many long knives like you, and they all have their own ideas. At the same time, they can also transform into human beings. When Chenmu finished speaking, a tiny white light suddenly flashed on the long mirrored sword. Then, it slowly disappeared. Looking at the flashing white light, Chenmu shook his head and laughed. You really have your own ideas. After a pause, Chenmu slowly let out a breath, and said with a sense of loss, You really have your own thinking ability. Since you can think, then you can figure it out yourself, and when you figure it out one day, then let your truth come out and talk to me. After speaking, Chenmu sat cross-legged and placed the long knife on his knees. Chenmu sat quietly on the bow for half an hour, and then walked into the castle on his own. But this time, he refused Judge's invitation and chose to stay alone in the large room. Baby 5 in a white princess dress walked into the room. Chenmu slowly sat up from the bed. Then, in a calm tone, You are here. Baby 5 gave a shy, and then slowly walked to Chenmu's side. Chenmu sat beside the bed, turned to look at Baby 5, and said softly, How do you feel? Baby 5 was stunned for a while, then asked suspiciously, What? How is it? Chenmu smiled and said, Did you feel the warmth of home from them? Looking at Chenmu with a warm smile on his face, Baby 5 Vivi fell silent for a while, then slowly lowered his head. Why is Vivi stunned? Looking at Baby 5 who is biting her lip, she wonders, What's the matter, are they treating you badly? Baby 5 shook his head vigorously. This time, Chenmu was completely stunned. Then you are. Baby 5 sobbed lightly, raised his hand to wipe his tears, and said, They treat me very well. Although I only got along with them for a long time, I can feel they really need me. And not that kind of exploitation. Hearing this, Chenmu Vivi was startled and said in surprise, Do you know that you are being used? Baby 5 nodded sadly and replied, Well, actually, I always knew. Then why don't you? I don't dare. Baby 5 shook his head vigorously. Then, in Chenmu's surprised eyes, he said timidly, I dare not, I am afraid. If I leave them, I will lose my last family. Speaking of this, Baby 5 bravely lifted up, looked directly at Chenmu, and said, I'll do anything, as long as you get me to stay. Looking at the courageous Baby 5, Chenmu shook his head and laughed, then stood up slowly, rubbed her head and said, Don't worry, from now on, you will be our family. Really, really. Chenmu smiled and nodded, really. Then they. Don't worry, they will like you too. After speaking, Chenmu took the initiative to take Baby 5's hand and slowly walked to the balcony. At the same time, I sighed in my heart. Hey, it's obviously the daughter-in-law who came to the door. Why did I follow in the footsteps of Brother Ming? God, I don't want to be a brother. ... This chapter is over. Chapter 133 Chen Mu. My IQ is low. Chapter 133 Chen Mu. My IQ is low. ... At this time, on the balcony of the castle, Baby 5, who was wearing a white princess dress, was looking at Chen Mu with a moved face. Listening to the sobbing that gradually stopped, Chen Mu slowly turned his head and said in a gentle tone, after crying, "Are you in a better mood?" After speaking, Chen Mu smiled and rubbed Baby 5's head. At the same time, I sighed in my heart. Fortunately, Baby 5 didn't wear high heels this time, otherwise, with her height of 181 centimeters, it would be really difficult for me to touch her hair. At this time, Baby 5 raised his face in enjoyment, enjoying the rare tranquility between the two. Uncle Tilda. At this moment, Luffy's shout came from a distance. Chen Muan pulled her hand back instantly as if she was electrocuted. Baby 5 Vivi was startled, slowly opened his eyes, and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Chen Mu shook his head in embarrassment and replied, "No. Nothing." Baby 5's soft shoulders with both hands, slowly pushed her to turn around, and led her to look at Luffy in the distance. "Did you see that waving person?" Chen Mu said, pointing to Luffy in the distance. Baby 5 nodded blankly and said, "You mean Captain Straw Hat?" Chen Mu smiled and said, "Yes, he is the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. You can call him Luffy in the future." "Well, I will remember," Baby 5 said seriously. At this moment, Luffy shouted to Chen Mu again, "Hey tilde, uncle." Chen Mu Vivi frowned, and then whispered to Baby 5, "I'll go down first, are you going with me now or?" Baby 5 pursed his lips, and after a brief hesitation, he shook his head and said, I'll just wait for a while." Chen Mu nodded and said, "Well, that's fine, then I'll go down first." After finishing speaking, Chen Mu propped up with one hand and jumped directly from the nearly 20-meter high balcony. Bang tilde. When Chen Mu landed heavily, the ground that he had jumped over twice was completely cracked this time. Click, click. Accompanied by the sound of shards cracking, the ground under Chen Mu's feet finally couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed. Chen Mu was startled and hurriedly stepped up. But, it's still a step behind. Ouch. Fuck. As soon as the words fell, Chen Mu disappeared directly from everyone's eyes. Luffy, who witnessed all this, stared blankly at the place where Chen Mu disappeared, and said confusedly, "Uncle, what are you playing?" At this moment, Zoro walked to Luffy's side with a complicated expression, and said in a strange tone, "Luffy, is he your family?" Luffy turned his head in confusion, looked at Zoro with a complicated expression, and said, "Uncle is our family." Zoro twitched the corners of his mouth and said in a blunt voice, "I am not referring to this." At this moment, Robin walked to Luffy's side from behind and said softly, "What Zoro wants to say is, does Uncle have a blood connection with you, such as your long-lost brother or something?" After listening to Robin's explanation, although it is generally correct, Zoro still feels that something is wrong. Luffy, however, slowly frowned, looking like he was stuck in a blind spot of knowledge. "My long-lost brother," Luffy muttered. Zoro and Robin, who were separated beside Luffy, looked at Luffy who was in deep thought, glanced at each other quietly, and chose to leave tacitly. So hard for Luffy to use his brain. They both thought at the same time. The two of them just turned around, and before they had time to take two more steps, they saw an extremely fast thunderlight appearing directly in front of the two of them. The two Vivi were startled, and stopped in tacit understanding. At this time, Chen Mu's figure appeared directly in the rapidly dispersing thunderlight. Ziz. Crack. Crack. _. Chen Mu patted the lightning flashes on his body occasionally, and said doubtfully. I think I heard you guys asking Luffy just now if I'm his family or something. I'm curious, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Zoro twitched the corners of his mouth and turned his head away with a guilty conscience. And Robin, gently Isho, said, because I think you are a bit like Luffy, uncle, that's why I asked that. Chen Mu tilted his head in confusion and said, is it like it? Like, Robin smiled and nodded. This time, Chen Mu was even more confused. Where does it look like? Why didn't I feel it? After speaking, Chen Mu turned to look at Zoro again. After all, the topic of family was originally thrown by Zoro. Feeling Chen Mu's straight gaze, the muscles on Zoro's face shook violently. Bastard, you're a man, can you stop staring at another man with this kind of eyes? It will make people very uncomfortable, believe it or not I cut you. Zoro said angrily. Chen Mu Vivi was startled. Immediately afterwards, he turned his head in confusion and asked Robin, is my eyes strange? Robin covered Isho's mouth and didn't answer. Is it because my eyes are too straight? 3 huge question marks floated from Chen Mu's head. Afterwards, Chen Mu shook his head vigorously, pulling the distracted thoughts in his mind back to normal. No, I just wanted to ask him what he meant. Why? Make me look like a lunatic. Zoro's strange reaction, what do you think? How does it feel like a guilty conscience? Thinking of this, Chen Mu suddenly became enlightened. Immediately, Chen Mu squinted his eyes and stared at Zoro with a bad look on his face, saying, Zoro, are you guilty? Hearing this, Zoro's face froze, and he avoided Chen Mu's gaze in a panic. Looking at Zoro's reaction, Chen Mu knew that he had guessed correctly, and even snorted coldly. HMPH, I knew it was definitely not that simple. Say, what is your intention when you ask that question? Zoro, who was being pressed by Chen Mu step by step, Robin shook his head and laughed, and said to him. Zoro just simply knows, uncle, whether you are Luffy's family or not, and has no other meaning. Listening to Robin's unreliable remarks, Chen Mu pouted and said. Cut, I don't believe it. You bastard, someone explain it to you, just listen. After that, Zoro left with a look of anger. Zoro who left suddenly, Chen Mu was stunned for a moment, and then reacted instantly. You guy, you have bad intentions. Chen Mu shouted. Zoro hurriedly stepped up. Zoro fleeing in a hurry, Chen Mu snorted arrogantly. A guy who blushes even if he tells a lie still wants to pretend in front of me. He's really playing a black knife in front of the eagle eye, overthinking his abilities. Although Chen Mu knew that Zoro's words were not as simple as they seemed, in the end. Still didn't know the real meaning. At this time, Luffy walked over to the two with a solemn expression on his face. Robin, Luffy said in a deep voice. Robin turned his head suspiciously and looked at Luffy with a deep face. Luffy, what's wrong? Luffy frowned tightly and said, I only have 2 brothers, one is Ace and the other is called Sabo. Speaking of this, Luffy's expression gradually fell. When we were very young, Sabo didn't know where to get a small fishing boat, but just after going to sea, it was sunk by a gorgeous big boat. Listening to Luffy finish, Robin pursed his lips, looking like he was hesitant to speak. And Chen Mu said without thinking, well, I know about this matter, it seems to be Tenryubido's ship. Luffy and Robin, who heard the news, looked at Chen Mu in shock. How did you know? Robin asked in surprise. Luffy also hurriedly echoed. Yes, uncle, how did you know, and is Sabo really dead? Seeing the expressions of the two, Chen Mu's heart tightened, and he could not wait to slap himself. Let you talk more, now it's alright. Chen Mu's bowels are about to regret it this time. Under the watchful eyes of Luffy and Robin, Chen Mu's brain was running fast. Have it. Chen Mu was shocked, then raised his head calmly, and said to Robin. It's okay if you want me to tell you. But, you'll have to tell me the intent of Zoro's words first, so it's fair. Hearing this, Luffy was even confused. Does Zoro have any intentions? And Robin, after a brief hesitation, betrayed Zoro directly. Looking at the uncle who would fall into the hole even if he jumped out of the window, I can't blame Zoro for thinking in that direction. After all, Luffy makes these little mistakes too often. Luffy. After listening to Robin's explanation, Chen-Emu's eyes twitched. It's really too much to put me and Luffy on the same IQ level. Thinking of this, Chen Mudong stepped over to Luffy's side and poked his face with his index finger, saying, Robin, look carefully. Luffy and I are similar. No matter how I look at it, I'm much smarter than him, okay? Chen-Mu said unconvinced. Before Robin could speak, Luffy turned his head and took a bite, biting Chen-Emu's index finger. Said vaguely, I'm not an idiot, Uncle is. Seeing the two of them making a fuss, Robin covered his mouth and laughed. And Chen-Mu, who was biting his finger tightly by Luffy, sucked in a breath and pushed Luffy's forehead hard. Hey, it hurts, Luffy, let me go, let go. No. Then don't blame me for being rude, Chen-Mu said fiercely. But Luffy still held on tightly. No matter how hard Chen-Mu pushed him, it was useless. Hey, this is really weird. In fact, at this moment, Chen-Mu could use the elementalization handle to pull out, but he had an idea in his heart, and wanted to see if he could use this pain to make him understand what was going on. Since breaking through level 1001 that time, Chen-Emu's feeling of pain has become good and bad. Sometimes, when a Kainu, who is Admiral's strength, was slammed with hundreds of punches, he didn't even frown. Now, he was actually bitten by Luffy, and it was the most ordinary bite, not even armament. Chen-Mu wanted to take this opportunity to see if this kind of inexplicable pain would come and go. As time passed, it might be that Luffy got tired, so he slowly let go of Chen-Emu's hand. He even used million volts discharge. After some operations, Chen-Mu finally dried the saliva on his fingers. Then, he brought his finger closer, looked at the circle of bite marks on it, and said to himself, could it be that only certain people can hurt me? After speaking, Chen-Mu frowned tightly. Just when Chen-Mu was about to fall into contemplation, Robin, who satisfied Chen-Emu's curiosity, said with a smile. Uncle, I've already told you what you want. You should tell me about Sabo. At this moment, Luffy nodded again and again. Yes, Uncle, let's talk about Sabo, and, has he really been? He's not dead. Chen-Mu rolled his eyes and interrupted Luffy, who was hesitant to speak. Luffy was startled, then exclaimed in ecstasy, really, Uncle, Sabo? Sabo is still alive. Chen-Mu glanced at Robin without a trace, and then said, I can only tell you that he is still alive. As for the other, don't ask. If others don't say it, then it's not appropriate for me to say it. After speaking, Chen-Mu turned around and left. Luffy raised his hands high and shouted excitedly, ha ha. Ha 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 ha, great, Sabo is still alive, Sabo is still alive. Robin on the side, gently pinching his delicate chin, frowned and fell into contemplation. Luffy who was cheering for some reason. Who is Sabo? Nami turned to look at Usopp. Usopp also shook his head blankly, then turned to look at Zoro, who was not looking very well. Zoro, do you know Sabo? Zoro had a dark face, gritted his teeth and replied, I don't know. After speaking, he turned around and sat down with his back to the crowd. Usopp scratched his head and said suspiciously, Zoro, you've been looking bad since you came back just now, do you want Chopper to show you? Speaking, without waiting for Zoro's reply, Usopp said directly to Chopper, Chopper, please check again for Zoro. He spoke, he pouted towards Zoro, and at the same time, he quietly tapped his temple with his hand, signaling Chopper to focus on his mind. Chopper nodded solemnly, then walked carefully towards Zoro with his short legs. When Chopper came to Zoro's back, slowly took off the small blue backpack, and was about to rummage through the stethoscope, Zoro opened his mouth. Chopper. Chopper was shocked and froze in place. Then, Zoro turned his head slowly and said calmly, "Don't listen to Usopp." Chopper was startled for a moment, then turned his head suspiciously, looked at Zoro and said, "Why can't you listen to Usopp?" Zoro glanced at Chopper, then slowly raised his eyelids and glanced at Usopp, who was about to run away. Looking at Usopp's tiptoe appearance, Zoro said with an expressionless face, "You see for yourself." Hearing this, Chopper turned his head suspiciously, just in time to see Usopp sneaking away. "Usopp, where are you going?" Chopper asked with a puzzled face. Zoro's mouth twitched, and he turned his head silently. At the same time, he shook his head and sighed. On the whole boat, except for the two women, there is no one with normal IQ. ... This chapter is over. Take a day off and go back to your hometown for Chinese New Year. Take a day off and go back to your hometown for Chinese New Year. Chapter 134 Kaido. Chapter 134 Kaido. Zoro lowered his head and sighed, a feeling of powerlessness welling up in his heart. At this moment, Sanji lowered his face and slowly crouched down in front of Zoro. "Hey, stinky swordsman, what did you just do?" Zoro raised his eyes, then turned his head and muttered in a low voice, "Tisk, another deaf person." Looking at Zoro's gesture, Sanji's forehead bulged with blue veins and gritted his teeth. "You bastard." Zoro hummed disdainfully, then chose to turn around. The corners of Sanji's eyes jumped wildly, and his anger surged wildly. "Stupid swordsman, do you want to fight?" Hearing the roar behind him, Zoro snorted with disdain and said without looking back, "Don't fight." Sanji stood up slowly, looked down at Zoro's short green hair, and teased, "Oh, our number one swordsman, is he scared too?" When Zoro didn't respond, Sanji touched the beard under his chin and said helplessly, "Iya, it seems that the important task of fighting in the future can only be left to Usopp." "Who is this guy coming, bastard?" Zoro closed his eyes tightly, the veins on his forehead throbbing wildly. If feeling Zoro's slump, Sanji raised the corner of his mouth and continued, "Hey, I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that one day, the long nose would be more reliable than the green algae ball." "Sanji, shish, don't say it," Usopp hurriedly said. Zoro, whose face was completely dark, Usopp was vacuous. "Sanji, if you want to be provocative, do it well, don't pull me, this guy Zoro is very dangerous." However, Sanji pretended not to see Usopp's actions and continued to provocatively say, "Hey, I really didn't expect that a good swordsman is actually deaf." This time, Zoro couldn't bear it anymore, and now he drew his knife, turned around, waved his knife. Cut. The whole set of actions, in one go. And Sanji, who has been Zoro's old rival for many years, saw the moment Zoro's left shoulder shook. He knew Zoro couldn't hold back anymore. It happened to be a fight, to vent the depression in his heart. Sanji's mouth curled up, and the devil's feet attacked. When ... The luminous right foot collided with the unsheathed heavy sword Chushui, and a heavy golden sound was heard. "HMPH, aren't you very arrogant, stinky swordsman?" "Shut up, you horny kappa." Sanji's eyes jumped and he gritted his teeth. "Go to hell, you green algae bastard." When. In just a few seconds, the two fought dozens of strikes like lightning. Clang. Zoro pulled out the words of Hidaui, and switched to fighting with a double sword. For a time, the golden sound of the two fighting spread far and wide. Just as the two were rapidly attacking, Niji, who was wearing a blue electric light battle suit, instantly appeared behind Zoro. The corners of Niji's mouth twitched, and he snorted coldly, "Electricity." Acupuncture. In an instant, Niji's right knee exploded with lightning. And Sanji, who witnessed all this, frowned and shouted angrily, "Get out of the way, bastard." After saying that, he jumped up and kicked Niji behind Zoro. And Zoro, who seemed to have sensed the sneak attack behind him, turned around quickly when Sanji took the move, and rammed Niji's knee with a double blade. And Niji, when he saw Sanji attacking him, twitched the corner of his mouth unhappily. What a stupid little brother. After finishing speaking, Niji disappeared directly before Sanji's attack. Bang! Sanji's extremely heavy foot smashed the ground directly. But Niji has long since disappeared. Sanji glanced around, but he couldn't find Niji's figure, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "Run away after the sneak attack, what a bastard." Zoro also stood up slowly, walked over with his knives in hand, and walked to Sanji's side with a calm face. "Your brother is quite protective of you," Zoro said calmly. Teethan turned his head, glaring at Zoro and said, "He's not my brother, I've cut ties with their family long ago." Zoro gave a faint, but did not continue to stimulate Sanji. At this moment, Niji, whose whole body was flickering with faint electricity, slowly appeared in the distance. Zoro Sanji felt something, and the moment Niji appeared, he turned his head and looked over. "It feels sharp." Niji grinned. Niji with a look of disdain, Sanji frowned, "You bastard." Next. Niji interrupted Sanji directly, and threw a black can at him. Sanji was stunned for a moment, then raised his foot subconsciously, ready to kick the can away. However, Chen-Emu's figure flashed, and before Sanji kicked the metal can, he took it directly in his hand. And Sanji's attack naturally failed. Chen-Mu turned sideways, put the black metal can in front of his eyes and looked around carefully, and said with a chuckle, "Is this a transformation device? It's interesting." After speaking, Chen-Mu turned his head and said to Sanji, "Then, this is a good thing." Chen-Mu raised his hand and threw the black metal can with the word, 3, at Sanji. Sanji was a little surprised, but he reached out his hand subconsciously and caught the metal can. "Uncle, you don't refuse, this good thing is perfect for you to use." Chen-Mu interrupted Sanji's words with a smile. Sanji looked at the metal can in his hand with hesitation on his face. Chen-Mu glanced at Sanji, who was hesitant, and said, "Don't think so much, after all, they are still your blood relatives, and since I'm here, they shouldn't be stupid enough to mess with you in front of me." As soon as the words fell, Chen-Mu turned around and looked at Niji strangely. "I didn't expect that in the end, I would still let you deliver this thing." After speaking, Chen-Mu chuckled and shook his head, turning to look at Sanji. At the same time, he said to himself in his heart, "Sanji's transformation device should have been prepared a long time ago. If this high-tech product is to be made temporarily, it should not be possible." Thinking of this, Chen-Mu couldn't help but sigh. Although Judge looks cold-blooded, when it comes to treating his own children, he still thinks about their future. At this time, Sanji seemed to think clearly. I saw him slowly loosen his frown, then looked up at Chen-Mu, shook his head and said, "Uncle, I will not use Germa's technology equipment." Chen-Mu was stunned for a while, then shook his head and laughed. "You haven't tried it, how do you know it's good? Go try it, Sanji." Sanji frowned, his face full of hesitation. At this moment, Zoro walked slowly to Sanji's side. Looking at Sanji with a hesitant face, Zoro turned his gaze to the black metal can in his hand and said, "Throw it away if you don't want to use it." Speaking, Zoro took his left hand out of his clothes in a hurry, and slowly probed towards the metal can in Sanji's hand. At this moment, a tiny electric light lit up and shot directly at Zoro's palm. Zoro frowned, and at the moment when the lightning was about to hit, he cast armament hardening. ZZ. Just as Zoro completed the armament hardening, the blue lightning shot directly into his palm. In an instant, an electric arc flickered in the palm of the black iron version. And Sanji on the side, When he saw this ray of electric light, his pupils shrank subconsciously, and he was about to get angry. However, Zoro frowned slightly and clenched his palms into fists. Z. A ray of electric light emerged from Zoro's fingers, flickered stubbornly, and then dissipated into a light smoke. Sanji was stunned. Zoro, on the other hand, frowned and meditated, a warning. Chenmu slowly blew the wisp of smoke from his fingers and said with a smile, Zoro, don't stop it, let Sanji try it out, maybe he'll like it. Hearing this, Zoro slowly raised his eyes and glanced at the calm Chenmu. Then he turned his head and looked at Sanji. You make your own decisions, and no one can force you if you want to. Speaking, Zoro turned around, bit the word heat out of his mouth, and then pulled out the scabbard of the 3 generations of ghosts shrouded in black mist. Zoro standing in front of him, ready to attack Chenmu and judge at any time, Sanji was suddenly moved. Sanji Vivi was stunned when he saw Chenmu's, harmless to humans and animals, smile. If I really threw this thing away, the uncle would not agree, wouldn't Zoro? Thinking of this, Sanji glanced at Zoro worriedly, then silently clenched the black metal can. When Chenmu noticed Sanji's expression, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he thought, good, this is a good start. Sure enough, when Chenmu's thoughts just fell, Sanji sighed and said, this time, for the sake of uncle, accept it. After speaking, he slowly inserted the black metal can into his trouser pocket. And when Zoro heard Sanji's words, Vivi frowned and turned to look at Sanji. When he saw the helplessness on Sanji's face, Zoro thought for a moment, and then he understood. Was it because of that guy's threat? Zoro frowned. And at this time, Chenmu also got a prompt from the system. Ding! Hidden mission, Sanji's family, progress achieved 1, completion rate 49.99%. Ding! Have you completed the task? Close black lens bracket. Chenmu Vivi was stunned for a moment, and doubted in his heart. Can this be done? Also, what the hell is this progress 1? Is it difficult? There is still progress 2. Thinking of this, Chenmu sighed and asked with great vigilance in his heart. I'm done now. Will there be a penalty? Ding! According to the going degree, 49.99%, the judgment will be made when the task is completed. Close black lens bracket. Judgment. Failure probability, 50.01, success probability, 49.99%. Ding! Ask the host to complete the task, the selection will start automatically after completion. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Chenmu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth and complained in his heart. I knew it wouldn't let me take advantage. Thinking of this, Chenmu decisively shook his head and said, not done. As Chenmu's words fell, the system fell silent again. At this time, Zoro also slowly came to Chenmu. Do you want to continue fighting? Zoro said calmly. Huh. Chenmu raised his head blankly, but for a while he didn't understand what Zoro meant. Zoro's eyes twitched and he suddenly wanted to turn around and leave. At this moment, Chenmu suddenly woke up. Ah, you mean my hell-crazy sparring? The muscles on Zoro's face twitched again, and he didn't want to complain about the name, or even answer. As far as IQ, and saying that he is not a relative of Luffy, this is also deceiving Chopper, I guess even Usopp won't believe it. Thinking of this, Zoro turned his head and looked at Usopp in the distance. Sure enough, even Usopp's eyes on Chenmu were a little complicated. Just when Zoro was thinking about it, Chenmu spoke. Well, I thought about it, this time the combat training is here, you guys have a good rest, wait a minute there's a big guy calling you. Speaking of this, Chenmu turned his head to look at Judge. It shouldn't be too far from Dressrosa, right? Judge didn't answer, and turned his head to look at the soldier in the black and yellow battle uniform with a small red flag in his hand. How long until Dressrosa? Seeing Judge's questioning, the soldier saluted respectfully, and then replied loudly, report, it's still half an hour from Dressrosa. Judge Vivi nodded, then turned to look at Chen Mu, and was about to speak. Okay, stop talking, I already know the answer. Chen Mu pouted. This old guy actually wants to put a cup in front of me. If I hadn't seen you complete half of the tasks for me, I wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to you. Judge, who was interrupted by Chen Mu, frowned slightly after a brief period of days, and asked, why do you want to go back to Dressrosa? Besides, the big guy you said you were going to take them to fight. Yes. Who? Chen Mu raised his eyebrows, and the old god said, why, are you curious? Judge nodded slightly. Chen Mu turned around and said in an extremely ethereal tone. The secret. Don't leak it, you mortals, just wait for the miracle quietly. The corner of Judge's mouth twitched, and a black line appeared on his forehead. At this moment, Zoro said lightly, then don't go, let's go back. After speaking, he turned around and walked towards Sanji. Hearing this, Chen Mu was immediately anxious, taking 3 steps and taking 2 steps, directly blocking Zoro. Don't, I finally met this big guy. This is a very rare opportunity. If you let him go this time, I really don't know where to look. Zoro turned his head and said lightly, I'm not interested. Chen Mu was in a hurry and wanted to say something again. But just as he opened his mouth, a cheap voice suddenly entered his ears. Are we going to die? Chen Mu's train of thought was interrupted, and he blurted out, no, how could I let Kaido kill you guys? As soon as the words fell, Chen Mu hurriedly covered his mouth. But, still a step too late. Sure enough, when everyone heard Kaido's name, their pupils shrank suddenly. Kaido. Usopp looked at Chen Mu in shock, almost staring out his eyes. The others also widened their eyes, obviously not believing their ears. ... This chapter is over. Chapter 135 Allied Mystery. Chapter 135 Allied Mystery. Kaido. Usopp screamed in surprise, while the others also had expressions of disbelief. Marine Admiral and the 4 Emperors of the Sea are both at the top of the world's combat power, and they were almost wiped out by each other a few days ago. If it wasn't for Chen Mu's return in time, maybe they would be true, explained there. Uncle Kizaru who came that time. No, it was Kizaru Admiral. At the thought of the violent and terrifying Akainu, everyone was a little frightened. Big Uncle, are we really going to fight the 4 Emperors? Although Chopper's teeth were chattering, he stubbornly finished the sentence. Chen Mu raised his eyes, looked at Chopper with a hint of luck in his eyes, and looked at the frowning crowd, and sighed helplessly. Hey, you don't have to be afraid to be like this, I will always be there to protect you. But, that's the 4 Emperors. I'm still the 5th Emperor. Then why didn't I see you afraid of me? This. Everyone was speechless. Robin lowered his head slightly and said softly, Uncle's bounty seems to be higher than Kaido's. Hearing this, Nami Vivi frowned and said suspiciously, is Uncle's bounty higher than Kaido's? Robin nodded in response. At this moment, the eyes of everyone looking at Chen Mu became weird. Chen Mu twitched the corner of his mouth and said, this reward is set by Marine, but it has nothing to do with me. But, Kaido doesn't necessarily think so. Robin whispered. Everyone was puzzled and turned to look at Robin again. Uncle's reward order was originally issued by Marine, does it have something to do with Kaido? Nami's voice gradually became smaller. At the same time, Vivi's eyes widened. Could it be that Marine did it on purpose? Robin made a soft, then turned to look at Chen Mu, and said, Uncle, now. Do you understand? Chen Mu Vivi was stunned for a moment, but he quickly cleared his mind. You mean, Marine uses the bounty as a bridge to let Kaido remember me in advance? Robin nodded calmly and replied, that's right, the 4 Emperors at sea have only seen very few battles, and there is no way to directly judge their combat power. However, people are used to using bounties to directly judge and rank them. After speaking, Robin turned to look at Nami. Nami pondered and said, "So, Uncle has taken Kaido's position as the second emperor." Robin nodded again and said, "That's right, Nami, what you think now is what people think after seeing the bounty." Speaking of this, Robin paused for a while, then turned to look at Chenmu, and said in deep thought, "If I guessed correctly, people all over the world should be discussing Uncle and Kaido now." Hearing this, Chenmu fully understood Marine's intentions. "Humph, is it a good move to drive away wolves?" Chenmu snorted coldly, and the corner of his mouth evoked a slightly arrogant arc. "HMPH, I said why the Kaido guy came to Dressrosa because of this false name." Regarding Chenmu's opinion, Robin shook his head lightly and said, "Uncle, the four emperors take this kind of false name very seriously." Chenmu nodded and replied, "Well, I know a little about this. They are just using this false name to recruit major pirate groups and fill their forces." Robin nodded, agreeing with Chenmu's opinion. "Then how did you know Kaido was in Dressrosa, Uncle?" Usopp asked suspiciously. Hearing this, everyone Vivi was startled. "S right, how did the uncle know that Kaido is in Dressrosa? Could it be they have already met?" Thinking of this, Nami quickly shook her head, denying the idea. "Impossible, the current Kaido can't hold the uncle in his eyes at all, if he saw it. They should have fought long ago, instead of looking for him slowly now." The more Nami thought about it, the more confused she became. At this moment, Chenmu said with some guilty conscience, Kaido is. It was Doflamingo who told me before he left, yes. That's what Doflamingo said." Usopp's mouth twitched, then squatted down and said to Chopper, "Uncle, he even lied to himself. Chopper, don't imitate him." Chopper's face was wrinkled, and he nodded earnestly. At this time, Chenmu laughed at himself. "Ha ha 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 ha. Underscore 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 underscore." Everyone was speechless. Robin smiled and shook his head, and said, "Since Uncle doesn't want to talk, then we won't ask." Speaking of this, Robin paused for a moment, and the smile on the corner of his mouth gradually subsided. Then, "Uncle can say, why are we going to fight Kaido?" Hearing this, everyone frowned and looked thoughtful. Chenmu pondered for a while, then replied, "Battle is the fastest way to improve your strength. In the past, I didn't have the ability to heal fruit, so I couldn't completely guarantee your safety, but now it's different. Now I have both the fruit of surgery and the fruit of healing. As long as you can breathe, I can save you." Speaking of this, Chenmu Vivi bowed his head, and Vivi narrowed his eyes. "And I'm also curious about this mysterious four emperors." Hearing this, everyone Vivi frowned and remained silent. It turns out that the uncle has long been thinking about Kaido, the four emperors, but what does this have to do with us? Usopp's mood at this time is extremely tangled. "Is that uncle trying to fight Kaido?" Chopper asked with a puzzled face. Chenmu was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a smile, and said, "Well, that's right. Wait a minute, I still have a question that I haven't figured out yet." Nami frowned and interrupted the conversation between the two. Chenmu turned his head suspiciously, looked at Nami and said, "Well, you can ask." Nami made a light, and said in a deep voice, "Since Marine wants to pass the bounty order, so that the uncle and Kaido, one of the four emperors, will stand on the opposite side, then why not choose Whitebeard with the highest bounty? If I remember correctly, Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, has the title of the strongest man in the world, and his bounty seems to have broken through to 5 billion, which is 400 million higher than Kaido. Isn't he a better fit than Kaido?" After finishing speaking, Nami turned her head to look around the crowd, and then locked her eyes on Robin. Robin, who is in charge of IQ, at this moment, also Vivi frowned and fell into thinking. The same goes for Chenmu. "Yes, why not set my bounty to 5 billion, from the most intuitive bounty point of view, Whitebeard should be more difficult to deal with than Kaido." Did Marine know that I fought Whitebeard? Chen Muzi thought about it, and always felt that something was missing. At this moment, Judge suddenly said, "Didn't you and the Whitebeard pirates form a pirate alliance?" Huh? Chen Muzi was stunned for a moment, and looked at Judge with a confused look. Alliance? When was the alliance formed? Why don't I know? After speaking, Chen Mu turned to look at Luffy and the others, and said, "Have you formed an alliance with them? When did it happen? Why didn't I know?" Threw 3 lightning bolts to Wong Luffy. And Luffy, who was also full of question marks at this time, looked directly at Zoro beside him. "Zoro, what is the pirate alliance?" Zoro's mouth twitched, not wanting to answer the topic. But Sanji on the other side frowned and said solemnly, "The people from the Whitebeard pirates have never been here, and similarly, we haven't seen them." Then how did this alliance theory come about? Chen Mu asked inexplicably. Sanji shook his head and said nothing. Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, Chen Mu turned his head and looked at Judge. "How did you know that Whitebeard was allied with us?" Listening to Chen Mu's question, Judge Vivi pondered and said, "We have a special connection with Marine, so we will know some relatively secret information." Chen Mu understood. Also, in the memory of the previous life, Chen Mu still remembers a little bit, including the special connection between the Germa Kingdom and Marine. Otherwise, in the entire Straw Hat Pirates, Sanji is not the only one who is only allowed to be captured alive. Judge did not intend to speak again. Chen Mu immediately nodded and said, "I don't want to ask more about your direct relationship. I just want to know if the news of the alliance is accurate." Judge nodded calmly and replied, "I'm absolutely sure, and what?" Judge narrowed his eyes at Vivi and said solemnly, "Also, it seems that the 4 emperors of them all agreed with the news in tacit understanding." Chen Mu Vivi was stunned and asked in doubt, "Didn't the Whitebeard pirates come out to explain?" Judge shook his head and said, "It is said that on the 2nd day after the alliance incident came out, Ace, the captain of the 2nd division of the Whitebeard pirates, personally led a small fleet to Fishman Island, where it would belong to the Whitebeard pirates. The banner of their Whitebeard pirates was taken back. Return the pirate flag." Chen Mu was startled. Judge nodded again and said solemnly, "Yes, although this matter is very secret, it was detected by Marine's intelligence unit." "Then what does this have to do with the alliance?" Judge glanced at Chen Mu, then turned his head, pointed to the straw hat on Luffy's head and said, "On that afternoon, the Straw Hat pirate flag was planted on Fishman Island, completely dividing Fishman Island into the Straw Hat pirates. The territory of the regiment." Quote. Chen Mu frowned and said, "You mean, the Whitebeard pirates voluntarily gave their territory to the Straw Hat pirates?" Judge nodded and said, "Well, this is the ceremony that needs to be accomplished to form a pirate alliance." "The ceremony of sending the site?" Chen Mu asked in surprise. Judge Vivi raised his head, looked into the distance and said, "There are different tokens that need to be exchanged to form an alliance. It's just that, like Whitebeard, there are very few people who give away their own territory." Pause. Judge added, "As far as I know, the Whitebeards are the only pirates who donated the land." Speaking of this, Judge slowly retracted his gaze and said to Chen Mu, "For such an expensive token, I really want to know what you are giving back." Huh? Chen Mu scratched his head and looked at Luffy and the others. It just so happened that the Straw Hat group also focused their attention on Chen Mu. For a time, the atmosphere fell into silent embarrassment. At this moment, Zoro turned his head and asked Luffy, "Luffy, didn't you leave on their boat 2 years ago? Did you give gifts or promises or anything during that time?" Luffy scratched his head and cheek, thinking seriously. It seems. No, Luffy said uncertainly. Quote. Everyone was speechless. Forget it, don't embarrass Luffy, even if there is, he probably won't remember it. Just when everyone sighed, Luffy was shocked and said, "I remember." Vivi stared at everyone, looked at Luffy nervously, and said, "You remember?" Luffy nodded heavily and said, "Well, I remember. I sent something to Uncle Whitebeard at the time. It's Uncle again. Chen Mu's eyes twitched. Usopp hurriedly asked, what did you send? Didn't you send the Sunny out? Everyone's heart froze. However, before everyone could think about it, Luffy shook his head in denial and said, no, I didn't send the Sunny out. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then what gift did you give, or did you make an important promise to them? Nami asked. Luffy frowned and said hesitantly, they invited me to the banquet at the time. At the banquet, I saw a lot of meat, including bone and thighs, barbecue steaks, rich broth, and... Speak. Be serious. Point. Nami said with a dark face. Luffy gave a wronged, oh, and continued, in short, there is a lot of meat. Dua. G tilde tilde tilde. Luffy was interrupted by Nami's punch. When Luffy was covering her head and screaming in pain, Nami rubbed her wrists and said calmly, stop talking about meat, and quickly tell me, what the hell did you give me? Hey, it hurts so much. Luffy's tears of pain were about to come out, but his reason told him that if he didn't answer Nami's question again, the consequences would not be as simple as a fist. I remember that Uncle Whitebeard was just resting with his eyes closed and didn't eat any meat, so I handed over a large piece of meat. And then, Usopp asked hastily. Luffy blinked and replied, no more. Everyone Vivi was stunned for a moment, and said in surprise, this is it. Is this the gift you're talking about? Ah, yeah, Luffy nodded. Everyone's faces stiffened, and black lines hung all over their foreheads. At this moment, Chen frowned and pondered. If it's a promise, I seem to have given it. This chapter is over. Chapter 136 Nami's Armament. Chapter 136 Nami's Armament. I seem to have given a promise. What is it? Why did I forget it? Chen whispered to himself. Chen is racking his brains now, but he can't recall a little bit of content. As if it wasn't worth his memory at all. And the other side. Nami put aside the crowd and discussed something with Robin in a low voice. However, the eyes of the two of them turned to Chen from time to time. Huh. Chen felt something, and raised his head suspiciously. That is, at this moment, it happened to meet the eyes of the two women. The moment their eyes collided, the three of them were stunned. Chen scratched his head embarrassedly, and was about to ask, but Nami and Robin suddenly turned around and discussed mysteriously. Seeing the two women whispering, the fire of gossip in Chen heart instantly ignited. I didn't eavesdrop on purpose, it was the place where you were talking, which happened to be within my range. Chen said against his will. As soon as the words fell, Chen turned around directly, turned his back to Nami and the two, and sat up with his eyes closed. At the same time, imperceptible thunder and lightning spread from him. Heart net. ZZ. Through the invisible grid in the air, Chen directly read the content of the conversation between the two. Robin, what are you pulling me for? Robin whispered. Nami, I have something important to ask you, please wait a moment. After speaking, Robin slowly closed his eyes and crossed his hands on his chest. Dazzling, Robin snorted. In an instant, fair and slender arms emerged from all over the place. And, in that open palm, there are big eyes that are fluttering. And the direction of these eyes, all stared at Chen in the sit-in. Aware of Robin's careful thoughts, Chen Mu's mouth twitched and he smiled contemptuously. HMPH, Demo, you're still worried about me eavesdropping, but you're still too tender. Thinking of this, Chen who was sitting quietly with his eyes closed, slowly lowered his head, pretending to be asleep. And Robin, after observing from all angles, found that Chen was not suspicious, then slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, he also lowered his arms that were crossed in front of his chest. Nami looked at Robin curiously and asked, How about Robin, did you find anything? Robin stared, hesitated for 2 seconds in front of Nami, then shook his head helplessly, and said, I didn't expect that Uncle would not be curious about our conversation. I really miscalculated. Looking at the helpless Robin, Nami covered her mouth with a chuckle, and said, I told you, Uncle is definitely not that kind of person, you know now. Robin smiled helplessly, but he still couldn't let it go. He always felt that he had missed something very important, which should be one of Chen Emu's abilities. It's just that I can't remember it for a while. But at this time, Nami seemed to be attracted by Robin's mysterious operation, and asked directly. Robin, what are you trying to tell me? Why are you avoiding Uncle and Luffy? Robin's thoughts were interrupted by Nami's sudden question. Robin Vivi was stunned for a moment, then Shumei frowned and said, Nami, stretch out your hand. Nami Vivi was startled, although she didn't quite understand, she did as she did. I saw Nami popping her fair arm towards Robin, then spread out her 5 fingers, and looked at it carefully. Is there something strange in my hand? Nami asked with a puzzled face. Robin is still beautiful and frowned slightly, pondering, try to make a fist. Nami did as she did, and drew her greenish-white fingers together, slowly folded them into her palm, and clenched them into a very beautiful fist. And then, Nami looked up at Robin. Robin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a serious tone, release your armament Haki. Nami was startled, and looked at Robin with confusion. Robin, I didn't know about Haki, didn't you always know about it? Nami questioned. Robin still frowned and said with a very serious expression, well, I know, but you are a little different today. Different? Nami tilted her head. Robin gave a soft, and explained, you are a little different today than before. This is what I noticed through Luffy's reaction just now. Nami suddenly understood. Then he shook his head with a funny face and said, so you're referring to Luffy, I thought you wanted something. But looking at Robin who was still serious, Nami Vivi was stunned, and slowly became serious. Robin, have you found something? Robin didn't answer Nami's question, but instead asked her directly after pondering for 2 seconds. Have you never been curious about this situation? Nami shook her head blankly. Robin's eyes narrowed and he pondered. Luffy is a rubber man, and normal blows don't work on him at all, unless he uses Haki. Nami blinked her eyes suspiciously and replied, well, I know that. Robin nodded and continued, although you occasionally hit Luffy with a bruised face before, he rarely called pain, have you noticed this? Nami Vivi froze for a moment, then frowned and pondered. Robin watched her silently, without opening to interrupt. However, Chen Mu, who listened to all this quietly through the ability of the Heart Network, became a little impatient. The unsolved mystery of One Piece, King of Pirates for many years, Nami's Haki, is it finally clearing the sky today? It's really exciting. Just as the two of them were in a state of urgency, quietly waiting, Nami slowly raised her head and said to Robin. I recalled it carefully and found that it's really like what you said. Luffy seems to be crying for the first time, and I was surprised at the time, but then I didn't pay attention to it. Is it because of habit? Robin asked softly. Nami gave a and then said in a wistful tone, since I went to sea with Luffy, I can't remember how many times I've knocked on him, so I'm slowly getting used to this, normal. Speaking of this, Nami couldn't help but smile softly. Looking at the smiling Nami, Robin Vivi frowned and questioned, but didn't you find out this time, Luffy, who was knocked by you, has something missing on his head? Is this what you said? As Nami spoke, she made a ball movement with both hands. Robin nodded solemnly and said, yes, this is it. Nami pondered for a while and replied, indeed, I am also a little doubtful about today's Luffy. From previous experience, as long as I'm strong enough, I can usually make a big bag on their head, even Luffy's rubber constitution is no exception. But today's Luffy is uncharacteristically, isn't it? Robin naturally took over Nami's topic. Nami frowned slightly, nodded earnestly, and said, yes, and after knocking Luffy's head, I also felt it. He really hurts a little this time. Speaking of which, Nami bit her lip lightly, seeming to blame herself. But this self-blame only lasted for a second, and Nami performed Isho and said excitedly, so, am I also a strong man who masters hockey now? Nami waved her thin arm vigorously and smiled at her fist. Robin was first surprised by Nami's actions, then looked at Nami who was like a child, and laughed. Don't be so happy yet. Nami paused and looked at Robin with a puzzled expression. Why, isn't it gratifying to master something like hockey? Nami asked suspiciously. Robin shook his head lightly and chuckled. No, it is indeed a joy to master hockey, but what? Nami suddenly became a little nervous. However, other people have gradually mastered hockey through hard training the day after tomorrow, and you haven't done any relevant training. Don't you think it's strange that you have acquired this ability so easily? After listening to Robin's explanation, Nami frowned and thought for a few seconds. Then, he suddenly stretched his arm back and pointed at Chen Mu's back with his index finger, saying, isn't the training arranged by Uncle not counted? Hearing this, Robin and Chen Mu both bowed their heads and fell silent. Nami blinked suspiciously and whispered, Robin, Robin. Robin slowly raised his head and gave Nami a very far-fetched smile. Nami rolled her eyes. Well, you don't have to laugh so far-fetched, I'm just joking. Immediately, Nami pouted and said gloomily, since you have already asked, then you must have an answer in your heart. Robin rubbed his face and restrained his embarrassed smile before replying. That's exactly what I'm going to say, but my thoughts are pretty much the same as yours. Nami was stunned for a moment, and said suspiciously, you mean, you also suspect that he is an uncle? Robin nodded sternly and said affirmatively, yes, I suspect that the training that Uncle suddenly arranged this time is likely to be. No, Robin, wait a second. Nami interrupted hastily. Although Robin was puzzled, he still listened. Nami sighed lightly and continued, Uncle's training this time, only Zoro and the others have been working hard. I'm just watching from the sidelines. Why did you fall next to Usopp when the battle was over? Do you know why? Nami frowned slightly, shook her head and said, I don't know this, I just remember that when I opened my eyes, the first person I saw was Uncle. Robin Vivi nodded and said, that's right, you suddenly passed out and Chopper was helpless. It was indeed the uncle who rescued you. Someone who has been eavesdropping, bowed his head in shame at this time. Nami gently Isho and said, it seems that I guessed right, Uncle, he is still the gentle and kind uncle. At this moment, someone's face is already red like a ripe monkey's butt. For Nami's evaluation of Chen Mu, Robin is noncommittal. Then, in a soft tone, but it's also because of this time that you can suddenly have hockey. Hearing this, Nami and Chen Mu were stunned at the same time. Chen Mu, can I still pass on the practice to others? Nami, could the uncle give it to hockey? The two almost thought of going together. And Robin, seemingly guessing something from Nami's expression, said directly, are you thinking that Uncle gave you hockey? Nami Vivi was startled, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Looking at Nami's expression, Robin knew that he guessed right, and immediately covered his mouth Isho, saying, actually, don't be surprised, because I thought the same thing at first. Nami blinked, looking forward to Robin's next words. Robin Vivi Isho continued, but then I thought about it carefully and found that this idea is very unrealistic, and even said, a bit unreasonable. Nami frowned her delicate eyebrows and nodded seriously, well, it's really unreasonable. Robin smiled noncommittally. But, think about it carefully, what happened to the uncle, which one is reasonable? Nami Vivi was stunned for a moment, but she couldn't refute it for a while. Robin continued, even the sunny made by Baoshu Adam was almost destroyed by Marine Admiral. Look at Uncle again, has his clothes been damaged? Nami was startled and hurriedly turned to look at Chenmu. Looking at the white cloak blown by the light wind and the yellow clothes under the cloak, Nami was stunned. Uncle's clothes. The quality is really good, Nami muttered. And Robin, after hearing Nami's murmur, didn't react for a while, and froze in place. Chenmu, who had been eavesdropping, rolled his eyes. At this moment, a huge steam roar sounded, which startled everyone. Even Chenmu hurriedly covered his ears. Ah, my ears. This sudden steam sound, which lasted for about 5 seconds, slowly disappeared, leaving only the people with tinnitus. Judge, who had already put on battle uniforms, also walked slowly to Chenmu. Chenmu raised his head and looked at Judge and his sons in front of him. Reiju was on the balcony at this time, chatting with Baby 5, so he didn't go there. Judge, who came to Chenmu, looked at Chenmu who frowned, and said a lot to himself, but Chenmu was stunned and didn't hear a word. Chenmu waved his hand impatiently, stopped Judge who was talking, and said loudly. Stop talking, you'll talk to me later, I can't hear anything right now. After finishing speaking, Chenmu didn't care whether Judge listened or not, he just stretched out his little finger and picked up his ear. And Judge, after being stunned for a while, slowly closed his mouth and quietly waited for Chenmu to finish. After a while, the tinnitus slowly subsided from Chenmu's ears. Chenmu, twice, and when he found that the sound was normal, he laughed with satisfaction. Well, this time, I finally feel comfortable, Chenmu said to himself. After speaking, Chenmu stood up straight, then reached out to pat the dust on his buttocks, and said casually. Come to me in such a serious dress, just tell me if you have anything. Judge hesitated for a while, then said in a low voice. Dressrosa, it's here. This chapter is over. Chapter 137 Pre-War Preparations. Chapter 137 Pre-War Preparations. Dressrosa, here it is. So fast. A flash of surprise flashed in Chenmu's eyes, then he quickly calmed down and nodded, well, then prepare to disembark. After speaking, Chenmu turned around and waved at Luffy and the others. Luffy. Hearing Chenmu's voice, Luffy turned his head while covering his aching head. Huh? Luffy asked with a question mark on his face. Chenmu glanced at Luffy with a complicated expression, and then at Nami who was still frowning and pondering in the distance, and said loudly. It's Dressrosa, get ready to disembark. At this moment, Zoro put away the knife with a calm expression, and Sanji also lit the cigarette with a calm expression and held it in his mouth. The two, one left and one right, guarded beside Luffy. Obviously, if Luffy hadn't taken a step forward, they wouldn't have disembarked with Chenmu. Even Nami and Robin, who were in the distance, restrained their minds at this moment and fixed their eyes on Luffy. The entire pirate group is waiting for Luffy's order. At this moment, Luffy slowly put his right hand behind his head, grabbed the straw hat hanging around his neck, and put it on top of his head. Grinning Isho, he said, let's go together, everyone. After speaking, Luffy walked towards Chenmu with a smile on his face. Zoro and Sanji behind him also raised their heels unhurriedly. Jinbei also strode forward with a calm expression, following Zoro and Sanji. Nothing moved yet, only Nami, Usopp and Chopper looked sad. Robin took a few steps forward and found that Nami hadn't followed, so he turned his head and said softly. Nami, don't keep Uncle waiting. Isho to Nami, gentle and reassuring. Nami Vivi was startled, then she pursed her lips and followed. Nami, that's the fourth Emperor Kaido, go and persuade Uncle and Luffy. Usopp said anxiously. Let's persuade Uncle and Luffy. Chopper nodded hurriedly in agreement. Nami paused in her footsteps and said without turning her head, don't say anything, just follow. Then, Nami hesitated for a moment, and said in deep thought, "Don't let everyone wait for the two of you for too long." After speaking, he slowly followed Robin. Luffy, who was smiling all over his face, vigorously waved his raised right hand, and shouted, "Usopp, Chopper, come on, we're getting off the boat." "Ah, here we are," Usopp responded subconsciously. After he finished speaking, he bowed his head in remorse, and said in a low voice, "Hey, Chopper, let's go too, don't make them wait too long." Chopper nodded weakly. As soon as the words fell, Usopp and Chopper dragged their heavy steps and slowly walked towards Luffy. And Luffy, when he saw the two lift their legs, grinned Isho, covered the straw hat on his head, jumped back and jumped down. "Hey hey." Hearing Luffy's laughter, Zoro Sanji turned his head at the same time, looking at Luffy who had jumped out of the boat. Sanji said urgently, "Hey, Luffy, slow down." As soon as Sanji's voice fell, Zoro next to him jumped up and chased Luffy handsomely. Zoro who didn't say hello, Sanji's mouth twitched. These two guys are really... Sanji shook his head, took the last puff of the cigarette, flicked the cigarette butt to the side, and jumped down gracefully. Jinbei, who had a steady face, also jumped off the boat with a few people. However, before Jinbei jumped off the boat, he turned his head to look at Chen Mu who was standing on the edge of the boat, and said in a low voice. The old man went with a few of them. If you don't plan to leave, just stay and take good care of them. After that, Jinbei jumped heavily and jumped down. After listening to Jinbei's advice, Chen Mu's expression gradually became strange. Why does it sound like Tuo Gu? Chen Mu raised his eyebrows. At this time, Robin squinted and smiled, and said, "Uncle, don't stay behind to take care of us, or Luffy and the others will die." "Hey, Robin, this hasn't started yet, so don't say such unlucky things." Usopp, who was catching up, had no energy at all. Now that he heard Robin's words, he felt even more dead. Nami covered her face and sighed helplessly. Chopper, on the other hand, with a tearful look, slowly moved to Chen Mu's feet and said, "Uncle, can I lie on your head? I'm afraid of heights." Chopper who started to climb up on his own regardless of whether he wanted to or not, and said, Hee hee, let me help you." After that, Chen Mu grabbed Chopper's small blue backpack and lifted him from his waist. Chen Mu with a sneer face, Chopper was startled at first. Then hurriedly cried, "No, Uncle, I'm really afraid of heights." Chen Mu's cold Isho said, Hee, don't worry, from today onwards, you won't be afraid anymore." After speaking, Chen Mu shook and threw Chopper down. "Ah, tilde 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 tilde," Chopper exclaimed. After doing all this, Chen Mu clapped his hands in satisfaction, turned his head and said, "Well, who's the next person who needs my help?" Looking at Chen Mu with a demon smile, Usopp subconsciously took a half step back. But when Chen Mu looked at him, Usopp hurriedly swallowed and looked forward with a serious face. "Well, then I'll go too." After speaking, Usopp slowly bent his legs and squatted down, his arms swaying back and forth in a pretentious manner. People who don't know Usopp's character really thought he was ready to jump when he saw this move. But what kind of person is Chen Mu? How can he not see through Usopp's careful thoughts? Chen Mu slowly raised his right hand and lightly touched his middle finger with the thumb, as if preparing to snap his fingers. Who was preparing for the jump, secretly opened his eyes and turned to Chen Mu, who had a sneer face. At the same time, I also saw the movement on his right hand. "Uncle, this is to snap your fingers." As soon as Usopp's thoughts fell, Chen Mu rubbed his two fingers together. After a crisp sound of click, a thunderbolt quickly fell from the sky, almost falling against Usopp's back. Usopp was taken aback. This jump is not an adjective, but a verb. Under this thunder, Usopp directly released the power of his legs that had been charged for a long time under the operation of his own reflex nerves. Under the push of this force, Usopp jumped out a distance of 10 meters. And this distance is completely enough for him to get off the boat. Usopp, who jumped in midair, was stiff, and a drop of cold sweat fell on his cheeks. "It's over, skip your head." However, before Usopp finished speaking, he quickly fell down. "Ah, Zoro, catch me." Usopp's miserable scream came into Chen Mu's ears from below. Seeing this scene, Chen Mu smiled and nodded. Well, Usopp's standing long jump ability is enough to apply for a Guinness. Chen Mu finished with a smile, then turned to look at Robin and Nami. "Do you want me to take you down?" Robin smiled and shook his head, then took Nami's hand and jumped down. "Ah, Robin, I am not ready, ah." Nami smashed. But soon, Nami's screams stopped. Chen Mu looked down and found that Robin was waving those big wings, holding Nami and flying down. Chen Mu Vivi raised his eyebrows and said with interest, "Is Robin's ability quite convenient?" After speaking, Chen Mu shook his head and smiled, then stepped forward and jumped off the boat. Judge, who had already put on battle uniforms, also came to the edge of the boat steadily. Yuji looked down, then turned to look at Niji beside him, and said, "Do these people think that we are as poor as they are and can't even take out a ladder?" Niji was cold to Isho, ignored Niji, and asked Judge directly. "Father, shall we follow?" Judge gave a faint, and said, "Follow up and have a look. After all, this time they are facing the guy with the strongest creature." "So are we going to shoot?" Reiju asked. At this moment, except for IG, who had a cold face, everyone looked at Judge. Judge Vivi frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "It depends on the situation, if necessary. Take Sanji with you." Hearing this, Niji and Vivi were taken aback. Afterwards, Niji grinned and sneered, "Hey, it looks like I can beat this sandbag brother again in the future." Hearing this, Yuji also grinned. Reiju squinted Isho, thinking, although everyone looks fierce, but Sanji is actually very concerned about it. After hearing Niji's arrogant words, Vivi hooked the corners of his mouth and remembered the past. Although Sanji is a piece of shit, but it's only us who can bully him. Even if you are the 4 emperors. Not even. At this moment, Igi's heart was full of invincible fighting spirit. "Want to move our Vinsmoke? Even if you are the 4 emperors, we will smash you into 2 bones." In the desolate rock canyon, a group of people are slowly walking towards the city at the end of their sight. And the front of the crowd was none other than Chen Mu. Chen Mu put his hands behind his head and walked forward with a leisurely look. And behind him is Luffy with the word, "boring," written on his face. "Uncle, how long do we have to go? It's been half an hour, so boring." Luffy complained. Chen Mu replied calmly, "Don't worry, it will be here soon." "This is the 3rd time," Usopp whispered. Chen Mu paused and stopped suddenly. Luffy hurriedly braked and almost hit Chen Mu's back. Luffy pushed the straw hat back up and complained, "Uncle, you're walking well, why did you stop suddenly?" Chen Mu didn't answer, just like a wooden pestle in the same place. Looking at Chen Mu who had suddenly calmed down, Usopp swallowed nervously and speculated in his heart. Did Uncle hear? Afterwards, he hurriedly shook his head and threw the thought out of his mind. "My voice is so low that my uncle should not be able to hear me." At this moment, Chen Mu suddenly spoke. "Usopp." "Huh?" Usopp responded subconsciously, then his face quickly turned pale, and his teeth began to tremble. "Big Uncle, you won't be so petty, be stingy," Usopp stammered. However, Chen Mu directly ignored Usopp's complaints and said solemnly, "You and Nami go up first." Usopp was stunned for a while, and said doubtfully, "Uncle, where are you going?" Nami also looked at Chen Mu with a puzzled expression. Chen Mulu pondered and said, "The opponent is a man of the 4th emperor level, so of course you should prepare more." After a pause, Chen Yu slowly turned around and continued. This place is empty enough, and the battlefield is set here. Usopp, you and Nami should be responsible for outputting in the distance. There are so many high rock pillars here. You should find a good location first. Then, Chen Yu turned his attention to Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and Jinbei, and said, You four, go to the city with me first, and do something with me before the battle starts. Doing business. Sanji frowned slightly. Zoro also looked up at Chen Yu, but said nothing. Chen Yu sighed helplessly, and said, Hey, this matter is done. Maybe your Straw Hat Pirates can have a big expansion and be directly promoted to the big fleet. Hearing this, everyone's expressions quickly became surprised. What is the big fleet? Luffy asked with a puzzled face. Chen Yu just opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Jinbei took the lead. The formation of a large fleet requires the formation of multiple pirate groups, and the number of people must exceed at least 1,000 people. Speaking of which, Jinbei hesitated for a moment and asked, if it was after defeating Kaido, with Luffy's rising reputation, maybe he could really form a large fleet of thousands or even 10,000 people, but... However, you haven't even seen Kaido people now. Where would anyone volunteer to be Luffy's subordinate? You want to ask this? Chen Yu took the topic calmly. Jinbei gave a deep, and stared directly into Chen Mu's eyes. Chen Yu smiled. Then his eyes turned, and he slowly looked around the crowd, all with expressions of distrust. Luffy, who is still confused, is not listed here. Chen Yu glanced at Luffy with some amusing, and then said directly to Jinbei. That's why I said I'm going to work. If this thing is done, I'm 90% sure that the Straw Hat Pirates will be directly promoted to the big fleet. What if it can't be done? Nami asked eagerly. If it can't be done. Chen Yu hesitated. To be honest, when Nami brought it up, Chen Yu found that he had really thought about this issue. Things are different now. Past, everyone worked together to deal with the big boss Doflamingo. Moreover, it was only after the final victory that I recognized Luffy as the boss. If Luffy was defeated at that time, it might be another situation. Thinking of this, Chen Yu suddenly had a headache. How am I going to put this group of people in crisis? This chapter is over. Chapter 138 Little Fanboy and Big Kaido. Chapter 138 Little Fanboy and Big Kaido. How can I put this group of people into crisis? Chen Yu didn't even notice that he had already started to have a crooked thought. Suddenly, a light flashed in my mind. Kaido, Chen Yu exclaimed in surprise. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Hearing Chen Mu's voice, Usopp thought that Kaido was coming, so he frightened, and hurriedly ran behind a huge rock. Usopp, who was hiding behind the huge rock, with his back close to the rock wall, quietly raised his ears to eavesdrop. But only heard the sound of the wind blowing by. Why is there no movement? Could it be that Luffy and Uncle are all scared and stupid? Usopp muttered in his heart, quietly turned his head, and looked outside. Hi, Usopp tilde, Chen Yu said with a squinted smile. Looking at the smiling face that suddenly appeared in front of him, Usopp rolled his eyes suddenly and fainted from fright. Ah! Chen Yu scratched his head suspiciously, then squatted down slowly, reached out to grab Usopp's ankle, and dragged him out from behind the giant rock. Looking at this scene, the expressions on everyone's faces became very exciting. I always feel that Uncle likes to tease Usopp recently, Nami said thoughtfully. Well, I agree. Robin nodded in agreement. Other side, Luffy tilted his head and looked at Chen Yu with a puzzled expression. Uncle, what is this doing? Zoro Sanji frowned at the same time, equally curious. At this moment, Chen Yu held Usopp's ankle with one hand and dragged him slowly to Jinbei. Jinbei, borrow some water and wake him up for me. Chen Yu stretched out his thumb and pointed at the unconscious Usopp. Jinbei frowned and looked sideways at Usopp. Then, the right hand palm down, placed horizontally in front of the chest. Gradually, the moisture in the air slowly turned into droplets of water, then flowed along his arm, and finally gathered in his palm. It didn't take long for that apple-sized droplet to form. Seeing this, Chen Mu turned sideways, completely exposing Usopp to Jinbei's eyes behind him. Jinbei stared at Usopp intently, then waved his right hand lightly. The water polo slowly smashed towards Usopp, and at the same time, when the water polo swayed, there was a crashing sound. Crack. Water polo hits Usopp's face with precision. Still, Jinbei didn't regard Usopp as an enemy, otherwise, it wouldn't necessarily be a water polo that was blasted away. Excited by the cold water, Usopp sat up suddenly. At the same time, there was a rapid cough. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Mu raised his eyebrows, looked at the awakened Usopp, and said, "Well, since I woke up, let's go." Usopp covered his throat and coughed. After coughing out the water he choked in, he raised his hand and wiped his mouth. He raised his head and said, "Then you, cough, cough, be careful, I won't give it away." Usopp stood up from the ground while waving at Chen Mu. Chen Mu smiled and looked at Usopp, who slowly stood up from the ground. When Usopp stood up, he seemed to notice Chen Mu's gaze, and turned his head in confusion. "Uncle, aren't you going to go, see what I do?" Chen Mu squinted and smiled, and said, "I'm waiting for you." Usopp was stunned for a moment, then looked at Chen Mu in disbelief, pointed to his face and said, "Wait for me." Chen Mu smiled and nodded. The corners of Usopp's eyes twitched, and he slowly stepped back while staring at Chen Mu cautiously, saying, "Uncle, what you said just now, let me attack Kaido from far, far away, melee combat. But it's not my part." Looking at Usopp, who was retreating cautiously, Chen Mu frowned and said doubtfully, "Did I say that just now?" Usopp nodded solemnly. Chen Mu raised his eyebrows and said, "Well, but I regret it now." Usopp's mouth twitched and he said, "Uncle, how can you do this?" However, as soon as Usopp finished speaking, Chen Mu raised his hand and threw a green light at him. Almost in the blink of an eye, the collar, which shone with a faint green light, was placed directly on Usopp's neck. Usopp's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed, "Uncle, you actually used a pet collar on me." Chen Mu smiled and nodded, then turned around, patted Jinbei's shoulder, and said, "Don't be in a daze, I won't let you in this time." After a short pause, Chen Mu turned his head naturally and said to Usopp, "Usopp, I now order you to enter the city with us immediately." Ignored Jinbei, who was in a daze, and Usopp, who was resisting, and walked directly to Luffy. When Chen Mu walked past Zoro Sanji, Sanji frowned and said in deep thought, "Why force Usopp?" Chen Mu paused, and then said without looking back, "If you want to form a large fleet, his usefulness better than you." After that, Chen Mu ignored Sanji, who frowned, and Zoro, who didn't care, and stepped forward. At this time, Luffy, Isho, turned around directly. Looking at Usopp, who was full of resistance but had to keep up with them, he shouted, "Usopp, Uncle is already waiting for you in front of you. If you don't go faster, you won't be able to beat the fourth emperor." Speaking, Luffy grinned Isho at Sanji and Zoro, then turned around in Chen Mu's direction and strode up to catch up. "Hey, Uncle, wait for me." Seeing Luffy running away in an instant, Sanji stretched out his hand and said urgently, "Hey, Luffy, wait a minute." However, Zoro, who was beside him, raised his left hand at will, patted the back of Sanji's hand, and said, "Don't let the captain go far, keep up. Zoro, you." However, Zoro didn't even look at Sanji, and walked directly in the direction of Luffy. Seeing Zoro's relaxed and comfortable look, Sanji gritted his teeth bitterly. Then, when he looked back, he found that Judge had gradually surpassed Usopp and walked towards him with an indifferent expression. Looking at this cold-faced family, Sanji frowned fiercely, turned his head directly, and chased after Luffy impatiently. Seeing Sanji, who turned around and left without saying hello, Judge frowned fiercely, but quickly let go. At this time, Reiju, who had a gentle smile on his face, said softly, "Even if the opponent is the mighty four emperors, Sanji is still so energetic. Does that count as promising, father?" This, Judge turned his head and glanced at Reiju, who was smiling at the corner of his mouth, but did not respond. Reiju squinted and smiled, not caring about Judge's reaction. At this time, Niji and Yuji sneered disdainfully. "You are so aggressive in your death, what an idiot brother," Niji said contemptuously. And Yuji, after hearing this, showed a rather crazy smile. "Hee, the legendary four emperors, this is really exciting." The smile on Yuji's face gradually revealed a hint of ferocity. If Chenmu found out, he would definitely shake his head and sigh. "Hey, this guy with only muscles in his head is really as reckless as ever." As time went by, Chenmu and others got closer and closer to the King City. When Chenmu and the others came to the city gate, the baby five, who had already changed into a rose-red maid outfit, had been waiting for a long time. Chenmu paused and looked suspiciously at the tall girl with a cigarette at the corner of her mouth. "Baby five." Hearing Chenmu's calling, baby five couldn't hold back his arrogance any longer, and squeezed while holding the pink long knife behind him. "Is this a lover's call?" Due to the distance, everyone could not hear what baby five said, but looked at this strange girl with curiosity. "Isn't she okay just now? Why did she suddenly change like this?" Luffy, who didn't understand and asked, turned his head and asked another emotional idiot, Zoro. Listening to the conversation between the two, Chenmu was very curious and wanted to know that these two guys who didn't understand women would go to see the suddenly shy baby five. Do what he wants. Chenmu quietly slows down, and pricks up his ears to eavesdrop. And Zoro, after hearing Luffy's question, hesitated a little, and said, "Maybe it's because my legs are sore after standing for a long time." Chenmu twitched the corners of his mouth and laughed at himself in his heart. "I'm also a fool to expect Zoro to answer this kind of question." Thinking of this, Chenmu shook his head amusingly, and then he would quietly speed up his pace to quickly stay away from these two guys. "I heard that if you stay with a fool for a long time, your emotional intelligence will become lower." Chenmu thought so. On the other side, in the huge bullfighting arena, a tall and thin man with flamboyant green hair and a golden nose ring around his nose was standing in the center of the arena with a face full of fear. And in front of him, was sitting a sturdy man with muscles like a horned dragon. Of these two, one of them is Bartolomeo, known as Luffy's younger brother. And the other, is the four emperors Kaido. Kaido sat cross-legged on the ground, pouring wine into his mouth with a red-brown wine gourd, while looking at the sky from time to time. And behind him, it was Caesar Current who was roasting sea stone with both hands. At this time, Caesar Current didn't have the "I am the strongest scientist" style of the past, but looked like an overly frightened rabbit. Although Caesar was terrified, he moved his butt quietly and walked towards the edge of the arena. Kaido didn't know it, but he was still drinking to himself and glanced at the entrance of the arena from time to time. "That guy, hasn't it arrived yet?" Kaido said in a low voice. Hearing Kaido's extremely low voice, Bartolomeo shuddered. At the same time, he was blaming himself for being unlucky. He was still reading the newspapers on the boat at the time, after seeing Dressrosa, who was freed from Ming-Jie, and Luffy, whose bounty was skyrocketing. The smart one connected two things together at once. Now is the day and night, rushing to this country. However, as soon as he jumped off the boat, a huge figure descended from the sky, sending him flying hundreds of meters. When he got up in dismay, the group of younger brothers behind him had long since disappeared. And he himself was surrounded by a group of Marines. Then, Marine quickly retreated, and Kaido, who was passing by, happened to recognize him, the supernova, with a bounty of over 100 million. With Kaido's character, it is natural to recruit him directly. But is Bartolomeo the kind of person who gets recruited at random? Except for Luffy, it is estimated that no one can move his hard rock. Therefore, despite his trembling forehead, he refused Kaido very firmly. Kaido groaned angrily, pulled out his mace, and swept him away at once. At this critical moment, Bartolomeo quickly crossed his arms and fingers, using his barrier fruit ability. When Kaido's mace hit the dark glass barrier, there was no cracking sound, not even a single crack. In this regard, Kaido's eyes narrowed, and he gradually became interested in this guy. Then, one is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer. The two of them came to this huge arena by playing baseball. When he first came to this arena, Kaido discovered two powerful auras hidden not far away. The one who can make him feel a little pressure is at least a powerhouse of the same level. Other words, come, either the four emperors or the admiral. But the distance between the two breaths is too close, and there is no unique conqueror breath. Therefore, after a little thought, Kaido guessed that it was Marine's deployment. Thinking that this might be a siege, Kaido snorted disdainfully. However, when he actually walked into the arena and watched the Marine who had formed a few circles withdraw, he realized that Marine is only surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. It turns out that he caught the joke. And an evil scientist. When Kaido saw this group of defeated soldiers, they also saw Kaido. Kai. Kaido, Caesar said with a look of horror. Kaido gave a dull, then stared at the man with the same double horns. Kaido exhaled 2 white breaths from his nose, and then said, I seem to have seen you before. But can't remember. Kaido said while closing his eyes, trying to look like he was thinking. And Caesar, looking at Kaido, who was thinking hard, his teeth trembled violently. Don't let this guy know I can make sad or I'll be free for the rest of my life. Thinking of this, the fear on Caesar's face grew even stronger. And Kaido, after thinking hard for half a minute, finally gave up. Forget it, don't think about it, wait for joke then. Come on, I'll just ask him again. After saying that, Kaido raised his legs and strode, walked directly to Caesar, then turned around and sat down directly. This time, Caesar, Pika and the others were quite frightened. Fortunately, Kaido's follow-up action was only to remove the wine gourd from his waist and drink it hard. When the group of Marines circled the edge of the arena and quickly evacuated, Bartolomeo had nowhere to hide, and was directly exposed to Kaido's eyes. Tun. Hiccup, you stop. Kaido hiccuped, pulled out a huge mace, and smashed it in front of Bartolomeo, making him shiver. Then he hurriedly turned around, and the framer performed his signature move, barrier defense. Of course, after being repeatedly repelled by Kaido, the remaining physical strength can only create a barrier block that will trap him. And then, it's the previous confrontation scene. At this time, Chen, Luffy and others also came to the gate of this incomparably huge arena. Marines swarming out, Chen and the others were also taken aback by Vivi, and Zoro even pulled out his knife. But after seeing the group of Marines leaving around them, they all frowned in doubt. Don't those Marines know us? Luffy asked, confused. Who knows? Zoro replied casually, looking at the direction Marine was evacuating. Looking at these two scumbags, Sanji roared loudly, do you think Marine is a fool like you? How could they not know you with such a high wanted list of you two? Luffy turned his head, blinked, and said, Sanji, Marine didn't recognize you either. You idiot, that's not the point. The veins on Sanji's forehead throbbed violently, and he vigorously rubbed his hair. Why am I arguing with you two? I'm an idiot too. Luffy pointed at the crazy Sanji, turned his head to Zoro and said, Zoro, Sanji says he's an idiot himself. Ah, I knew it a long time ago. Zoro replied without hesitation. Sanji. In front of Chen Mu, the three guys who were about to fight silently moved to the side. At the same time, praying in my heart. God bless the disease of low IQ will not be transmitted from person to person, even if it can be passed from person to person. Don't pass it on to me, I don't want to say that I'm a fool without a blushing heart. Just when Chen Mu was about to step into the bullfighting arena, a golden beam of light shot directly onto the king's heights. Then, the light beam dissipated, and the scattered little golden light slowly gathered into the appearance of a middle-aged uncle. Oh, you're eating noodles again, life. Hem. Dot 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 dot. This chapter is over. Chapter 139 The Three Main Forces. Chapter 139 The Three Main Forces. The Edge of the King's Heights. Fujitora, who was holding cup noodles in his hand, was instigating noodles for himself at the moment, and standing beside him was another Marine Admiral, Kizaru. Instigation tilde. Kizaru was looking at the direction of the bullfighting arena at the moment, when he suddenly heard a long and hurried instigation sound coming from his ear. He raised his eyebrows strangely, and turned his head. Life, is this noodle so delicious? Instigation tilde. Fujitora ate the noodles with his head down, and without disturbing his own eating, he took the time to say, which was a positive answer to Kizaru's question. Kizaru raised his eyebrows and said in a lazy tone, well, then you eat more, and when the fight starts, it will depend on you more. After saying that, Kizaru turned his head leisurely and looked at the rebuilt palace in the old place. When he saw that King Riku, who was wearing a blue cape, actually joined this group of muscular soldiers in the moving bricks. That seems to be the king of this country. Kizaru pointed to the back of King Riku and asked a colonel. The colonel took a step forward, nodded solemnly, and said, yes, that is Riku Dold III, the current king of Dressrosa. Kizaru Vivi glanced sideways, glanced at the solemn colonel, and said slowly, they didn't ask for your help. The colonel hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. I sent a team of soldiers to help them clear the rubble, but he refused. Reject. Kizaru raised his eyebrows in surprise, then looked at the old king who had been persecuted. Well, I see, you don't need to say anything. After speaking, Kizaru waved at the colonel, signaling him to stop talking. The colonel saluted respectfully, and took a step back to the queue. At this moment, Fujitora finished the last mouthful of noodles and said in a deep voice, the people of this country, and even the royal family, have been persecuted by Shichibukai. Kizaru raised his head and sighed while holding his forehead. A lifetime, this kind of complicated thing. Just talk to Kuzan, don't tell me, I'm prone to headaches. Fujitora gave a heavy, then raised his head and drank the bowl of delicious noodle soup in one gulp. Hiccup tilde. Fujitora burped comfortably, then put the empty bowl beside him, slowly stood up from the ground, and said, have you met them? Kizaru looked at the direction of the bullfighting arena, pinched his chin, and said with a teasing smile, well, these two guys should have met above. Fujitora nodded lightly and said, well, then we should be over. After saying that, Fujitora slowly lifted the stick knife off the ground. Kizaru rolled his eyes at Fujitora's movements and took a step silently, keeping a distance of more than 3 meters from him. At this moment, a lavender light circle spread from Fujitora's body and quickly passed over Kizaru's body. At this moment, Kizaru was bound by gravity and was forced to stop in place. Kizaru's facial muscles twitched, and he said with a dry smile, life, you, don't worry about me, I can live by myself. Before Kizaru could finish his words, Fujitora threw the stick to the ground. Under that huge force, the ground behind them cracked instantly, and the huge rock carrying them also fell rapidly downwards. Seeing the two admirals who suddenly fell off the cliff, all the school officials were shocked. "Your Excellency Fujitora! Your Excellency Kizaru!" However, the shouting had no effect. The two admiral lords were still following the giant rock, staring down and smashing down. In the process of this rapid fall, Fujitora calmly pulled out the staff knife an inch. Clang! After a crisp sword-knife sounded, a purple light circle swept past the feet of the two of them again, wrapping the entire rock. Immediately afterwards, the rapidly falling giant rock suddenly stopped in midair. Kizaru raised his hand and wiped the sweat on his forehead, sighing and shuffling. "Huh, life, you don't have to take me with you, I can actually live by myself. Eheh. This time, Kizaru still didn't finish his sentence. And Fujitora was still holding the staff and knife with a calm expression, driving the boulder and flying towards the direction of the bullfighting arena. Bullfighting arena. Chenmu led Luffy and the others through the large main entrance designed by ancient Rome, and slowly walked into this huge arena. Taking a closer look, it was behind Luffy and the others, it seemed. One person was missing. The one who disappeared was Usopp. It's just that Usopp was arranged to leave by Chenmu. Although everyone had doubts about this, it was not easy for them to ask questions. After all, the two were hiding aside and whispering. "It's normal." Chenmu led Luffy and the others into the center of the arena. At the same time, I also saw Kaido drinking with his head up, and Bartolomeo with trembling legs. Chenmu looked at Bartolomeo's back, and said with admiration, "Tisk tisk, I really didn't expect that this guy actually arrived by himself." Luffy turned his head suspiciously and said to Chenmu, "Uncle, who are you talking about?" Chenmu smiled, pointed to Bartolomeo and said, "No, it's this guy." Him. Everyone looked away from Kaido's huge body and quickly turned to Bartolomeo, who was shivering. "Dare to challenge the four emperors alone, this guy. He is very brave," Zoro joked. At the same time, he took off the black hood that was tied to his arm and slowly tied it around his head. And Bartolomeo, when he heard someone talking behind him, turned his head shivering. Luffy with a puzzled look on his face, Bartolomeo shook his hands excitedly and accidentally scattered the protective barrier. "Road, Luffy-senpai." As soon as the voice fell, Bartolomeo fainted with excitement on his face. Looking at this scene, several question marks floated across everyone's heads. "What's wrong with this guy?" Sanji asked with a frown. "I don't know," Jinbei replied in a jarring voice. At this moment, Kaido swallowed the last drop of wine dripping from the gourd's mouth, and then flicked the wine gourd behind him. Almost hit Caesar with a terrified face. Kaido, on the other hand, didn't care what happened behind him. He wiped the corner of his mouth and stood up full of alcohol. "Ha, that's great hiccup tilde. Just right, it's all there." Zoro Sanji furrowed his brows as he looked at Kaido, who was staggering and stumbling over with alcohol. "Everyone, be careful, the pressure this guy gives me is very strong." Sanji gritted his teeth. Zoro's eyes were firm, and his muscles were tense. Obviously, he is ready to kill the dragon. But at this time, Chenmu took a step forward and stood in front of everyone, saying, "Kaido." Kaido looked away from Luffy and the others, and slowly focused on Chenmu. "Who are you? Why do I feel a little familiar?" Kaido said solemnly. Chenmu's eyes twitched, and a black line appeared on his forehead. At this time, Luffy put his hands on his hips and shouted to Kaido proudly. "I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man to be One Piece, King of Pirates." Hearing this, Kaido's eyes sank and turned to Luffy. "HMPH, One Piece, King of Pirates. Another ignorant and arrogant kid," Kaido said in a low tone. After saying that, Kaido carried the mace, raised his foot and walked towards Luffy. "Luffy, be careful." Sanji gave a quick shout, and then left and right with Zoro, stepping in front of Luffy. And Kaido, still swaying forward, didn't seem to feel the two ants that suddenly appeared. But his arm that held the mace was full of blue veins. The ants whose bounty is only 1 billion, don't stand in front of me, get out of the way. Kaido shouted in a deep voice. As soon as the voice fell, the mace, which flashed with purple thunder, swung directly at Zoro and Sanji. Thundering gossip. The pupils of the two shrank, and at this moment, they directly chose the strongest explosive move. 3 swords profound truth 3000 worlds. Baking iron pot, spect. At this moment, Zoro's figure flashed, and he swung towards the mace that was swung towards him. Jumped into the air and launched a stormy kick to Kaido's head. Clang! A huge symphony of gold and iron sounded, and Zoro's black double knives wrapped around armament directly wiped out countless sparks on the mace. Although Zoro was clenching his teeth, he only blocked Kaido for a second. Afterwards, he was blasted away by the mace and smashed directly into the stone wall, causing the sky to be filled with dust and fog. Zoro. Smelly swordsman. Zoro being smashed into the air, Sanji and Luffy were surprised at the same time. And Kaido, taking advantage of Sanji's distraction, suddenly stretched his left arm and grabbed Sanji. Oops. Teeth, trying to break free from Kaido's palm. But with Kaido's power, how could Sanji break free? He said, "Oh, do you really think I am drunk, and I dare to lose my mind in the battle? Go to hell." Saying that, Kaido's left arm muscles bulged, grabbed Sanji and smashed to the ground. Sanji. Luffy shouted anxiously, red light flashed on his body, and he directly turned on the second gear. Then, at this critical moment, he jumped to Kaido's eyes in an instant. Third gear elephant gun. After a short period of charging, Luffy directly smashed the giant black fist on Kaido's face. Boom. Although Kaido was hit directly in the face by Luffy's heavy blow, but it didn't let him shake a single point. Similarly, there was a huge roar on the ground. By Kaido's waist and hit the ground directly, coughed out a mouthful of blood. Afterwards, Sanji's pupils slowly lost their anxiety and became slack. Looking at this scene, Chenmu frowned and said, "I don't know if Sanji can hold up in this posture." Speaking, Chenmu ignored Luffy and Kaido who were in a stalemate, and jumped directly in front of Sanji. Then he squatted down, reached out and probed the tip of Sanji's nose, feeling a faint breath. The corners of Chenmu's mouth twitched, and he said, "Oh, this resistance is much stronger than I thought. It seems that everyone has become stronger after being beaten by Admiral that time." After finishing speaking, Chenmu put his index finger to his mouth and bit hard. "Ouch, overbite." Chenmu cried out in pain, hurriedly grabbed his knuckles, and dripped the gushing blood into Sanji's mouth. After doing all this, Chenmu watched Sanji's changes while holding his fingers. However, that drop of blood, like a hard red blood globule, showed no sign of merging into Sanji's mouth at all. Chenmu was startled and stretched out his right hand towards Sanji, intending to forcibly pry his mouth open and let the blood slide in. However, before Chenmu could touch Sanji, the drop of blood suddenly shook and turned into countless fine electric currents, which quickly swam around Sanji. "How is this going?" Looking at Sanji who twitched from time to time, Chenmu was stunned. After a short thought, Chenmu slapped his forehead abruptly, and then remembered that he hadn't used the fruit ability yet. This thunderbolt is because of the only Logia Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit, in his body, the passive skill that comes with it. Chenmu slightly regretted it for half a second, then quickly calmed down and took his index finger out of his mouth. At this moment, a faint green light flashed in Chenmu's eyes. Healing fruit ability is in use. Then, Chenmu slowly stretched out his index finger. Looking at the finger pulp that had stopped bleeding, Vivi twitched at the corner of his mouth. "It's over, I have to bite again." After finishing speaking, Chenmu Vivi closed his eyes and put the index finger, which had just recovered from a serious injury, to his mouth again. Then, Clench your teeth. Hey, it still hurts, it still hurts. Chenmu still bared his teeth in pain, but this did not affect his actions. When this drop of blood with a faint green light slowly dripped from the air onto Sanji's lips, a touch of green, representing vitality, quietly spread out. In Chenmu's curious eyes, the drop of blood did not melt directly into Sanji's mouth, but turned into a dandelion with a green shimmer. After that, the dandelion quietly drifted around Sanji's body as if being blown by the breeze. At this moment, endless green light covered Sanji. Chenmu blinked and said dumbly, "Wow, what a divine brilliance." As soon as he finished speaking, Chenmu trembled all over, and instantly came to his senses. Fuck, what happened to me just now? Could it be that I was fascinated by the brilliance of a saint like Sanji? Chenmu said in shock. Damn it, damn it. Chenmu hammered his head hard, trying to kick this weird idea out of his mind. But, the more you struggle, the stronger the memory becomes. Just when Chenmu was secretly annoyed, the battle between Luffy and Kaido changed. Luffy's armament punch didn't do any damage to Kaido when it smashed into Kaido's face. To put it bluntly, I didn't even break the defense. But it may be because Luffy's giant fist covered his eyes, or because he wanted to teach Sanji a lesson, so Kaido didn't grab Luffy right away. This also gave Chenmu enough time to rescue. Of course, even if Luffy didn't delay, it would have no effect on Chenmu, who wanted to save people. Although Chenmu has never played against Kaido, but based on the concept of the same level as the Emperor. Admiral Akainu is equal to Kaido, and Akainu is smaller than Chenmu, which is converted. Chenmu naturally deduced that. Hey, Kaido is smaller than me. Chenmu was proud of Isho. At this moment, a violent wind blew from Chenmu's left. At the same time, Luffy exclaimed. Uncle, get out of the way. This chapter is over. Chapter 140 Kaido appears as a dragon and overwhelms the audience. Chapter 140 Kaido appears as a dragon and overwhelms the audience. White steam all over his body and blood-red skin, Luffy failed to cause damage to Kaido, but with the super high speed of the second gear, he escaped Kaido's several attacks without any risk. And now, Luffy dodged and jumped back, dodging the mace swept by Kaido, but Chenmu was not so lucky for another person within the attack range. Uncle, get out of the way. Vivi to hesitate for a while when he heard Luffy's cry. Dodge what? Chenmu, who was squatting on the ground, turned his head in confusion. Just as he turned his head away, an extremely violent wind hit him directly. In the violent wind, Chenmu subconsciously closed his eyes. The wind is so strong, it blows my eyes open. Before Chenmu Nyan could fall, he was directly hit by the mace that came one after another. Boom! The moment the huge mace slammed into Chenmu, there was an extremely dull crashing sound. And Chenmu, who was swept away by Kaido with such a dazed expression, smashed into the rock wall of the auditorium and became the second person to be swept away. And Sanji, because he was lying flat on the ground, was lucky to escape this disaster. But the flashing green glow on his body attracted Kaido's gaze. What a powerful breath of life! When he saw this vigorous green vitality, Kaido was not immune to the vulgarity. Like Chenmu, he had a brief absence. But soon woke up again. This kind of powerful power can actually appear on such a weak guy. From Kaido's Vivi's narrowed eyes, he could see the flash of greed. Moreover, when the words fell, he directly put into action and strode towards Sanji. It seems that he really intends to capture Sanji in front of him. But Luffy, how could he just watch Kaido take Sanji away? Immediately opened his eyes, he directly entered the fourth gear mode. Fourth gear, bouncer. After entering fourth gear, the muscles of Luffy's upper body suddenly swelled several times, forming a sharp contrast with the lower body that had not changed much. Legs that looked very small, provided Luffy with an incomparably amazing speed at this moment, as well as the ability to fly. Boom, boom, boom. With the bouncy jets of his legs, Luffy sprinted towards Kaido. At the same time, the huge red and black fists slowly compressed like a spring. Rubber, ape, king, gun. As he was about to approach Kaido, Luffy threw out his long charged fists. At this time, Kaido had already walked to Sanji. Asshole, don't touch my partner. The moment Luffy's voice fell, the two red and black iron fists slammed heavily on Kaido's side face. Under this tremendous force, Kaido was also beaten over his head. But it was also this punch that made him completely sober from his drunkenness. Straw Hat, you've totally pissed me off. Kaido slowly straightened his head while facing Luffy's heavy punch. Luffy gritted his teeth and struggled, and those elastic legs were sprayed in the air again and again, and the frequency of the vibration spray was more than twice as fast as before. However, he still couldn't stop Kaido, and he pushed him back with his face. Grass, cap, little child. Kaido gritted his teeth and drank. His aura slowly became violent, like an Arlong waking up. Immediately afterwards, Kaido released his right hand, dropped the clenched mace, and directly raised his hand to grab Luffy beside his cheek. At this moment, Luffy's heart was full of warning signs, and he turned his head to look behind. And at this moment, he also saw Kaido's giant hand that quickly grabbed him. Luffy's pupils shrank, he turned his head quickly, and then forcibly sank his waist, so that the elastic legs were directly sprayed downward. And the arms that were covered with red and black hockey also shrank back at this moment, taking back the offensive. Abandoning the attack and fleeing upwards instead, it only took Luffy about half a second for this whole set of actions. And Luffy, at this moment, escaped Kaido's huge palm and flew into the sky. Fortunately, Luffy is more familiar with this action. If it takes a little more time, it will really not be able to go. At this time, the mace dropped by Kaido also fell heavily on the ground, making a dull loud noise. Kaido snorted angrily, and two white gas spewed out of his nostrils. At the same time, Kaido's face became ashen, and then turned from blue to black, and his aura became extremely violent. At this moment, the angry dragon woke up. Kaido opened his mouth and let out a heavy white breath. Immediately afterwards, Kaido clenched his fists hard, and the already tensed muscles trembled violently at this moment. Roar! Kaido raised his head and roared into the sky. A violent gust of wind spread out from him, and even Luffy in the sky was thrown several somersaults by the violent gust of wind. A strong aura. Luffy was shocked, and then quickly sank. No, I can't drag it any longer. Luffy frowned. At this moment, Luffy can't handle that much, at least. He needs to save Sanji before he loses his strength. Thinking of this, Luffy's expression froze, and he quickly dived towards Kaido with his head on his feet. At this moment, Kaido was still roaring furiously, and his originally dark skin quickly turned blue. And his eyes, at this moment, turned bright yellow. Kaido's breath getting stronger and stronger, Luffy was startled and accelerated again. However, at this time, Kaido has completely completed the dragon's body, covered with blue dragon scales. As the black dragon whiskers fluttered, a huge and vast dragon's might quickly rushed towards the surroundings. And Luffy, also at the moment Kaido completed his dragon form, landed next to Sanji. Sanji, hold on a little longer, and I'll take you away. Luffy picked up Sanji and tried to escape from under the dragon hovering in the air. But at this time, Kaido used those pair of vertical pupils full of murderous intent to stare at Luffy, who was escaping quickly. I just want to escape now. Hee, it's too late. Kaido ferocious Isho, the huge blue dragon claws slammed down and attacked Luffy directly. At this moment, Luffy, who was escaping quickly, suddenly shrank his pupils, feeling the suffocating terror pressure again. Damn, can't escape. Luffy clenched his teeth and flew forward rapidly. Luffy's head with lightning speed, and pressed him to the ground. Sanji, however, was pushed forward by Luffy just before the dragon's claw attacked, so he was able to escape this disaster. But Luffy was caught by Kaido's dragon claw and pressed to the ground. Kaido watched Luffy roar in pain under his dragon's claws, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Kaido slowly closed the dragon's mouth with fangs, and a terrifying energy was rapidly gathering in his closed dragon's mouth. The surrounding temperature also rose rapidly in an instant. Time passed bit by bit. Kaido's bulging dragon mouth gradually reached its limit. An incomparably hot breath spewed out of his nostrils. All the spaces invaded by this breath were temporarily distorted. It's hard to imagine the terrifying power that the long-stored scorching energy in his mouth will have when it is released. Go to hell, ignorant boy. Kaido slowly loosened his clenched teeth, and a burst of incomparably hot breath spread out from the dragon's teeth in an instant. At this moment, the shadow of death completely enveloped Luffy. At this moment, a slightly impatient voice suddenly came from the top of Kaido's head. You're just a sparring coach, so why take it seriously? After that, Shenmue didn't care what Kaido's reaction was, and punched Kaido's dragon mouth directly. Boom! Shenmue threw a downward punch and smashed Kaido's dragon's mouth, causing him to breathe out the dragon's breath of flame, completely annihilating it in his mouth. And Kaido was also hit the ground by Shenmue's tremendous force. Boom! The huge faucet instantly smashed to the ground, making a huge shock. And the ground also cracked at this moment. In an instant, the arena of the bullfighting arena collapsed into several pieces, and the turbulent water flow below surged in an instant, swallowing the broken stones one by one. The huge faucet was directly smashed into the water by Shenmue. At this moment, the huge dragon body hovering in the air was also dragged down and floated on the water. At this moment, Shenmue, who was soaked all over, rushed out of the water. And under his arm, there were Sanji, who was in a coma, and Luffy, who had fainted out of strength. Swoosh tilde. Accompanied by a gust of wind, Shenmue gracefully landed in the auditorium. Immediately afterwards, his hands were loosened, and the two of them were directly placed on the ground. It's really uncomfortable to feel wet all over. Shenmue frowned and complained. Then, sitting directly on the ground, took off the red boots, and poured out the water inside. After putting his boots aside, Shenmue began to unzip the collar of his shirt, ready to take off his clothes. At this moment, Zoro's voice came from the side. The big one floating in the water, ahem. Is that big guy the strongest form of the four emperors, Kaido? Zoro pretended to speak calmly, but the blood suddenly overflowed from the corner of his mouth, destroying the calm aura. Zoro, who was wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, and said, Since my health is not good, then give me a rest honestly, and pretend to be cold, and wait until Sanji wakes up. After speaking, Shenmue looked around hesitantly. After confirming that there was no one around, he slowly touched the black belt around his waist. At this time, Zoro also walked to Shenmue's side, then turned around indifferently, looked at the dragon floating in the water, and said, Although there is no one around, if you dare to take off your pants so blatantly, I will definitely say it. Hearing this, Shenmue raised his eyebrows and gritted his teeth. I wouldn't have saved you if I had known, you ungrateful fellow. Zoro didn't care, and still said indifferently, You want to do something unfortunate, but you are found out, why don't people tell me? Shenmue was furious. At this moment, a slight coughing sound suddenly sounded behind the two of them. Cough, 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 cough. The two looked back at the same time. I saw Sanji lying on the ground, coughing lightly with a pale face. Zoro frowned and said in a low voice, Why is Sanji hurt so badly? Shenmue rolled his eyes and said, If you were smashed by Kaido in his hand, you won't be much better than Sanji. Speaking of this, Shenmue suddenly paused, then frowned and said to himself, Is this gap really that big? Zoro heard Chen Emu's whisper, but he just frowned Vivi and didn't refute it. After all, Kaido's strength is there. And Zoro is not the kind of person who underestimates himself and only overestimates his own strength. Immediately, Zoro turned his eyes to look at Luffy, whose eyes were rolled. "What's wrong with Luffy? Is he seriously injured?" Zoro asked with a frown. Chenmu shrugged and replied, "Don't worry about him. He is the one with the least injuries. As for this appearance, it's just that he's out of strength." Zoro gave a soft, then glanced at Sanji, who was gradually waking up, and said, "I'm going to chop that guy now." After speaking, Zoro turned around and slowly pulled out the knife. Chenmu pouted and did not choose to block. "If you want, you can't break Kaido's defense anyway." Zoro, who was also holding the third-generation Gush and Chushui in his hands, suddenly said suspiciously, "Is that guy floating in the water an important member of the big fleet you said?" Hearing this, Chenmu suddenly froze. Then, he suddenly turned around and stared at the green-haired man floating on the water. "Oops, forget about this guy." As soon as Chenmu finished speaking, he did not take off his trousers. He rolled up his trouser legs and jumped into the water again. Looking at Chenmu, who plunged his head into the water and then quickly swam towards Bartolomeo, Zoro raised his eyebrows and said, "Is this guy's brain flooded? He has so many abilities that he doesn't need to go into the water himself." Speaking, Zoro sighed lightly and put on an expression of hating iron. At this time, Chenmu, who only wanted to save people, still remembered that he had room and parasitic line. Besides, he hadn't tried it yet, using his ability to scoop up people. After a while, Chenmu took a leap on the gravel and jumped back to the auditorium with Bartolomeo on his back. Then, throwing the person on the ground, he slowly lifted his bare feet and stepped on Bartolomeo's bulging belly. Zoro turned his head and asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" Chenmu wiped the water stains on his face and said with a light breath, "What can I do? Of course, to save people. After that, I pressed down hard on that round belly. PFF'd. Chapter 141 Zoro slashes with all his strength, dragon blood splashes. PFF'd. Being stepped on hard by Chenmu, Bartolomeo opened his mouth and spewed a small water column 2 meters high. Chenmu and Zoro, at the same time, dodged sideways. Looking at Bartolomeo with his eyes rounded, Zoro said in a flat tone, "You look after them, and I'll cut down the dragon." "Well, you go." However, when Chenmu's voice fell, Zoro not only did not move, but turned to look at him. "What do you think I'm doing?" Chenmu said blankly. Zoro glanced at Chenmu's muscular upper body, Vivi nodded, and said, "With your strength, it should be fine." After speaking, Zoro turned around with a serious face, crossed the hilts of the 2 knives in his hands, and formed a fan blade shape. At the same time, in a tone that cannot be rejected, "This distance is a little far, you throw me over." "Huh?" Chenmu looked at Zoro with a question mark on his face, unable to understand his intentions. Zoro bit the white hilt of the word, Kado, and stared at Kaido with a serious expression. "Can you do it by throwing me at him?" Hearing this, Chenmu already understood what he meant. Isn't this just to replicate the scene of beheading Pika back then? But this time, it was Kaido who was going to be slashed. Thinking of this, Chenmu couldn't help but wrinkle. "I suggest you let go of the dragon beheading." Zoro didn't answer, still staring at Kaido's dragon body with a grim expression. Chenmu frowned and continued, "Don't you find it strange?" Zoro was stunned for a moment, then rolled his eyes at Chenmu, who was frowning in thought, and said, "What's weird?" Chenmu pinched his chin, shook his head uncertainly, and said, "Well, I can't tell, but it always feels like I'm missing something important." Zoro frowned slightly and said, "Then throw me over first, and then you can think about it slowly." Chenmu nodded absently, and lifted Zoro directly. At this moment, Zoro bit the word Hidao to his lips again, ready to kill Kaido with 3 swords. "Are you ready?" Hem. Receiving Zoro's response, Chenmu didn't hesitate, turned his arms and entered a state of charging. "My power is stronger than you think, you yourself. Pay more attention," Chenmu said solemnly. "Ah, I will." Speaking, Zoro's expression froze, and the 2 knives clenched in his hands also turned rapidly at this moment. "Ah, let's go." Chenmu shouted loudly and threw Zoro directly at Kaido. Whoosh! Zoro galloped through the air, and the gust of wind almost knocked his eyes open. But he was still able to keep the blade in his hand spinning at a high speed. At the same time, he chanted in a low voice. 9 mountains and 8 seas, 1 world. A gathering of thousands of worlds becomes a small world of thousands. This world is multiplied by 3, and there is no ego constant. 3 swords profound truth, 1 big one, 3,000. 1,000 worlds. As the chant fell, the whole world became dark, only the long-lasting sword light in the sky slipped down. At this moment, time stopped and the whole world fell silent. Under Zoro's shocking slash, the blue dragon scales on Kaido's body all cracked. The shocking knife mark not only broke the hard dragon scales, but also cut directly on the dragon's flesh. Hot and bright red blood shot out from Kaido's wound instantly, dyeing the surrounding water red. And Kaido also lifted the faucet out of the water and roared in pain. Roar! The roar of the giant dragon shook the entire bullfighting arena, and the gravel on the ground shook. At this moment, Chenmu was stunned. At this moment, Bartolomeo, who was still in a trance, was instantly awakened. What's going on? Saw Kaido's blood spurting out of the red dragon. "Ah, I knew Zoro would never let me down," Luffy smirked. At this moment, Bartolomeo's attention was instantly attracted by Luffy's voice. Lulu, Senior Luffy, Bartolomeo said excitedly. Huh, Luffy turned his head suspiciously. He looked at the man whose face was full of excitement, and even had tears in his eyes because he was so excited. "Ah, I remember, you are the important person Uncle said." Heavy, important people, me. Maybe it was because he had come into close contact with his idol, and he was so excited that Barto couldn't speak anymore. Looking at Bartle who was shaking with excitement, Luffy was kind to Isho, raised his hand and patted Bartolomeo's shoulder, saying, "Well, Uncle said you are very important, I believe Uncle." After speaking, Luffy picked up the straw hat beside him and stood up from the ground with some difficulty. Bartolomeo hurriedly stretched out his hands to support Luffy who almost fell. "Ah, thank you." Luffy turned to Isho. Then he took 2 steps forward with difficulty and came to Chenmu's side. Zoro, who exuded a black ghost, Luffy frowned slightly and said. "Uncle, Zoro, is he?" "Well, yes, Zoro, he used it again." Then, Chenmu shook his head lightly, indicating that Luffy should stop talking. "Don't ask me, because I don't know Zoro's condition now, just wait for him to come back." After speaking, Chenmu's eyes narrowed and he looked at Zoro, who was bathed in dragon blood. "Does this count, slaying the dragon?" Chenmu looked at Zoro with some emotion, but his thoughts drifted to somewhere. The other side. Zoro, who was surrounded by a strange black mist, was standing on a huge rock in the water with his back to Kaido at this time. Moreover, the dragon blood stained all over his body is being absorbed by these black mists at the moment. Wherever the black fog passes, the blood disappears. But there is only one thing that this strange black fog can't swallow. 3 generations of ghosts. This demon sword, known as the Master Eater, showed its strangeness in a moment. At this moment, the black knife Chushui that Zoro held in his hand, whether it was because of bathing in dragon blood or because of the strange black mist, actually trembled slightly. But as the blood on the blade was sucked away by the black mist, Chushui slowly stopped shaking and returned to tranquility. And the same scene happened to the text Hidaoi, which was dyed black by armament. At this moment, the third generation Gito, also known as the famous sword, had a completely different reaction. When the black ghost mist of the Devourer meets the demon sword of the Devourer, what kind of huge impact will this have on Zoro in the future? When the black mist swam around Zoro and absorbed the remaining blood, it slowly gathered towards Zoro's tightly closed left and right. When the last trace of black mist remaining outside slowly got under Zoro's closed eyelids, Zoro trembled all over and almost fell down. Behind him, Kaido's tail kept flapping in the water because of the severe pain from the wound. Roar. The dragon's roar continued, but it lost the power of the beginning. It actually hurt me, you damn it. Damn it. Kaido raised his head and roared, his chest filled with endless anger. From the dragon's body that kept flapping and rolling, it could be seen how angry Kaido was at this time. After roaring for nearly 2 minutes, the deafening dragon roar gradually stopped. Although the roar gradually ceased, the dragon did not quell the anger that filled his mouth, but even more so. 2 fiery red dragon breaths spewed out from Kaido's nostrils. You have completely angered me. Today, no one wants to come out here alive. Kaido stared at Shenmue and Luffy in the distance, with fierce gleam in his eyes. Zoro, who was already unsteady behind him. Clang. At the critical moment, Zoro forcibly turned around and blocked the slapping dragon's tail with his 2 knives. It's a pity that Zoro's current state is not 1 out of 10. When it was shot and flew out, it fell heavily into the water. Kaido glanced fiercely at Shenmue and the others, then raised his head and flew straight into the air. When it was 100 meters away from the ground, Kaido gradually stopped the upward trend. The dragon turned and hovered directly above the bullfighting arena. Around him, red flame clouds appeared. Looking at Kaido, who was rising clouds and driving fog, a trace of envy flashed in Shenmue's eyes. This ability, it's too much for a cup. Thinking of this, Shenmue opened his right hand, and a white mist quietly spewed out of his palm. Gradually, this white fog turned into the appearance of a long knife. Shenmue didn't pay much attention to this, but just waved his long knife slightly to disperse the fog. After doing all this, Shenmue grinned and said, Luffy, you'll start training here today, and I'll go up to Kaido to borrow something. Speaking, without waiting for Luffy to respond, he stepped on the ground with both feet and jumped directly towards Kaido in midair. At this time, Kaido took a deep breath and released the bad wind directly below. For a time, the countless giant wind blades slashed towards the people below. And the attack range of this wind blade includes everyone. It's really not a single one is going to be spared. Among them, the most feared are Caesar and Mingji's subordinates. At the beginning, because the ground was shattered by Shenmue's punch, the people bound by sea stone fell directly into the water from the wide crack. Fortunately, these are fresh water. But with their hands bound by sea stone, they couldn't swim out of this pool at all. Because, the entrance with the lowest terrain happened to be blocked by Kaido. During this period, the cumbersome Pika, Buffalo, and the 3 of them, Mahabeth, who possessed a ton of pressed fruit, almost sank to the bottom. If it weren't for the support of Fishman Dellinger, these people might have been explained here. In the end, these people climbed up a shattered rock with great difficulty, and only then did they get a chance to breathe. But now, before they had time to take a few more breaths of the land, air, they were directly forced into the water by the fierce wind blade that fell from the sky. If it wasn't for Kaido being too strong, they would definitely be cursing. At this time, Zoro, who had already slashed with all his might, was dragged down by his severely injured body, unable to directly face the violent wind blade slash, and could only plunge into the water to avoid it. And Luffy, just about to pick up the unconscious Sanji, fell straight down. Obviously, his physical strength is also on the edge of the limit. Senior Luffy. Bartolomeo exclaimed, then quickly crossed his arms across his chest, his index and middle fingers folded. Barrier ball. In an instant, a 5-meter-sized dark glass ball rose up flat, directly wrapping him and Luffy inside. That is, at this moment, the wind blade that flew from the sky arrived. Ding ding ding. Although the crisp sound of impact kept ringing, it was unable to draw a trace on this spherical barrier. Oh, that's awesome. Luffy's eyes lit up. When Bartolomeo heard Luffy compliment him, his whole spirit became a lot higher. At this moment, he even felt that he could go up to a wave of Kaido. However, his trembling legs told him, "You are dreaming." Although the barrier fruit has an absolute defense, it also requires the physical support of the capable person. If things continued like this, it didn't take long for Bartolomeo to be defeated by Kaido's crazy bombardment. However, Kaido at this time obviously did not have so much time to target the group of people below. Because, on this battlefield, Bartolomeo is not the only one with absolute defense. Shenmue also has a defensive power that shocks the world. When Kaido released the huge wind blade towards the bottom, Shenmue directly chose to punch hard. The violent fist wind directly smashed the blasted wind blades into wisps of light wind. Looking at Shenmue who was rushing in, Kaido frowned and snapped a dragon claw instantly. At this moment, the cold blade of the giant wind and the dragon claws that slammed down met Shenmue at the same time. In this regard, the corner of Shenmue's mouth twitched. Did not care at all. But the next moment, he was completely stunned. Ding! The current height is 90 meters. The fear of heights state has automatically entered the first judgment. Ding! The trigger probability is 90%, and the negative status judgment takes effect. Close black lens bracket. Over, I'm going to be a sandbag again. Shenmue's heart is cold, and he doesn't even have the heart to complain. At this moment, Shenmue's eyes suddenly turned upwards, and a feeling of spinning around the world filled his mind. Kaido's wind blade and dragon claws also slammed directly on Shenmue in an instant. Woo! Bang! The wind howled, Shenmue was hit by Kaido's claw and fell directly below. Immediately afterwards, another bang sounded, causing a splash of water several meters high. Been played a lot, had only one word to say to the system at this time. That is spicy chicken system. I% #. Beep ~~ silence 587 words. Close black lens bracket. Dot 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 dot. This chapter is over. Chapter 142 Both Admiral go to war, will Kaido hockey? Chapter 142 Both Admiral go to war, will Kaido hockey? At this time, Shenmue, hunched over, quickly sank to the bottom of the water. And his clothes were also damaged to varying degrees under Kaido's attack. Saitama's battle suit was damaged. This was the first time. When Shenmue held his breath and stretched out his hand to pull the clothes on his chest, he could clearly see the very conspicuous claw mark, and it was still 4 claws. Below the paw print, there were also 2 tiny slash marks. Judging from the depth of the cut marks, it was obvious that after the defense was broken, the successor was already powerless. At this moment, Shenmue also did not expect that Kaido's seemingly unremarkable claw was stronger than his wind-type ultimate move, Bad Wind. If this was in the magical world, Kaido's Bad Wind would be a forbidden spell-level existence. With a super large range and super power, such a top-level attack, it is estimated that the Admiral level can match him. At this moment, 4 big characters suddenly appeared in Shenmue's heart. That is terrifying. Okay, kidding. ... Closer to home. When Shenmue sank to a certain depth, the remaining strength of Kaido in him gradually dissipated. It's not just about water resistance here. At the same time, it also shows that the negative state of Shenmue is disappearing. When he slowly sank to the bottom of the water, the negative influence left by the fear of heights had completely disappeared from him. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Chen Mu's eyes, and the muscles all over his body were tense, like an Arlong about to go to sea. Of course, he can't turn into a dragon like Kaido. But he'll be fine soon. Thinking of this, Chen Mu no longer hesitated, and the whole person swept upwards like a bullet. But above the water, it was very unsettled. Under the attack of the wind blade, the auditorium made of rock was directly cut out with countless terrifying cracks and almost collapsed. But more hurricane blades cut toward the water surface, and even shot directly to the bottom. The existence of Kaido's level, saying that he will kill everyone, this is really not just talking. The surface of the water kept being cut open by the wind, and healed under the surging waves. Suddenly, a figure quickly broke through the water and shot directly at the giant dragon in the air. After fighting for so long, should it be my turn? Chen Mu said coldly. While speaking, Chen Mu stretched out his arm, and a circle of light emitting a strange green light quickly shot at Kaido. Looking at the rapidly approaching light, Kaido hesitated a little. This ability is so weak. In Kaido's perception, this light circle gave him the feeling of a word, weak. He also couldn't understand that a guy with such a powerful strength would actually use such a weak attack on him. Moreover, from the outside, this is simply a collar. This bastard dare to humiliate Lao Su. The face of this less lethal, but extremely humiliating move, Kaido chose to be hard on the front. The dragon's claw swiped down again, directly hitting the green aperture head-on. However, the broken scene in Kaido's imagination did not appear, but was wrapped around the wrist by the instantly enlarged green collar. With such weak means, you also want to bind me? Kaido grinned, and the other dragon claw reached down and patted Chen Mu. As for Chen Mu, when he saw the green collar on Kaido's claws, a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he lifted the index finger of his left hand up, and instantly swapped his position with a piece of broken rock in the auditorium. Crack! With a crisp cracking sound, this half-meter-sized piece of broken rock was directly crushed into countless pieces by the dragon's claws. However, Chen Mu stood on the stand with a relaxed expression on his face, with a confident smile on his face. Do you think I'll be tough with you when I'm still in the air? Hee, really young. Chen Mu looked at Kaido with contempt. And Kaido, although he didn't see how Chen Mu escaped, he knew that he was once again humiliated by this guy. Really, angry old man. First cut by a weak pirate, and then humiliated by this bastard who has the same bounty as himself, Kaido was completely furious at this moment. Kaido was furious, and after circling in the air, he pounced directly on Chen Mu below. In the open mouth of the ferocious dragon, a blazing flame spurted out instantly and slammed into Chen Mu first. Luffy and Bartolomeo behind him. Looking at the manic column of flames, Bartolomeo's eyes trembled and he said in a trembling voice. Senior Luffy, after I take this blow, just run away and leave me alone. Luffy was stunned for a moment, then directly refused. I'm not going to leave my partner and run away. Hearing this, tears of excitement flashed in Bartolomeo's eyes. Senior Luffy actually treats me as a partner. No, I have to tell Grandma the good news. While talking to himself, Barto reached into his arms and took out the phone bug. It was at this moment that the terrifying flames attacked, directly swallowing the dark barrier ball where Chen Mu and Luffy Barto were located. Boom. After this violent flame devoured the three of them, it quickly spread to the surrounding area, and the fire was monstrous. Doing all of this, Kaido changed back into a human form without hesitation, and landed directly in the area of the flames. Suddenly, a slightly low voice came directly into Kaido's ears. 60 million volts Brontosaurus. Zitza. Crack tilde. An instant, a ferocious Arlong formed from countless lightning bolts rushed out of the raging flames and bit Kaido with its mouth open. And Kaido turned his head at this moment and saw this terrifying electric dragon. Attack me with lightning. Kaido's eyes narrowed, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Kaido, who was wrapped in flames, took out the huge mace from somewhere and smashed it head-on at the Thunder Dragon. Thundering gossip. ZZ. Crack tilde. Amidst the two rumbling sounds of thunder, the huge mace flashing with purple electricity smashed directly on the head of the blue Thunder Dragon that came madly. Zitza. Zizz. Tilde tilde tilde. Underscore. At this moment, the Thunder Dragon, which was flashing with blue electric light, was instantly blown away into countless electric lights, shooting towards the surroundings. However, the Brontosaurus was not completely defeated by Kaido's attack. Instead, it directly turned into a dazzling incandescent thunderbolt, and it attacked directly along the mace. Wherever the dazzling electric light passed, all the purple electricity was swallowed up. Looking at the blue lightning that had a tendency to counterattack, Kaido's eyes sank, and a stronger purple current burst out from his palm, directly rushing towards the blue lightning that was going upstream. ZZ. Tilde boom. The purple electricity and the blue electricity collided, and a very violent roar of thunder erupted. At this moment, all the flames within Kaido's body were swallowed by lightning, forming a small fire-free zone. But soon, the flames rose with the wind and filled the vacancy again. And at this time, on the mace with the ferocious iron thorns, there was only a frantic quivering purple lightning. You thunder and gossip, it's a little interesting. Shenmue turned on the lightning of his whole body and walked on fire. And Kaido also saw Shenmue, who completely turned into an electric man. As the whole body elementalized, Kaido frowned and did not attack Shenmue. But Shenmue's body exploded with lightning, and it flashed directly into the air. It hurts my neck to talk to a guy like you who is 8 meters tall. Shenmue complained. But what he didn't know was how arrogant he was to rub his neck in his current, electric man, form. In Kaido's eyes, this is simply a provocation. You're more arrogant than me, so you're ready to die. Kaido had a dark face and a very low tone. Arrogant. Shenmue, who was emitting a dazzling electric light all over his body, was suddenly stunned when he heard this. When did I get arrogant? However, Kaido was too lazy to answer this question, swept his mace across the flames beside him, and rolled it hard. In an instant, circles of flames followed suit, turning the black mace into a stick of flames. Moreover, in the raging flames, purple lightning flashes from time to time. Kaido, whose face suddenly darkened, and the thermal mace in his hand, Shenmue's eyes narrowed and he suddenly felt a little pressure. Wait, stress. Shenmue was stunned and suddenly felt something was wrong. My whole body is now elementalized, and ordinary physical attacks can't cause me any damage at all. Even if Kaido uses fire and lightning at the same time, I can still be immune to most of the damage. But, why am I feeling the pressure? However, Kaido didn't intend to leave Shenmue with a lot of time to think about it. With a forceful wave, he smashed the flaming purple electric stick at Shenmue in Thor form. Note: Shenmue's Thor form is a reference to Enel's 200 million volts. Thor, which is the move that releases lightning from the whole body and then hides himself in the lightning. But Shenmue is different from Enel. In his Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, has reached the level of awakening under the strength of breaking through the limits of the world, and one of the tricks is to turn the whole body into lightning, instead of simply surrounding it with lightning. Closer to home. Kaido waved this mace wrapped in flames and purple electricity, and directly blasted Shenmue's figure away. ZZ. Countless currents spread out, but soon, they converged into Shenmue's figure on the other side of Kaido. Shenmue regained his Thunder God form, again, but pinched his chin and started to think. My guess was correct, Kaido's attack did not work for me. But, that sense of oppression, why is it still pressing on me? At this moment, Shenmue suddenly felt that he had missed something. Etc. If you want to hurt those who are capable of elemental form, you must master armament hockey. Shenmue suddenly raised his head and looked at the thermal mace that was waving again. Could it be, he is the most hidden guy? Thinking of this, Chenmu scattered his thunder god form, and directly returned to his flesh. At the same time, Chenmu's right arm Vivi was bent and charged, and a layer of transparent armament hockey quickly wrapped his arm. Is there any armament hockey? Let me try it out. After speaking, Chenmu threw his fist hard and smashed it directly on the thermal mace. Boom! The moment the fist sticks collided, an invisible wave of air instantly spread to the surroundings. In an instant, the fire that enveloped the entire battlefield was extinguished instantly, and the ground beneath the two of them quickly cracked. However, at this time, Chenmu was careless, and with a pair of cold eyes, he stared at the mace whose flames dissipated. Chenmu's eyes narrowed, and he gradually saw the transparent hockey wrapped around the mace. Really? I guessed that this guy would be hockey, otherwise how could he be the strongest creature in sea, land and air? At this moment, the mystery in Chenmu's heart was revealed and he completely understood. It turned out that the previous powerful blow was just a cover, and it was all for the following killer moves. Chenmu, who wanted to understand all of this, twitched Vivi at the corner of his mouth and said, HMPH, armament hockey, who is known to be a high-level man, is so careful to hide it. Why, armament hockey, makes you embarrassed. Although Chenmu's words revealed a strange smell of yin and yang, at this moment Kaido suddenly frowned. There was a sigh of relief in my heart. It turned out that this guy suddenly dissipated the lightning, just to use armament to test whether I would hockey. I didn't expect this guy to be so courageous. Humph, just know that I can hockey, so what? Mere ants, do you still want to kill the dragon? Just as Kaido sneered in his heart, Chenmu's pupils were quietly covered with a lavender glow. Staring fruit, mind peeping. An instant, all the thoughts in Kaido's mind were understood by Chenmu. I really hid hockey, but he was still a high-level hockey. I was almost led astray by the information from my previous life. Thinking of this, the corner of Chenmu's mouth twitched. Do you think that hiding a high-level hockey is a trump card? Then I'll show you my cards. Just when Chenmu was going to use the childish fruit to turn Kaido into a toy doll, that familiar feeling of oppression came to his mind again. Gravity Knife Tiger. Eight-handed Changuyu. At this moment, Kizaru and Fujitora suddenly appeared behind Chenmu and attacked Chenmu directly from the sky. Chenmu's face sank, and he instantly retracted the strength of his fist, and took advantage of the situation with his mace, and rushed towards a certain gravel pile. Bang tilde. Chenmu directly slammed into the pile of stones, grabbed Luffy and Bartolomeo inside, and directly used punch fruit to escape into the ground. At this time, both Luffy and Bartolomeo were still in a state of confusion. Uncle, where's Zoro? Chenmu said with a gloomy face. Don't worry, we'll go pick him up now. Luffy made an "oh," and said nothing more. But Bartolomeo, who was caught on the other side by Chenmu, suddenly said, Hey, aren't you fighting Kaido? Why did you suddenly get us down? Chenmu glanced at the restless Bartolomeo and replied lightly. I'd love to, won't I? After speaking, Chenmu squeezed his left arm and warned, If you move again, I will throw you here and let you dig up the soil yourself, believe it or not. Hearing this, Bartolomeo froze and did not dare to move. And Chenmu turned his head in satisfaction and continued to move towards a certain position. At the same time, I muttered in my heart. I didn't expect that at such a critical moment, it was these guys who saved Zoro. This chapter is over. Chapter 143 Luffy Conqueror Ascension. Chapter 143 Luffy Conqueror Ascension. Dark and dark underground. Chenmu walked through the ground quickly, and bursts of purple halo radiated from his body. While Zigwang covered his body, he also included Luffy and Bartolomeo. It's really convenient to wear fruit. Chen Mu couldn't help sighing. At the same time, there was a group of people running fast underground. Of course, their way of traveling is not like Chen Mu, directly penetrating objects, but using their abilities to push the underground rocks to both sides, temporarily creating a passage. Under the ground, the rocks that can be separated like waves in such a gentle way are Pika. Of course, Diamante, who has the ability of flying fruit, can also do it, but it is not suitable for this time, and it is not suitable for use when escaping. After a while, Chen Mu, who was guided by the map, finally caught up with the group of people fleeing underground. Feeling the vibration from the ground under his feet, Chen Mu first put Luffy and Bartolomeo down, then grinned, and directly used the Guro Guro no Mi Rumble Rumble Fruit ability to flash in front of Pika. At this time, Pika, who was driving ahead, saw Chen Mu who suddenly appeared in front of him. His body trembled violently, and he braked suddenly. But did not stop. Seeing that Pika was about to bump into him, Chen Mu sighed helplessly, and then slowly extended his hand. Bang tilde. Chen Mu's outstretched palm was directly hit by Pika in golden armor. In this empty underground world, a dull crash sounded. When Pika was stopped by Chen Mu, his pupils shrank suddenly. Then, he swallowed hard, looked at Chen Mu who only reached his waist, and said, You, why are you here? Although Pika's voice was still shrill, the people behind him could feel the shock and fear from his tone. Nemesis, I can't escape him no matter where I go. Pika was so sad and angry that she even wanted to run away. But he can't because he still has a very important chip behind him. On the other hand, Chen Mu had a smile on his face. Why am I here, don't you know? Chen Mu raised his head playfully, looked at Pika who was full of shock and horror, and then slowly took his hand back from his knee. Finally, he patted the unwarranted dust on his hands, and said calmly, Okay, stop the ink, and quickly return the person to me, I'm still in a hurry to go back. Buffalo behind Pika. Note, Pika's height is 470 centimeters and Buffalo is 696 centimeters. And Pika, who had been following Chen Mu's movements, suddenly raised his head and turned his gaze to Buffalo behind him. His heart suddenly froze. Did he find out? Thinking of this, Pika, whose forehead began to sweat, quietly moved forward, hoping that she could block Chen Mu's sight again. At the same time, I prayed in my heart. Don't find out, this is the only bargaining chip that can get back the young master's heart. It is worth mentioning that Pika did get his wish to block Chen Mu, but he may not have thought about his seemingly careful move, but for Chen Mu, who is only 185 tall, what a big move. What are you doing? Hurry up and get out of the way. Chen Mu frowned. Hearing this, Pika already knew that the terrifying guy in front of him was a little impatient. Feeling the anger in Chen Mu's eyes, Pika's heart skipped a beat. But he still had no choice to step aside, after all. This may be the only bargaining chip that can be traded with Chen Mu. Rest assured, young master, we will definitely bring the chips back to you. Pika kept cheering herself up and increasing her courage buff. At the same time, I was lucky. You didn't find him, you didn't really find him. However, while Pika was still praying, Chen Mu suddenly took a step forward and stretched out the palm that was flashing purple and patted his calf hard. You, don't mess around. Before Pika could finish her words, Chen Mu used the ability to put through fruit, and sent him to the ground. As far as the power contained in Chen Mu's palm is concerned, it is estimated that Pika can play underground for 7 to 8 minutes. After banishing the 4-meter-tall giant, Chen Mu raised the corner of his mouth in satisfaction. Then, walked slowly towards Buffalo. Buffalo, who lost Pika's small shield as a cover, suddenly became nervous. You don't come here. As Buffalo said, he hid his hands behind him, as if he was afraid that Chen Mu would find out. However, Chen Mu smiled indifferently and said, Don't hide it. The person you caught was the one I came to take away. I advise you to hand it over, otherwise. Otherwise, what would happen? Chen Yu smiled mysteriously, his lips lightly parted, and said, You guess. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Yu's left foot suddenly flashed a gray light, and the color looked no different from Pika's stone giant. Immediately afterwards, Chen Yu slowly raised his foot, and then stomped hard. In an instant, the originally flat ground turned into waves, causing Buffalo and the others to stand unsteadily. Under the violent shaking, Buffalo had to take out his hands behind him to maintain his balance. Looking at Zoro, who was clenched by Buffalo in his palm, Chen Yu hihi isho and said, Look, didn't this find it? After finishing speaking, Chen Yu raised his foot again, making the ground level instantly. Huh, it's over. However, just as Buffalo was about to breathe a sigh of relief, an incomparably fast blue lightning bolt instantly struck his wrist. Ah, it hurts, hurts, hurts. Buffalo was in pain, his right hand loosened instantly, and Zoro, who had passed out of a coma, also fell directly from his palm. Fortunately, Luffy arrived just in time to catch him. Uncle, Zoro is in a coma. Chen Yu twitched the corners of his mouth and replied, Ah. I saw it. Dissatisfied with Chen Yu's response, Luffy frowned slightly and said in a hesitant tone. Then uncle, do you want to? If you want no tears, you will die. Chen Yu seemed to have guessed what Luffy wanted to say, so he smashed the words to death here first. Luffy, however, frowned, thinking seriously. Uncle's life. Zoro's life. That's hard. Listening to Luffy's muttering, the blue veins jumped on Chen Yu's forehead. When even his face darkened, he said in a low voice. Zoro just lost his strength, it's not as serious as you think. Oh, Luffy replied calmly. Chen Yu twitched the corners of his mouth, then walked to Luffy with a speechless expression, and said. Zoro has been rescued, we can go back. After speaking, Chen Yu raised his right hand upwards. In an instant, the rock formation above their heads, like a wave, directly branched out a path. After doing all this, Chen Yu directly raised his hands, grabbed the shoulders of Luffy and Bartolomeo, and said. Get ready to go back to the ground, don't move. After speaking, he deliberately glanced at Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo's facial muscles twitched, and he instantly put away that little thought. Seeing Bartolomeo with a guilty face, Chen Yu rolled his eyes. Then, a square stone pillar that was just enough to accommodate the three of them quickly rose from the ground, and just supported them and walked away. After a while, a 5-meter-sized hole suddenly appeared on the flat ground. Immediately afterwards, the stone pillar holding Chen Yu and the others quickly rose from the entrance of the cave and sent them back to the ground. When the height of the stone pillar was 50 meters above the ground, Chen Yu's forefoot slowly lifted, and then stepped down gently. An instant, the stone pillar made a sudden stop, almost throwing Luffy and Bartolomeo away. Then, Chen Yu calmly retracted his hands and said. If you guys were messing around just now, you should be flying out at the moment, so listen to my words, that's right. Listening to Chen Yu's words, Bartolomeo suddenly felt guilty. Then, he quietly turned his back and raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, I stopped the bad taste in time and didn't kick this guy down, otherwise, it would be really dangerous. Back in the sun, Chen Yu stretched out comfortably. Come on, stop the ink. After finishing speaking, Chen Yu slapped the two of them on the back and pushed them directly down. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Bartolomeo, who quickly smashed to the ground, bulged his eyes out, and in a panic, he made his signature move. Screen, barrier ball. In an instant, a translucent spherical shield directly wrapped Bartolomeo and Luffy, who were falling. Of course, including Zoro. Zoro is still in a coma. Even though Luffy was pushed off the platform by Chen Yu, he didn't let go of Zoro, and even The expression on his face was quite excited. "Oh haha, I haven't jumped from such a high place for a long time, I really miss it." Luffy pressed the straw hat with one hand, and with the other hand, held Zoro tightly by his side. "Senior Luffy," Bartolomeo said with a look of admiration. And then, bang tilde. With a loud bang, this sturdy barrier ball directly smashed a hole on the ground and was tightly embedded in it. But Bartolomeo in the barrier ball was smashed to pieces and dizzy for a while. At this moment, Bartolomeo's arms slid down weakly, and he was forced to cancel the barrier ball effect. When the two fell to the ground, Chenmu calmly threw out a silk thread, passed through the oblique angle of the stone pillar, and shot it towards the ground. Then, 1, 2, 3, hundreds. It didn't take long for a 45-degree angle landslide built with white silk thread to take shape directly. And after doing all this, Chenmu nodded with satisfaction. "Well, it feels a little bit like that." After saying that, Chenmu jumped lightly, and then Vivi bowed and slid downward. This is the otherworldly version of the ski slope. Ah, the pirate world can't be regarded as another world, forget it, forget it. Chenmu quickly approached downward while feeling the cool wind blowing towards his face. "Next time I have a chance, I will find a way to get the fruits of Kuzan and Snow Maiden Monet, and then I can build iceberg directly at sea and play skiing." Chenmu thought happily. Whoosh! In just a few blinks of an eye, Chenmu slipped to the ground. At this time, Luffy and Bartolomeo also came around with a new look. "Uncle, what are you playing?" As Luffy asked, he flicked the white silk thread curiously. Seeing that Luffy and Bartolomeo actually squatted down and began to study these white threads seriously, Chenmu's eyes twitched. Then, with a strong cough, twice, he said, "Cough, okay, stop playing, we should go to business." But Luffy and Bartolomeo, as if they didn't hear them, were still fiddling with these extremely resilient threads. Chenmu's forehead jumped, and he snapped his fingers with a dark face. With a click sound, these white silk threads were quickly pulled out from the ground and converged towards Chenmu's outstretched index finger. In an instant, all the silk threads entered Chenmu's index finger like an upside-down waterfall. As for Luffy and Bartolomeo, the expressions on their faces were not enough. In this regard, Chenmu just rolled his eyes, too lazy to say anything to these two guys. At this moment, a huge dragon roar sounded from a distance. Then, the three of Chenmu saw a blue giant dragon, which flew directly down from the clouds and charged towards them on the fire cloud. "Yes, yes, yes, Kaido," Bartolomeo screamed. As for Luffy, his eyes narrowed, and his aura instantly calmed down. "Kaido, this time, I'll beat you up myself." After speaking, a light red halo circulated on Luffy's body, followed by a large amount of white steam rising. Luffy, who was looking directly at second gear, Chenmu Vivi raised his eyebrows, wondering in his heart. "Luffy, why is he still used to driving second gear? Isn't it better to drive directly to fourth gear?" As if to clear the doubts in Chenmu's heart, Luffy, who turned on the second gear mode, carried Zoro on his shoulders, and disappeared in place in a flash. So fast, Chenmu's pupil Vivi shrank. Make someone like Chenmu with lightning speed marvel, the speed that Luffy showed at this time has reached an astonishing level. Thinking of this, Chenmu suddenly frowned. But what's the use of fast speed, if you can't break Kaido's defense? It won't help you even if you smash him hundreds of punches. Just when Chenmu was puzzled, Luffy had placed Zoro, who had passed out in a coma, in an absolutely safe cave. Then, Luffy clenched his fists so hard that armament covered his forearm. Conqueror Haki that was born is also quietly running at this moment. This chapter is over. Take a day off. There's a mess in my head, take a day off. Another day off and modify the Haki settings. The plot is being revised, and the next big chapter will focus on strengthening Luffy. Especially, in the application of Conqueror Haki. Tearfully deleted 2 chapters, the settings are being reworked. Chapter 144 Conqueror Advanced. Chapter 144 Conqueror Advanced. Uncle, do you want to beat this big guy? We can go back to eat meat today. Luffy said calmly. Hearing this, Chenmu was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth twitched, saying, You beat Kaido today, and I'll treat you to dinner at Dressrosa. Is there any meat? Chenmu grinned, nodded and said, Enough. Hearing this, Luffy grinned and said, Hey, uncle, then go and prepare berry. Chenmu smiled back, nodded and said, Go, I won't starve you. Luffy grinned isho at Chenmu, brightened his white teeth, and then slowly turned his head to look at Kaido. Kaido, I'm Luffy, the man who's going to be One Piece King of Pirates. Luffy said in a deep voice. Looking at Luffy with a serious face, Kaido narrowed his eyes and said with a sullen face. I don't know how to live or die, I will take you today. Kaido, quote. Luffy yelled, interrupting Kaido. Immediately afterwards, Luffy took a deep breath, raised the forearm covered by armament, and bit and blown hard. In an instant, Luffy's arms swelled rapidly. When the arm was blown by Luffy to 3 times the size of his body, the long breath that had not yet ended went straight down the arm and poured into the chest. Bang tilde. With a slight burst of air, Luffy's upper body also became huge. 4 gears open. After doing all this, Luffy opened his eyes and jumped directly into the air. Rubber Ape King Fist. Luffy roared, and the red-black, huge, right arm suddenly stretched and smashed directly at Kaido below. Kaido, on the other hand, still just stared at him coldly and didn't plan to defend. It's such a weak fist again, what an immature kid. Kaido muttered to himself. Just as Kaido's voice fell, the huge red and black iron fist suddenly fell on Kaido's face, smashing his cheeks slightly. However, the damage that iron fist did to Kaido was just that. Kaido hooked the corner of his mouth in disdain, then swung his head vigorously and pushed Luffy's fist back directly. And Luffy, who was also sent by this huge force, overturned several times in the air, and then gradually unloaded this force. A little devil who doesn't know how to live or die, and still wants to be One Piece King of Pirates, die for me. Kaido snorted and stepped forward with his right foot. Bang! Ground was directly smashed by Kaido, and all the shattered stones were shaken into the air. Immediately afterwards, Kaido held the mace in one arm, and after a full circle, met Luffy's fist. Lei, Ming, Ba, Gua. Rubber, seriously Ape King Fist. Chenmu, who was watching the battle, was stunned when he heard the name of the move that Luffy called out. Seriously Punch. I remember I didn't teach her. Chenmu frowned in thought. In such a short time, Luffy's red and black iron fist collided directly with Kaido's purple electric mace. Boom. In an instant, an extremely violent fluctuation quickly swept away towards the surroundings. Under this violent fluctuation, the rocky ground shattered one after another, and just as the rock was shaken in the air, it was crushed into powder by the subsequent violent fluctuation. And at the center of the storm, Luffy clenched his teeth and held on. Kaido also looked like he was gnashing his teeth, and the veins on his right arm burst out. How could this kid's strength increase so much? Feeling the anti-shock force from the mace, Kaido was full of doubts. This power, at least twice as strong as the punch just now. Although Kaido was in shock, the power in his hand did not weaken at all. At this time, Chenmu also gradually realized that something was wrong. What's the matter? How can the power of Luffy's fist be so powerful? At this time, the wrestling between Luffy and Kaido was still on the same level. But if you look closely, you can see that Luffy's arm is shaking slightly. Seeing this scene, Chenmu Vivi nodded and said to himself, "Are you going to lose?" Then, he shook his head and laughed. What am I sighing about? Being able to hold on for 10 seconds under Kaido's power is enough for Luffy to be proud of for a month or two. After speaking, Shenmue slowly raised his head and stared at Luffy, who was gradually starting to retreat. It's almost time for me to get started. At this moment, a golden light beam shot from a distance in an instant, pointing directly at Hu Chen's heart. Shenmue frowned and flashed sideways. However, the laser beam that passed Shenmue's body didn't seem to target him at all, but... Luffy. Oops. Shenmue's eyes shrank, and he stepped forward, chasing after the laser. The two people in the battle also noticed the laser at the same time. Luffy glanced at the swift laser beam and focused his attention on Kaido again. At this time, Luffy was already sweating, and his face turned pale. And the straw hat he was carrying behind him also slowly dissipated the faint light at this moment. Ding! Warning, warning, Conqueror Haki is out of storage. Close black lens bracket. Shenmue, who was running wildly, suddenly heard this inexplicable sound, and Vivi was stunned. That is, Shenmue's dazed effort. The laser beam with terrifying explosive power instantly slammed onto Kaido's mace. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the two people in the battle were instantly swallowed by the fierce flames. Then in the next second, Luffy flew out of the flames with the black smoke all over his body. And Shenmue, after looking at Luffy who flew out, didn't think about the system's prompts for a while, and just stepped hard and jumped into the sky. When Shenmue received Luffy with his eyes rolled, he suddenly felt a certain force in his body, which was flowing quietly towards Luffy through his arm. No, to be precise, it should be towards the straw hat behind him. But at this time, Shenmue didn't think much about it at all. One is because this quietly passing power is simply insignificant to him. In other words, these strengths, he made up for one meal. As for the second point, that is, before he had time to sense it, this power was like a mud cow entering the sea, and it disappeared all of a sudden. Does this stop stealing? Since I can steal my power, why don't I steal more, like this? I have no room for manipulation. Shenmue has a wry smile on his face at the moment. Although he didn't know where his lost power went, judging from the look on Luffy's face, Shenmue was probably talented, and the pain on his body should have eased a lot. Just as Shenmue landed with Luffy in his arms, Fujitora stepped on the boulder and flew over slowly from the sky. And Kizaru behind him, with golden light flashing all over his body, turned into countless starlights, converging towards a certain broken pillar below. It was also at this moment that the system beep sounded again. Ding! Conqueror Haki has been replenished, successfully promoted to the second stage. Close black lens bracket. This chapter is over. Chapter 145 Shenmue's Reinforcements, Red Hair and Ace. Chapter 145 Shenmue's Reinforcements, Red Hair and Ace. Ding! Conqueror Haki has been replenished, successfully promoted to the second stage. Close black lens bracket. Listening to the prompt in his head, the expression on Shenmue's face suddenly became weird. Absorb my Haki and upgrade Luffy. Hee, Luffy is your son. Just when Shenmue had a sneer on his face and was madly mocking the system in his heart, Kizaru suddenly jumped into the sky and attacked him. 8 feet, Changuyu. An instant, countless dazzling light bullets filled the sky where Kizaru was located, and then shot towards Shenmue frantically. At the same time, Kaido, who was covered in muscles and a horned dragon, also jumped high at this moment, waving the mace that flashed purple electricity, and smashed it directly at Shenmue's head. At this time, Shenmue didn't seem to plan to avoid it. Instead, he turned his head with a light smile on his face and shouted in the distance, "Hey, those two over there, if you've seen enough of the show, it's time to take action tilde." Shenmue's sudden shout not only diverted Kizaru's attention, but also made Fujitora stop moving. Is it his reinforcements? Fujitora asked in a deep voice, frowning slightly. Oh, I seem to be an acquaintance. Having said this, the expression on Kizaru's face became exciting. And Kaido, who was in a rage, didn't care about the so-called reinforcements at this time, and still slammed down the mace, which flashed violent purple electricity. If this is done, then Luffy will really be dead. At this moment, a slightly young shout suddenly sounded, and it was directly passed into the ears of several people. Fire Fist. Boom tilde 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 tilde. In an instant, a huge flaming fist exuding intense high temperature attacked directly from a distance. And before the dazzling light bombs fell, they were all intercepted. Boom boom boom. The intense explosion caused by the interweaving of laser and flame directly dyed half of the sky red, and also completely attracted the attention of Kizaru and Fujitora. Even this guy has become stronger. It seems that this world conference cannot be idle anymore. Kizaru shook his head, groaning. And the other side. After Ace had done all this, he gently pressed the brim of his hat with his index finger, revealing his sunny smile. Ah, to deal with 2 admirals and 4 emperors at the same time this time, Luffy is really getting better and better. Facing the pressure brought by the 2 admiral, Ace not only did not have the slightest timidity, but praised Luffy with a smile on his face. In the name of brother control, sit tight. At this moment, the red-haired man standing beside Ace also smirked and said quite comfortably. Luffy's growth is much faster than I thought. Hearing this, Ace also squinted Isho. Immediately afterwards, the red-haired Shanks sighed softly and said, Hey, I'll talk about it later, I'll stop this guy Kaido first, otherwise that guy over there will be really angry. As soon as the words fell, the red hair slowly pulled out the famous knife, Griffin, and walked towards Chenmu. However, the moment he landed on his right foot, the whole person instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already behind Chenmu. With a sound of clang, the famous sword Griffin was pulled out of the scabbard by the red hair, and the sword was lifted up, directly blocking Kaido's attack. Clang. The mace smashed on the famous sword, making a deafening golden sound. Although the red hair held up Kaido's attack, how could Kaido's long-established attack be so powerful? At the next moment, the ground under the redhead's feet cracked instantly, and cracks spread rapidly towards the surroundings. The broken stones are also shaking on the ground. Damn, Kaido's power, how can it be enhanced so much? The red-haired gritted his teeth and shouted. At this moment, the redhead even felt his right arm start to shake slightly. Kaido's power at this time was at least twice as strong as usual, which Shanks did not expect. Kaido, on the other hand, seems to be able to add more power. Looking at Kaido's horned dragon-like arms and the bulging blue veins, the redhead knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Otherwise, I would really be pushed to the ground by him. That's right, Shanks has almost sunk into the ground below his knees. Chenmu, however, jumped to the side with no sense of loyalty and watched the two confront each other. When he saw the madness in Kaido's eyes, Chenmu frowned and found something wrong. That look, I seem to have seen it somewhere, Chenmu murmured to himself. At this moment, an incomparably huge roar sounded, shaking Chenmu out of his contemplation. Chenmu was startled, and hurriedly raised his head to look at the red-haired and Kaido battlefield. However, there was only dust in the sky, and the completely cracked earth and gravel. Looking at this devastated scene, Chenmu was stunned for a while, and said suspiciously. This Shanks won't be smashed to the ground by Kaido. After all, Chenmu's eyes glowed with a layer of lavender light, and he was about to look down to the ground. But what was unexpected, in the thick fog, there was a heavy symphony of gold and iron again. Clang! Before the eardrum trembling sound could fall, Shanks' figure slipped out of the dust mist. The already dilapidated ground was suddenly plowed out of deep ravines by him. In the next second, Kaido jumped out of the dust mist, and chased Shanks with his mace. Is this guy crazy? Chenmu said in disbelief. Immediately afterwards, Chenmu carried Luffy, who was not fully awake, and kicked Kaido, who fell in midair. Huh. Kaido's heavy brows sank, and out of the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of Chenmu who was kicking quickly. HMPH, stupid guy, always likes to kill himself. Kaido gave a deep drink, then changed the mace to a single grip with his left hand, and then smashed Chenmu with a forceful swing. Unpredictable, Chenmu was directly swept away by the mace and flew to the side. Even Luffy, who was lifted by him, was thrown into the sky by him subconsciously at this moment. The movement here naturally attracted the attention of the two admirals. Fujitora frowned and slowly pulled the sword from its scabbard. However, Kizaru, who was standing on the broken pillar, took the lead, raised his index finger, and shot a, barely fast, laser beam towards Luffy. Aware of Kizaru's attack, Fujitora slowly inserted the long sword that had been unsheathed half an inch back into the scabbard. At this time, a faster streamlined flame directly hit the laser beam. Boom! Kizaru's attack again with Sun Flame. After successfully intercepting Kizaru's attack, Ace jumped directly from the ground and caught Luffy, who fell. When Ace landed, he turned his head to look at the flames in the sky, and chuckled lightly. Ah, if it was any slower, Luffy would be in danger. At this moment, Luffy, who was half lying in Ace's arms, slowly woke up. What danger? Hearing Luffy's voice, Ace smiled and lowered his head. It's okay, the danger is over. Luffy, who was gradually recovering, blinked his slightly hazy eyes and looked up at Ace, who had a gentle smile on his face. Ace tilde. Ace lightly smiled and nodded, saying, well, here I am. This chapter is over. I have something to do today. I will add 2 chapters tomorrow. As the title. Chapter 146 The Red-Haired Pirates Arrive. Chapter 146 The Red-Haired Pirates Arrive. Oh, Ace. A light flashed in Luffy's eyes, and his spirit instantly improved a lot. Ace nodded with a smile, then propped Luffy's back with his right hand and slowly lifted him up. When Luffy sat down, Ace looked at him carefully. There are no wounds on the body, and the bones are not broken. Ace squeezed his chin with a complicated expression. And Luffy, after hearing Ace's self-talk, his eyes gradually became strange. Ace, do you really want me to get hurt? Speaking of which, Luffy's eyelids drooped down. And Ace sneered, touched the back of his head, and continued, No, how can I hope you get hurt? I'm just a little weird. Luffy looked stunned and said, What's weird? Hearing this, the smile on Ace's face slowly faded away, and he said with a serious face. You know, who did you fight just now? Luffy nodded blankly and replied, I know, Boss Kaido. Big Boss. Ace looked at Luffy suspiciously. Luffy gave a, and explained, I don't know what the Big Boss means, it was the uncle who said it. After speaking, Luffy stretched out his finger and pointed behind Ace. Immediately afterwards, Luffy was stunned for a moment, and saw a tall man with red hair wearing a large black cloak in the distance. Note: Chenmu is 185 centimeters and Shanks is 199 centimeters, so when these two people stand together, they look tall, with red hair. Then, Luffy slowly frowned and said hesitantly, Did I have hallucinations? Why do I seem to see Shanks? Listening to Luffy's self-talk, Ace laughed twice, pointed his thumb behind him, and said, Isn't that man your savior, red-haired Shanks? Luffy was startled and said in shock, It's really Shanks. Well, it's him. Ace smiled and nodded. After receiving Ace's affirmative answer, Luffy's eyes flashed, and he quickly stood up, waving his hand and shouting, Hey Shanks Huh. Hearing Luffy's shout, Shanks didn't look back, he smiled to himself. Luffy recovered quite quickly. Chenmu on the side, after hearing Shanks' words, pouted, but did not speak. But he muttered in his heart. I have a system for turning the elbows out here, can Luffy recover slowly? Thinking of this, Chenmu felt uncomfortable. Treats me with various debuffs and punishments, and treats the Straw Hats with all kinds of enhancements. Until now, he even stole hockey from me to feed Luffy. I really... In the bottom of his heart, Chenmu ruthlessly accused a certain system of eating inside and out. But now, he looked straight ahead with a straight face and said, well, Luffy is growing fast, and he's got to the point where he's really tough now. Oh, really? Ha 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 ha. Shanks laughed inexplicably. At this moment, Kizaru's somewhat yin and yang voice came from the side. Oh, isn't that the red-haired Shanks? After speaking, Kizaru pretended to look around and said in surprise. Hey, did you come alone this time? Hearing this, Shanks raised his eyebrows strangely. Then he turned his head, looked at Kizaru, and said, ah, I didn't expect to meet Marine Admiral, this time is really a misstep. Looking at Shanks with a helpless smile on his face, Chenmu couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. This guy's acting skills can't be any worse. At this moment, Kaido, who was 50 meters away from Chenmu, interrupted the conversation between the two actors. Shanks, why are you here? Kaido's eyes narrowed, Vivi's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Shanks also narrowed his eyes and asked, then why did you come here? Facing the red-haired cold question, Kaido snorted heavily, and then fixed his eyes on Chenmu who was beside him. Quote question mark. Chenmu looked back at Kaido with a question mark on his face. Didn't you guys play well just now, see what I'm doing? Chenmu asked suspiciously. However, Kaido still stared at him coldly and said nothing. Chenmu twitched the corners of his mouth, turned his head, and whispered, isn't it because you didn't beat me? Why are you anxious, what a cheapskate? And the red-haired Shanks on the side, after hearing Chenmu's complaints, Vivi's mouth twitched. But soon, he suppressed the smile again. At the same time, Kizaru and Fujitora turned their heads at the same time and looked towards the end of the street. For a lifetime, it seems that our mission this time can only come here. Kizaru raised his eyebrows, and there was a hint of fortunate in his expression. Perhaps. I am glad I can get off work earlier. At the same time, Kaido seemed to sense the approach of a large breath. Even snorted coldly, he said, Shanks, are you weak enough to need the protection of your subordinates now? To Kaido's sarcasm. Then Vivi narrowed his eyes and said, Kaido, you shouldn't want to fight with us now. If there is a war between us, the two admirals are very happy to see this scene. After listening to Shanks' words, Kaido slowly frowned, and at the same time, he turned his eyes to Kizaru, who had a lazy face, and Fujitora, who was full of restrained breath. After thinking for a while, Kaido Vivi raised his eyes, glanced at the smiling redhead and Chenmu who looked rather dumb, and said, HMPH, next time we meet, you will all be burned to ashes by me. After saying that, Kaido's muscles suddenly swelled and he changed back to his dragon form again. Immediately afterwards, the dragon swung, stepped directly on the flame cloud, flew into the sky, and flew away. As soon as Kaido left, the red hair and Chenmu's eyes naturally turned to the two admirals. Then, how about you two? The red-haired Vivi Isho was very threatening. Kizaru pouted and was about to say something, but the sound of a sharp blade rubbing against the scabbard interrupted his thoughts. Fujitora, who had begun to gain momentum. Well, since you've made a decision, then I'll have to. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a slightly old voice came directly into the battlefield. At this moment, Fujitora stopped drawing the knife, and Kizaru slowly converged the golden light on his fingers. Next second, thousands of Marines lined up on both sides, and Granny Crane, who had tied her white hair into a ponytail, walked out slowly. Beside him, there are also 3 tall, hot pants female vice admiral. One of them is Momoshiki, known as the admiral candidate. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. This chapter is over. Chapter 147 Special Marine, S Stealth Operations. Chapter 147 Special Marine, S Stealth Operations. Tsuru Vice Admiral. Grandmother Crane. Chenmu and Red Hair blurted out at the same time. As soon as the words came out, the two were stunned at the same time. Shanks frowned slightly and said hesitantly, "Are you and she?" Seeing Shanks' refusal to speak, Chenmu hurriedly shook his head and said, "Don't think about it, I'm just a title, a title." Shanks raised his eyebrows, then laughed and patted Chenmu's shoulder. "Ha ha ha, it's my overthinking." Chenmu's mouth twitched, and several black lines appeared on his forehead. It was at this time that Granny Crane brought the 3 female generals to the middle of Kizaru Fujitora. "You two are admiral anyway, don't think about fighting when you encounter something, think more about it." After listening to Granny Suru's words, Fujitora's expression remained calm. Kizaru, on the other hand, shrugged and said lazily, "Ah, I happen to be a little sleepy. You can handle the rest." After saying that, Kizaru yawned like a yawn, and then walked to the huge stone. Kizaru, who was blatantly lazy, and sighed helplessly. At this time, Fujitora spoke up. "These people are pirates." "Well, I know," Tsuru Vice Admiral said calmly. Then he turned his head and looked at the crew who gradually gathered around the red-haired. "Since these difficult guys are all gathered together, then we should retreat." "Granny," he said weakly. "Retreat," Momoshiki said in disbelief. Crane turned her head slowly and stared at Momoshiki silently for 2 seconds, then Vivi lowered her eyes, turned her head slightly tired, and sighed. "You know too little about that man." After speaking, Granny He took a deep look at Chenmu, sighed softly, and turned to leave. But Momoshiki seemed to want to say something else. But when she saw that Fujitora had closed the knife and left behind Granny Suru, Momoshiki was shocked and speechless. Immediately afterwards, Kizaru, who was standing on the boulder, stretched his waist vigorously, turned his whole body into a little golden yellow, and gathered towards the distance. "Who was in a hurry to get off work?" Momoshiki's mouth twitched. When the 2 admiral left one after another, a group of marine officers and soldiers followed suit and retreated in an orderly manner. But in a cave somewhere in Dressrosa, a marine team of 50 people was carrying out a secret mission. "Report, people have been caught." A marine soldier gave a respectful salute. "Well, I see, you go down." "Yes." The soldier saluted again, then turned and trotted out of the cave. When the soldier left, the man with his white hair combed back slowly turned around. "Now that the doctor's task is complete, I should have some free time." After he finished speaking, a fiery red smoke appeared all over his body, rushing towards the outside. On the other side, when the last marine disappeared at the end of the street, there was Ben Beckman with a long hair. Then he slowly retracted his gaze and turned to look at the red-haired Shanks and Chenmu without hair. "Shanks, it's too reckless for you to act alone this time, you know," Beckman said with a serious face. Everyone stopped laughing, and immediately put on a look of watching a good show. In the entire red-haired pirates, the only one who can instruct Shanks in this way is the Vice Captain Beckman. Ben Beckman is a strong man with a super high IQ brain and super fighting power, so strong that even the strong men in the New World will tremble when they see him. And he, relying on his extremely clear thinking ability, was able to repeatedly teach this somewhat reckless captain. And Shanks, who seemed to be accustomed to this serious man's lessons, immediately grabbed Beckman's shoulders and said with a smile, "Well, it's rare to see Luffy once, so don't make that stern face." Shanks glanced at Chenmu, who was bewildered, and whispered in Beckman's ear, "I tell you, don't look at this guy in front of you, but he has the ability to compete with Kaido." "Oh." Beckman looked at Chen Mu, who was stunned in confusion, frowned, and pondered. Tell me about what happened just now. Haha, no problem. Shanks laughed and patted his shoulder, walked aside with Beckman, and discussed in a low voice. I tell you, you didn't see the battle just now, or? Please ask for leave. One day, 2 more tomorrow. There are 2 more plot points in the set, which leads to a bit of confusion in the head. Today, I will deal with the thinking for one day, and make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 148 Ben Beckman _ Chapter 148 Ben Beckman _ Looking at the two who left with their shoulders hooked, Chen Mu couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. Shanks, don't you know that he can only talk about others behind his back, and call me stupid in front of me? Really think I'm old and have no temper? Chen Mu wanted to give Shanks a headbutt at this time, but considering that he was surrounded by people, he also took into account the fragile friendship that he had just established. Think about it. Forget it, I'll give you a face this time, as if you didn't hear it. Chen Mu forcibly enlightened himself, and then Vivi lowered his head and fell into contemplation again. Judging from the scale of the red-haired pirates dispatched this time, this is definitely aimed at Kaido, otherwise it is impossible for all the elites to be present. But the question is, how did he know about Kaido's whereabouts? Could it be that he also has a system map? Wait, could it be? Vive Ricard. Immediately, Chen Mu quickly shook his head again, directly denying this point of view. How could a redhead have Kaido's Vive Ricard? It doesn't make sense. Although Kaido looks reckless, he is actually the one with the deepest scheming, otherwise Wano-kuni wouldn't be. Pull away, pull away. Chen Mu rubbed his aching brows, and started over with his thoughts. First of all, this is not the first time the red hair has blocked Kaido. As early as 2 years ago, during the Top War, he successfully blocked a wave. And this trip to Dressrosa, Kaido was blocked by him again. This can never be a coincidence. There is another doubt, that is Kaido. Why was this guy scared off by the red hair pirates? This guy is obviously a war fanatic. How could he be cowardly before the war? It's totally unreasonable. This time, Chen Mu really felt that his brain was not enough. At this moment, a warm palm gently patted Chen Mu's shoulder. Wait, warm. Chen Mu turned his head blankly and looked at Ace with a sunny smile, then looked down and looked at the palm on his shoulder. Well, a palm burning with orange flames. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Chen Mu was startled, and hurriedly took a step back, escaping from Ace's flame clutches. Then he slapped the flames on his shoulders while blowing rapidly. Hoo. After Chen Mu's frantic flipping operations, the stubborn little flame was finally extinguished. Looking at the dark eyes curling up on his shoulders, the corners of Chen Mu's eyes jumped wildly. As for Ace, after enjoying Chen Mu's dance, he said with a chuckle. Don't be nervous, you. Can you not be nervous? Your thing is fire, fire. Chen Mu roared with grief and anger. Looking at Chen Mu, whose face was flushed with anger, Ace scratched his head with a smirk, and said embarrassedly. I'm just curious. Can you burn other people's clothes just by being curious? Chen Mu glared at Ace. Ah, this. The smile on Ace's face was still awkward. At this moment, everyone seemed to have noticed the situation of Chen Mu and Ace, and they all stopped their actions and watched curiously. Luffy, who had already run to the redhead's side, stopped showing off his straw hat at this time, and turned his head to look over. Are you angry, uncle? Luffy tilted his head in confusion. The corners of the red-haired Vivi's mouth twitched, revealing a meaningful smile. Hee, Ace's operation is very timely. At this moment, Beckman with a cigar in his mouth and a very serious expression suddenly walked towards Chen Mu. Ben. Don't worry, I won't act recklessly, Beckman said without looking back. In this regard, Shanks had no choice but to shrug his shoulders and let Beckman, the deputy captain, make his own arrangements. But Luffy, unaware of the tacit understanding between the two men, immediately asked directly. Is Uncle Beckman going to find Uncle? The red-haired Vivi was stunned for a moment, and then said puzzledly. Luffy, why do you call him Uncle? He should be only 2 years older than you. Luffy blinked and replied naturally, because I don't know what his name is. Shanks sighed and lowered his head weakly. Forget it, just pretend I didn't ask. After finishing speaking, Shanks slowly straightened up and looked at Beckman, who had walked to Chen Mu's side. Because of Beckman's sudden visit, Chen Mu had to pay attention to his image and suppressed his flow of complaints. I'll talk to you about compensation later. Chen Mu glanced at Ace, who was quietly relaxing, and then quickly sorted out his facial expressions. Then Beckman, vice captain of the red-haired pirates, what's the matter with you? The tone of Chen Mu's speech at this time was very similar to that of a veteran cadre. Calm and restrained. In response, Beckman frowned slightly and said, You don't have to express yourself so deliberately. I won't fully believe Shanks' evaluation of you. I have my own cognitive standards. Hearing this, Chen Mu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that Shanks guy doesn't know me at all. I'm not stupid at all. Gave a faint, and then said with a serious expression. A man who can keep Kaido helpless can never be a stupid weakling. Chen Mu gave a heavy, then gave Beckman a thumbs up and said. You are a sensible man, big brother, I give you a thumbs up. Beckman gave a calm, and then slowly said. I came to see you, actually, I wanted to ask something. Chen Mu raised his chin confidently and said. For the sake of being so close to you, if you want to know anything, just ask. After receiving Chen Mu's reply, Beckman didn't delay, and said directly. I just heard you arguing with that little guy from the Whitebeard regiment, and I wanted to know what it was about. Hee, I'm actually a little guy. Ace couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. At this time, Beckman focused all his attention on Chen Mu. It seems that he wants to see from his tone and expression, whether Chen Mu intends to lie. Hearing Beckman's question to himself, Chen Mu couldn't help frowning. If you don't want to answer, then forget it. Beckman said coldly. No, I don't want to answer either, just. Just what? Just, why do you care about this kind of thing? Chen Mu squinted his eyes, and a light purple light lit up in his eyes. This chapter is over.